Orders of the day?
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate on the address in response to the throne speech.
Parliamentary Secretary to... I'm sorry. Do we have a point of order? I'm sorry. The Honourable Member for Baird... Banff-Airdrie, sorry. Tried to combine the two and make one word out of them.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. As per Standing Order 43.2a, I'm indicating that the Conservative caucus 20-minute speaking slots for the remainder of this debate on the speech from the throne will be divided in two. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it? No more? Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I will be sharing my time with the member for Brampton East. I am honoured to rise in the House today as we mark the opening of the second session of this remarkable 43rd Parliament, a Parliament unlike any other before it. The COVID-19 pandemic has created one of the most challenging health and economic crises our country has ever faced. And in cross-border communities like Windsor-Tecumseh, we have felt the full force of COVID-19's terrible impact. As a proud manufacturing region, many of our workers did not have the ability or the choice to take their work home during the shutdown. Either you were in the factory or you were not. The closure of the U.S. border not only deprived our community of visitors and commerce that keep our businesses vibrant, but also forced gut-wrenching separation of families and loved ones in times when we needed them most. And as a region with the largest concentration of greenhouses in North America, and hence the largest concentration of temporary foreign workers, we saw how quickly and ferociously COVID outbreaks can spread in the agriculture sector. Few communities, Mr. Speaker, in Canada faced all these forces together at once. But we did more than face these challenges. Mr. Speaker, in the face of COVID-19, the residents of Windsor-Tecumseh rallied together like never before. Just one incredible example. On June 27th, a miracle happened. Communities across Windsor-Essex came together and with the help of 10,000 volunteers, collected over £2 million of canned goods and donations to help feed the most vulnerable. And as you can see, the residents of Windsor-Tecumseh are incredibly resilient and incredibly compassionate. But our community was able to weather this storm in part because we felt we had a partner and friend in the federal government in Ottawa. And since March, our government worked at lightning speed, designing new programs and benefits to support Canadian workers and businesses through this challenging period. And as Member of Parliament for Windsor-Tecumseh, my goal was to ensure our constituents' voices were heard and reflected in the decisions being made in Ottawa. And each day we spoke with countless residents, workers, business owners, organizations, mayors, farmers, nurses, and each night we transmitted everything we heard directly to cabinet ministers who quickly crafted programs in response. Programs like the Canada Emergency Response Benefit that help nearly 9 million Canadians keep the lights on and cover the cost of rent, groceries, and other expenses. 3 million plus Canadian employees remain connected to their employers through their Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. And I spoke with workers at Ford and FCA's Windsor Assembly Plant, including small business owners like Mike, the founder of Advanced Electric and Controls, who said the wage subsidy was a lifeline that kept the company going and took care of families. Restaurants, cycle shops, and hair salons were able to continue because of the wage subsidy and because of the $40,000 emergency business loan that supported over 750,000 businesses. When we designed the programs, we didn't always get it right the first time, but we kept listening to Canadians, kept adapting to make sure we protected the health and livelihood of Canadians and Canadian businesses. And while the pandemic has certainly exposed major weaknesses in our systems and institutions, it also brought to light an incredible sense of community. Signs popped up on lawns and in windows across Windsor-Tecumseh thanking essential frontline workers. Manufacturing companies in Windsor-Essex converted their operations to produce PPE and medical supplies. Windsor Mold Group partnered with the federal government to produce 2 million face shields for healthcare workers. Hiram Walker and Wolfhead Distillery shifted production from whiskey to hand sanitizer. Ford Motor Company, Centerline, Cavalier Tool, and Valiant Machine began manufacturing face shields, face masks, and protective clothing. The Windsor-Essex Sewing Force recently pieced together their 25,000th mask. Inspiring, but not surprising, to see the number of local companies that stepped up. When it became clear the pandemic was impacting low-income women, seniors, persons with disabilities, and those experiencing homelessness, our government crafted the $350 million Emergency Community Support Fund to leverage the great work of charities and local not-for-profits to support vulnerable neighbors. In our region alone, over $2.3 million in community support funding was distributed to local organizations through trusted local partners, the United Way of Windsor-Essex and the Windsor-Essex Community Foundation. Lorraine Goddard, Lisa Colodi, and their teams were chosen based on their commitment to collaboration and an ability to respond quickly to emerging needs in our community. The local Alzheimer's Society and several other organizations collaborated on the Windsor-Essex Seniors Call Assurance Program, which provided outreach and social support to seniors in isolation due to COVID. Big Brothers Big Sisters developed a virtual learning program for at-risk youth in priority neighborhoods. The Arts Council received funding for their Art Share initiative, which helps grow Black and Indigenous cultural spaces, connections, and professional development opportunities. Family Services developed the COVID-19 Counseling Support Line to help residents access much-needed professional counseling services. Since the start of the pandemic, over 50,000 children and adults received food assistance in Windsor-Essex. And so in April, Prime Minister Trudeau announced the federal investment of $100 million to create an emergency food security fund to boost the efforts of local food banks. The Windsor-Essex Food Bank Association received over $500,000 in direct funding and purchased food from the emergency fund. This important investment will allow June and her team at the Unemployed Help Center to continue operating drive-through food hubs, ensuring our most vulnerable neighborhoods and neighbors have access to fresh food throughout the winter. I'm proud that our federal investments help these essential organizations continue their vital work during the pandemic. They are what makes our country so great, and they have a strong partner in our government. And that has been the signature approach, Mr. Speaker, working together, all hands on deck, partnering with community organizations, collaborating with the province, working together with our mayors. This has been a true Team Canada approach. When Mayor Dilkins and Mayor McNamara told me that the City of Windsor and the town of Tecumseh, like many cities and towns across Canada, were struggling under the costs of COVID, we listened and we got to work. Within weeks, our government put forward $19 billion in Safe Restart funds to help municipalities. Our two communities of Windsor and Tecumseh received close to $19 million to help keep services going. When Ontario opened schools back up and parents were worried about the safety of their children, our government provided $2 billion in safe return to class funding. Our local Catholic and public school boards received $6 million to purchase PPE and retrofit their classrooms to make them more safe for our children. But what I'm most proud of is not just what our government has done to help Windsor-Tecumseh during the pandemic. What I am proud of is the vision we have outlined in the speech from the throne of what we are going to do next. Mr. Speaker, the vision outlined in the speech from the throne feels like it was written by a resident of Windsor-Tecumseh for the community of Windsor-Tecumseh. Protecting Canadians from COVID-19 remains our top priority, which is why we are accelerating the production and distribution of vaccines, COVID testing, and PPE. At the same time, we have committed to developing an affordable Canada-wide early learning and childcare system that works for parents and their kids, establishing national standards for long-term care, and accelerating a national universal pharmacare program will provide seniors the level of care they deserve while lifting the burden of expensive medications for all Canadians. One pillar of the government's vision is to protect jobs, workers, and their livelihoods. Modernizing and expanding the EI system while at the same time establishing a Canada Recovery Benefit creates a safety net for workers not able to work, for those not eligible for EI, and for families taking care of loved ones. And here are two additional key commitments that will have a huge impact on the residents of Windsor-Tecumseh. Our government has committed to making historic investments to make Ontario and our region a global leader in the manufacture of zero-emission vehicles, batteries, and clean technology. We are already seeing the fruits of that commitment with a $2 billion investment in the 4 plants in Windsor and Oakville. That is combined with a commitment to make the largest investment in Canadian history in the training and upskilling of Canadians to guarantee our workers and our residents have the skills necessary to thrive in the economy of today and tomorrow. These investments protect the health and well-being of Windsor-Tecumseh residents, while at the same time protecting jobs that drive our region's economy and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, over the last year, it has been a privilege to serve the residents of Windsor-Tecumseh during these difficult times, and it has been an honor to be part of a team in government that is focused on the right things, the only thing, which is the health, safety, and well-being of Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. He noted that the pandemic particularly hard hit the manufacturing sector. And so with the second wave coming and the Prime Minister indicating that maybe the answer is to shut the economy down, what is the plan to keep manufacturing in his riding going and in all of Southern Ontario? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the excellent questions. In constituencies like Windsor-Tecumseh that have a proud history of manufacturing and auto, I can tell you that the speech from the throne really hits the mark. The commitment especially to make Canada the most competitive jurisdiction in the world in the manufacture of zero-emission vehicles, of batteries and clean technology is really music to the ears of our workers and our workforce in Windsor-Tecumseh, because we know it positions us for the jobs not just of today, but the jobs of tomorrow. The commitment as well in terms of the largest historic investment in the training and upskilling of Canadians will also make sure that residents and workers in Windsor-Tecumseh are positioned to compete in a 21st century economy.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Avion Métis Matane Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for that speech. I heard him say that he had the impression that the throne speech had been written by one of his constituents. It reflected so much the reality in his riding, and I don't know if it's a bit of a parallel world, because for my riding and throughout Quebec, it did not reflect people's priorities. In fact, when I think of the environmentalists in the throne speech, it says that they're going to create thousands of jobs, exceeding the 2030 climate targets. But nothing is said about how we're going to achieve those targets. So I'd like to know where the plan is and when it will be tabled. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, and I really do appreciate the excellent question from the honourable colleague. And what I can tell you is that this speech from the throne really builds upon the last 6 or 7 months of our experience with COVID. And so you look at the fact that the throne speech talks about the extension of the wage subsidy to provide workers, to protect workers and their jobs. The fact that we're looking at improving the CERB, or improving upon our experience with the CERB, which provided support and protection to over 9 million Canadians. And we're looking to improve on that with the introduction of the CRB and with the modernization of the EI system. And so we're looking at the fact that this speech from the throne really builds upon that experience, but also enhances it and focuses on building back a stronger Canada, because we do recognize that there are gaps whether it comes to national standards for long-term care, gaps when it comes to bringing forward the necessity of bringing forward a disability inclusion plan, eliminating chronic homelessness, and of course, yes, making sure that we continue on our path to reduce carbon emissions, making sure that we are on target for our climate promises.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it would be remiss not to mention that this is Canadian taxpayers' monies that was unanimously supported by members in this chamber to get services out to Canadians, not just one particular effort. It was done through a minority parliament. Similar, Mr. Speaker, is it would be remiss to suggest the auto investments wasn't the responsibility in the successful negotiations of Local 200, Jerry Diaz from Unifor, and John Dagnolo in particular, similar to David Cassidy and Local 444. Unifor fighting for investments right now. Without a national auto strategy, we're always in the back seat, where Detroit has had $8 billion in investment. I'd like to specifically note, Mr. Speaker, that there's two situations I'd like the member to address. First, a single event sports betting. Where is that? That's been an issue that was promised during the election, yet to be delivered. Second of all, most importantly at the moment, the member knows that many members receive supplementary unemployment benefits, and I want his guarantee today this government will not claw back CERB or other employment insurance that was taken or could be taken at tax time. There's thousands of workers in Windsor and Essex that have this out there. What guarantee do they have that at tax time they won't be punished? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really do appreciate, as always, hearing from the honourable colleague from Windsor West and, of course, my neighbour. And I always appreciate working together with him on many of the issues that are common to our both constituencies. Mr. Speaker, what has been the hallmark of this government approach has been to move quickly, to be responsive, but also to move collaboratively. And the proof of that is, for example, the $19 billion Safe Restart program, where we worked very closely with the provinces or territorial partners, municipalities, working together on housing standards for temporary foreign workers, again, working with our partners across levels of government. Same thing with the promise in the throne speech to bring forward national long-term care standards, and again, working with all of our partners. And in the same way, partners like Unifor, partners like unions have been incredibly powerful and strong partners on every step of the way as we design solutions to COVID-19 moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, before we go to resuming debate, a point of order, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Chair, I noticed my friend didn't answer the two questions, and I would ask for unanimous consent for the House to give him an extra minute to answer the two questions I put forth to him.
Hear, hear. I'm sensing that there is no unanimous consent for that. Perhaps the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will have an opportunity to properly reflect on those things at a later point in time in debate. We'll now go to resuming debate by video conference. The Honourable Member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is my voice coming through? Perfect, thank you. Well, first and foremost, I'd like to thank you and the whole House of Commons team for working hard to ensure members of Parliament across the country can participate during this pandemic, as I'm doing right now, right here in Brampton. I'd also like to give a shout out to all the amazing teachers, including my wife, on World Teachers Day. Mr. Speaker, these past few months have been difficult for everyone, and I'm incredibly proud of Canadians for stepping up to the plate to take care of their loved ones, support their neighbors, and pivot their business practices. Despite many success stories, this has been a period marked by loss and pain for many, and I would like to extend my heartfelt condolences to the many families in my riding of Brampton East, as well as across the country, who have been profoundly impacted by COVID-19. Throughout these difficult months, I am pleased that our government took the bold steps needed to ensure Canadians could continue to be able to provide for their families, and businesses were given the tools and resources for their critical employee and supplier relationships and pivot to providing essential services or safer versions of their services. In my riding of Brampton East, Embassy Ingredients, a local food manufacturer, was able to access much-needed federal resources, donated N95 masks to healthcare workers, and began producing hand sanitizer. They are a terrific example of a socially minded company whose public safety focus has helped our community and allowed them to continue adding vibrancy to the neighborhood while continuing to employ Canadians. Our government acted quickly to help businesses weather the pandemic. Over 3.5 million jobs across Canada were supported by the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. We are also established the Canada Emergency Business Account, which provides interest-free loans. As our economy transitions into the recovery process, many businesses still require help. For this reason, we are extending the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy through to next summer, so workers can remain on the payroll. Additionally, I look forward to the launching of a campaign with the goal of creating more than 1 million jobs, creating direct investments in the social sector and infrastructure, providing immediate training to quickly skill up workers, and providing incentives for employers to hire and retain workers are all part of our economic recovery plan moving forward. This fall, we will take further steps to bridge vulnerable businesses to the other side of the pandemic by expanding the Canada Emergency Business Account to help businesses with fixed costs while improving the Business Credit Availability Program. The speech from the throne highlighted how women, particularly those who are low income, have been hit hardest by COVID-19. Accelerating the women's entrepreneurship strategy, which has already helped women across Canada grow their businesses, as well as giving parents access to affordable, inclusive, and high-quality childcare, are important to our action plan for the women in our economy. As we go about fixing the holes in our system that were identified through this pandemic, addressing climate change to transform how we power our economy and communities will be a top priority of our government. Looking towards legislating Canada's goal of net zero emissions by 2050, I am proud of our government's efforts in the last 5 years and during the pandemic to keep combating climate change at the forefront of our efforts. Our government has set ambitious federal targets for zero-emission vehicles reaching 10% of light-duty vehicle sales per year by 2025, 30% by 2030, and 100% by 2040. In order to do this, the government has committed $130 million over 5 years into 2024 to deploy a network of zero-emission vehicle charging and refueling stations in more localized areas where Canadians live, work, and play. Here in the Peel region alone, 43 new electric vehicle level 2 chargers were announced recently, with 12 in the city of Brampton, located conveniently at community and rec centers. Our government is also there to support industry to bring more electric vehicle production to Canada. In July, our infrastructure minister, my fellow Brampton MPs, and I were proud to announce a $45 million investment from our federal government in Brampton Transit. This is the largest investment in Brampton Transit in over 10 years. These funds will go towards creating a transit hub, the refurbishment of buses, and purchasing safety equipment. In an exciting step towards electrifying the transit system, 300 hybrid and conventional buses will be refurbished, making them more reliable for riders. Incentivizing the auto industry to transition into electric vehicle production, as well as dismantling convenience and accessibility barriers with a wide network of charging stations and a robust electrified public transit system, are tangible ways our government is working towards achieving our ambitious climate goals. This year, we are facing the most serious public health crisis Canada has ever seen. Our country has been presented with unprecedented challenges, with the safety of Canadians and protecting our economy being amongst the most pressing. Our government is working with Next Generation Manufacturing Canada, a not-for-profit organization who promote collaboration between technology and manufacturing to identify critical healthcare priorities and supply shortages. Our government allocated $50 million in funding to launch production of innovative manufacturing solutions that will contribute to the fight against COVID-19 by assisting federal procurement for ventilators, test kits, and PPE. In a move to further engage the manufacturing industry, our Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry has been working hard with industry across Canada to retool and ramp up PPE production. I am excited to say, with the diligent work of the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry and Minister of Public Service and Procurement, that Canada is now buying roughly half its personal protective equipment from Canadian companies producing PPE right here in Canada. Every day throughout the early days of the pandemic, my office received many calls and emails with feedback and suggestions regarding our government's economic response to COVID-19.
Isn't there the
served as an important reminder of the real faces and families being impacted. I am incredibly proud of our government's flexible and adaptive response, allowing for more than 9 million Canadians to access the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit. COVID-19 has been particularly hard on seniors, as they're amongst the most vulnerable to its effect. In order to help seniors, we invested into a one-time GIS and OAS additional payments, partnered with the United Way, food banks, and charities to get essential services and supplies to seniors, as well as invested an additional $20 million into New Horizons for Seniors program. This additional investment went to community projects focusing on reducing isolation, improving quality of life, and helping seniors maintain a social support network. The Brampton-Bramley Christian Fellowship in my riding of Brampton East received the additional investment in order for them to expand upon their virtual programming. This allowed them to administer enhanced digital literacy, training focused on apps in order to allow seniors to connect with others remotely, take part in online seniors fitness classes, and mental health wellness workshops. I'd like to offer my congratulations to all these organizations who identified a greater need than ever amongst our seniors and created innovative solutions to go about addressing that. I am thrilled our government was able to support these efforts. The government of Canada is providing Canadians with extra tools such as a COVID-19 alert app to help keep them safe and alert them if they have been in contact with someone who has tested positive for COVID-19. The COVID-19 alert app was developed as a secure way to make Canadians aware of their surroundings while improving contact tracing for health officials. As we have all experienced an increase in the use of digital software, the COVID-19 alert app is a great example of how the government continues to provide Canadians with accessibility, technology, and information to keep them safe. Ensuring youth are not only supported but have the tools and skills trained to improve their job opportunities and prospects continues to be of utmost importance to our government. The Canada Summer Jobs Program has provided funding to organizations who provide high-quality summer jobs to young people. This summer, employers were undoubtedly thrown a curveball with COVID-19. Congratulations to the organizations in my riding across Canada who were able to rise to the occasion and create virtual summer camps and other social distancing friendly activities. You created unique and memorable experiences for your clients and customers and provided substantial job experiences for youth. Small businesses and organizations are the heart and soul of our neighborhoods and communities, and they provide skill developments and training for workers of all ages across our country. In order to recover from this pandemic as a more resilient nation, we must invest in a stronger workforce. Our government is prepared to make the biggest investment in Canadian history for workers by supporting skills development in growing sectors, helping workers receive education and training, and connecting them to employers and good jobs in order to grow and strengthen the middle class. In Brampton, as well as across the country, historic investments into comprehensive affordable housing plan has been occurring. In August, the single largest investment funding announcement in the region of Peel of $276 million was established to the National Housing Co-Investment Fund from the Ministry of Families, Children and Social Development. This investment will allow for vulnerable populations to access affordable and safe housing, including victims of abuse, seniors, and people with mental and physical disabilities. I would also like to praise the Prime Minister for keeping Canadians informed and establishing a point of communication so that the support that Canadians and business owners needed was delivered efficiently. When hardworking Canadians suddenly were out of work or had their hours cut beyond a livable wage, our government stepped in with CERB. When businesses could not afford the cost of running their business or support their employees, our government stepped in with the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy and the Canada Emergency Business Account. When there was a fear of lack of PPE equipment in the country, the government stepped in to build domestic manufacturing capacity and secure supply chains. When the province and territories were working on reopening schools, our government stepped in with a $2 billion investment through the Safe Return to Class Fund. As public health measures were implemented to allow business and public centers to reopen, the federal government stepped in with a $19 billion investment through the Safe Restart program. All of this and more was done while making investments in green technology so that Canada can reach its target of net zero emissions by 2050 and create a better future for today and generations to come. Mr. Speaker, as we head into the fall and winter, I am energized by our government's ambitious speech from the throne to do everything we can to protect and support Canadians. Protecting Canadians, growing our economy, tackling climate change, protecting jobs, and investing in job creation in emerging industries continue to be our government's top priorities. I remain proud to have been chosen to represent my riding of Brampton East, and I'm incredibly humbled by the efforts of small businesses, not-for-profit organizations, and everyday people looking out for their neighbors while creating new opportunities to move our community forward. We have quite a lot of work ahead of us, but our government is committed to building a stronger and more resilient Canada together. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Speaker. And the member from Brampton East listed many projects that the government shown the government's efforts in his home riding in Ontario. I don't see the same thing in my home riding of Edmonton Manning, and I do have an agri industry, canola farmers, a growing industry in my riding, and China's coercive policy against our canola is being hurting a lot, all farmers, not only in my riding, but across the country. What is the government doing to make sure that we would that facilitate the efforts for the canola farmers in Canada and in my riding? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Brampton East.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. As we all know, the pandemic devastated many sectors of the economy and many Canadians lost their jobs. Since the restart of the economy, many Canadians have been able to return to work, but many workers continue to struggle. We know through the CERB and the CRB or the revamped EI is a support system for these workers to help them in their time of need. Of course, our federal development agency works with different industries across Canada to support the agriculture sector, to support small businesses across the country. And as I said before, there's much more to be done, and I know that the government will continue listening to industries across the country to provide the supports that are needed.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. During the pandemic, women have been affected. This has been underscored in his comments. But isn't there somewhat of a paradox in what the government is proposing, as women are encouraged to do entrepreneurship, but at the same time, they have to stay at home to take care of their young children who are affected by COVID? What solutions is he proposing? The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you to the member across the ways. I'm still working on my French, but I hope to answer in French one day. Listening has been a key part of our government's plan in providing a better future for Canadians. Listening to mothers who are working from home, but also who must care for their children. Listening to businesses that need funding in order to pay for their overhead cost. I know the government is continuing to listen to women that have been disproportionately affected by this pandemic. And I know our government is working with a child care strategy to ensure we support families. I've got 2 children of my own, and I hear it from my neighbors as well that child care is extremely important on the minds of many, including women, in order to help them get back into the workforce and help contribute to the economy. We know that women have an important part to play in our economy, and we do need them involved. And I know our government will be working extremely hard to develop a national child care strategy.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I heard the honourable member from Brampton East reference tackling climate change. And I know that's a very important topic for my constituents. In fact, he referenced the production of electric cars, electric vehicles, as being one of the ways in which this Liberal government plans to do so. But at $60,000 to $70,000 a pop, plus auto insurance, my question through you to him is, does he not agree that providing more significant investments in the operating dollars of public transit would be a real and meaningful step towards climate change and not just a continued subsidy of private vehicles?
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member from Hamilton for his important question. I'd like to point out that our government does believe in transit investments. Just here in Brampton, over a $45 million investment into transit. So we know if we can provide consumers and our residents with better transit options, more cleaner transit options, it will help reduce vehicles on the road and in turn reduce pollution. In terms of the electric vehicles, I think it's important that we give Canadians access to electric vehicles through incentives, so we can ensure that we get to net zero, by our certain targets.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to be back in the House today. This is the second time in less than 12 months that I have been able to respond to a speech from the throne. So I find it quite comical that we're doing this again after a prorogation that wasn't necessary but to hide scandal. That being said, I'm eager to have this opportunity to participate in this debate, not only as the Member of Parliament for Battleford's Lloydminster, but also as the Conservative Shadow Minister for Seniors. I am very honoured that our leader has asked me to serve in this capacity, and it is one that I do not take lightly. This year has been particularly challenging, and now more than ever, Canadians need a government with a clear plan and vision going forward. That is why the speech from the throne was such a disappointment when it was delivered. Many Canadians did not find themselves in this Liberal government's vision. In fact, Saskatchewanians and Westerners have once again found themselves explicitly excluded. Despite the Prime Minister's disbelief, Western alienation is real, and it is largely a product of this Prime Minister's own attitudes and failed policies. Well before this pandemic, the agriculture sector, the oil and gas sector were completely left behind by this Liberal government. These are 2 sectors that have contributed so much to our entire country and have the potential to contribute so much more. Yet despite the families, the businesses, and the communities who depend on these sectors, they continue to be left behind by the Prime Minister. It is his continued indifference that continues to make things worse. And this is underscored by the absence of Western Canada and their priorities in the throne speech. Now, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to what was actually in the throne speech, it still falls very flat. There was no real plan. There is no detailed plan laid out to help the millions of Canadians who are struggling, and the complete lack of a clear plan fails to instill confidence in Canadians that the Prime Minister can or will follow through in his throne speech promises. Now, I will preempt the defense that my colleagues across the way will try to build, that there are never details in a throne speech. Well, the fact is, and it has been said countless times, these are unprecedented times. Unprecedented times call for an unprecedented response, Mr. Speaker. And beyond that, it is the Prime Minister himself who had told Canadians that he was proroguing Parliament so he could deliver a detailed plan forward. It was his own office who had a press release announcing the prorogation of Parliament. It said, and I quote, "This speech will present the government's detailed vision for the future." Well, now that we have all had time, ample time actually, to reread the speech, we can be certain that we have not missed the details. They simply are not there, confirming what we already knew. The Prime Minister prorogued Parliament and wasted 6 weeks just so that he can hide from his ethical scandals. That is shameful, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister prioritized hiding his scandal over the interests of Canadians. He prioritized himself over that single mother who lost her job through no fault of her own, and she did not know how she would pay her bills and put food in her children's tummies when CERB ended. And he again prioritized himself over all the other Canadians who were unsure what would happen when the program ended. The shutdown of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, was in no one's interest but the Prime Minister and his friends.
That's right.
I would hope that the Liberals would stop insisting otherwise, because honestly, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are not buying it. And Canadians deserve better. Because it is Canadians who pay for the failures of their government. And Canada's seniors have paid dearly. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a disproportionate impact on our seniors. They have faced greater health risks, higher fatalities, forced social isolation, limited access to services, and so much more. Despite this, the throne speech did not provide great attention to our seniors. Nor did it offer them any semblance of a detailed plan to help them get through the rest of the pandemic healthy and safe. Last week, Mr. Speaker, on National Seniors Day, I reminded this House that we owe a lot to our seniors. We cannot leave them behind. And we have to do better than that little that was described in the speech from the throne. The throne speech re-announced past policy commitments that this government, frankly, has just failed to deliver. The commitment to amend the criminal code to penalize those who neglect seniors is not new, nor is the commitment to increase OAS and the CPP survivor benefit. They've all been said before. And with no clear outline on how they plan to deliver these promises, it's difficult for seniors to put stock in any of these. Nor is it possible for us to put stock in other vague commitments, like taking action to help people stay in their homes longer. While the benefits of aging in place are broadly accepted, they have offered no indication on how to accomplish this, leaving us to believe that it is not a real priority for this Liberal government. Now, as we continue to navigate this pandemic, what should be without a doubt a priority for this Liberal government, we need to make sure the healthcare workers who take care of our seniors have the critical supplies and the resources that they need. The outbreaks and the fatalities experienced in long-term care homes during the first wave of the pandemic were devastating. And too many Canadians experienced the pain of losing loved ones. This government's #1 priority in supporting our seniors in the immediate term should be working to prevent the same outbreaks and fatalities in long-term care homes. And as we know, the province's premiers made their case crystal clear to the Prime Minister ahead of the throne speech, that additional funds and resources were needed to deal with the pressing health care needs, and that the provinces needed flexibility to use those funds accordingly. This is also an issue that our leader had raised with the Prime Minister in advance of the throne speech. It is absolutely shameful that the Prime Minister failed to even respond to the Premier's requests. Instead, he had opted to weigh into provincial jurisdiction like he always does, committing to an Ottawa knows best approach. That approach does not work, Mr. Speaker, when the immediate care needs differ not only from province to province, but community to community. Provinces are much better suited to address the specific needs in their regions. Now, Mr. Speaker, to be clear, the commitment to develop a national care standards is positive. The federal government should work with its provincial counterparts to ensure that Canada's seniors have access to quality and consistent care throughout the country. However, Canada's seniors living in long-term care and their families cannot afford to wait for care standards to be developed at a government's pace, and much less at this government's pace. We are in the middle of a pandemic, Mr. Speaker, and if the Prime Minister acknowledges that we are in the second wave, resources are needed now, and that is well within this government's jurisdiction. And with no commitment to provide greater resources to long-term care workers, I would also caution this government. They cannot vilify our healthcare workers who are working extremely hard to support our seniors, and some in precarious environments, because they do not have the resources they need to provide the highest quality of care. Just the same, knowing the significant impact that this pandemic has had on Canada's seniors, we cannot afford to fall behind in our response. The government's failure to close our borders and secure personal protective equipment at the outset of this pandemic costs lives and livelihoods. And as we see Canada lag behind our allies in securing testing, it is Canadians who pay the price. And we run the risk again that Canada's seniors will pay the greatest price. We have to do better for our seniors and for all Canadians. That is why, as Conservatives, we are focused on holding the Prime Minister and his government to account. We will fight for all Canadians, including those this Liberal government has left behind. We will fight for the interests of Saskatchewan and Western Canada, and we will focus on putting forward a real plan to keep Canadians safe, to protect jobs, and to get back on track, because our country's unity and strength depend on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, a point and then a question. You know, this government has been very proactive on the seniors file. In fact, literally hundreds of millions of dollars, whether it's directly through increases to the GIS, the OAS, or the support to the many hundreds of nonprofit organizations that are out there, to the GST rebate, to the military or the forces in terms of long-term care facilities. This government has been there in a very real and tangible way, no matter what the Conservatives might try to say. But my question to the member opposite is, she seems to be hung up, as many of her Conservative colleagues, in regards to the prorogation of the session. I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts in terms of the province of Manitoba. The Premier, majority Conservative government, has also prorogued the Manitoba legislature. Was he wrong to do so?
Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. First off, I just want to say it was this Liberal government that threw PPE out, if not sent away. Talk to our long-term care workers, the caregivers. That's what they need to provide safe places and work for in our long-term care facilities. So before he starts lecturing me, I think he should look at what his own government is doing and the ethical scandals it's plagued with. Thank you.
Questions and comments virtually. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague made a speech that was very representative of the realities we've been seeing for over 6 months now. In the beginning of her speech, she talked about seniors and their treatment. My question is this. The government is literally creating two classes of seniors. Those over 75 get a bonus, while the vast majority of seniors, those aged 65 to 75, get nothing. What does she have to say about that? What are her comments?
Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. In regards to this government and what they've done for seniors, I'd like to know. Because even stakeholders are stating how, in the throne speech, details around all issues, including the promised increase to OAS and CPP survivor benefit, were frustratingly vague and repeated the message we've been receiving for months. This is from the Canadian Association for Retired Persons. I don't think, if there's political will, it would be done already. We need to see, and for example, this goes back to my previous answer, we need to see action, and throwing out PPE isn't a good action. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her speech. And I know it focused mainly on seniors, but at the beginning of her speech, she did make reference to the oil and gas industries, particularly in Western Canada. And I'd caution Conservatives when they're speaking about Western Canada, because looking at the floor right now, my riding is actually farther west than anyone I can see there. But that being said, Mr. Speaker, we have two major factors going on right now. We have the threat of climate change, and we know that there's an investment climate which is starting to peel away from oil and gas. So I would ask my honourable colleague, given those facts and the way the industry is heading, would it not be smarter and better policy to start making major investments in helping the workers, the men and women who work so hard in oil and gas, helping them transition to the industries that will be a part of Canada's future 10, 20, 30 years from now? Start making those investments now before they start costing us far more than they should.
Honourable Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the colleague for the question. I would like to invite that member to come to my riding and tell that to the parents that are trying to put food in the tummies of their children. That's right. Who are just trying to get ahead. That's all they're trying to do. For the farmers that have to supplement their ag income because of the crappy policies this government's put forward, like C-69, the carbon tax, C-48, whatever it is, that's making it more difficult to get their product to market.
That's right.
Taking more money out of their pocket, who have to subsidize their ag income to work in oil and gas, because they cannot put food on their table with what they're receiving for their ag income as it is. So before there's suggestions of allowing investment to free this country, which all our energy investment is leaving, and leaving people without work, I would invite him to come and say that to my constituents in Battleford Lloydminster.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all know well just how much this Liberal government loves slogans and cliches and idioms, a whole variety of figures of speech and double talk to avoid straight talk, transparent answers, and well-reasoned policy. And as we all know, the Prime Minister is the cliche master, double talker, and sloganeer. I've got your back. We're all in this together. We will succeed because we must succeed. We have the tools. We're all hands on deck. And of course, the ultimate fallback when faced with a tough question, nothing is off the table. The Prime Minister has excused ethical lapses by telling the Ethics Commissioner he doesn't have business meetings when he improperly joins meetings with lobbyists. They're just relationship sessions. The PM excuses alleged misbehavior decades ago and much more recent by saying he respects women's ability to experience things differently. Now, Mr. Speaker, cliches are essentially a result of unremarkable thinking, which brings me to the theme of the speech from the throne and the remarkably imprecise commitment to build back better. This Liberal government may have an historic record for spending hard-earned Canadian taxpayer dollars, but they have an abysmal record of building anything. Last week, the government made much of the relaunch of perhaps the Liberals' most misguided creation, the Canada Infrastructure Bank. The institution, when it was created in 2017, was challenged far and wide as a problematic theoretical mix of public and private investment and interests, and, as predicted, it has been a flop. Still, the original CEO was retired with a six-figure bonus on top of his $600,000 a year salary. Last week's attempted resuscitation, a new board chair, and reprofiling of $10 billion of the original still languishing dollars. But the Liberals are still just hoping, Mr. Speaker, that private investors will be drawn in by the public money put up to backstop loans, which really lays all of the investment risks on Canadian taxpayers. Now, there is one infrastructure investment by this government that has seen Canadian tax dollars spent, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, it's been invested offshore, $256 million to buy an interest in the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Global affairs officials warned the Liberals that the investment would be used by China to further the communist regime's authoritarian model of governance in vulnerable nations around the world. And guess what? It has. Those Canadian tax dollars are building infrastructure, but the building isn't happening in Canada, and it's not creating Canadian jobs. All of that said, Mr. Speaker, there is one massive infrastructure project underway in Canada today, an almost $6 billion project, but it speaks powerfully again to this government's fumbling and to lost opportunities for a major Canadian employer and of many lost worker years of employment. It's the Gordie Howe International Bridge Project, one of the largest infrastructure projects in North America today. It will provide a spectacular new crossing link between Windsor and Detroit that will be of tremendous benefit to bilateral trade and travel. When bids were called in 2016 and 2017 for the massive precast reinforced concrete girders and slabs for the longest main span of any cable-stayed bridge in North America, Canada's leading infrastructure product manufacturing company with the largest manufacturing facility in Canada, a company called DCAST, tendered bids compliant with Canadian specifications and Ontario's tough MTO standards. The girder portion of the project is worth $20 million and 30 direct full-time jobs for 1 year. The slab portion of the project is worth $40 million with 45 direct manufacturing jobs for a year and a half. And that doesn't account for the many millions of dollars in downstream business for Ontario suppliers of the aggregates, the cement and steel materials, and the many trucking and transportation jobs. So what happened, Mr. Speaker? Well, DCAST lost the bid. Who got it, Mr. Speaker? A company which didn't meet any of the quoted specifications or standards, with a facility not certified under the Canadian Precast Concrete Quality Assurance Certification Program, a company that doesn't buy material from the MTO's designated sources of materials list, a company that doesn't have facilities to allow proper concrete curing to MTO standards, a company, Mr. Speaker, that is an American company in Columbus, Ohio. When DCAST asked why Canadian and Ontario MTO standards cited in the tender were so flagrantly ignored, the Ontario government, which should have jurisdiction over standards for a project largely in this province, had an answer. The answer was this federal government put those Canadian and Ontario safety and quality standards aside and decided to export Canadian dollars and Canadian jobs to Ohio. Wow. Mr. Speaker, Canada is paying for 85% of the Gordie Howe Bridge's construction, not to mention paying to build the customs facility on the U.S. side. And they exported the structural manufacturing and all those jobs. So the latest infrastructure minister has some questions to answer. Just why? And to what standards is the U.S. manufacturer working to? Who is auditing the U.S. manufacturer? MTO standards are set for 100 years service life. With deficient standards, does the Gordie Howe Bridge Consortium only care about the 30 years they will be responsible for operation of the bridge? Mr. Speaker, infrastructure spending should contribute to the growth and prosperity of Canada. The government just doesn't get that sourcing foreign in the absence of fair trade will hobble Canada's economic recovery and essential growth. In the real world, Mr. Speaker, building back better means moving that sorry lot to this side of the House. And for Conservatives to deliver the jobs and the road, bridge, rail line, and subway infrastructure that Canada so sorely needs today. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, my constituents expect the subway element to include the long-delayed Young subway extension north through Thornhill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a bit much. You know, when I sat in opposition benches and we had Stephen Harper as the Prime Minister, there was a lacking of support for Canada's infrastructure. Shortly after the 2015 election, we saw historic amounts of money being invested in Canada's infrastructure, as our Prime Minister believed by investing in infrastructure, we're building a healthier and stronger Canada. The member cites one particular project when there's literally thousands of projects all across our country, Mr. Speaker. And given that the member was a cabinet minister under Stephen Harper, I wonder, and this will be my question, does he have any regrets that the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, did not have the strong convictions toward investing in infrastructure as the member seems to currently have today, where he supports the current government's infrastructure plans?
For Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must say I'm always gently amused by my colleague from Winnipeg's revisionist history. And I would, with respect, correct him. This government, after its election in 2015, didn't build all those wonderful projects that he's talking about. They made promises to build the projects, but couldn't get the money out the door.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the colleague from Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, his colleague, said the other day that the Conservatives were for a predictable, constant increase in indexing for health care transfers. But it was a Harper government that cut those by 3%. Which is illogical and which contributed to what happened with the Liberal governments when they succeeded the Harper government in creating the shortfall. And the experts that came to speak to us at committee, the Standing Committee on Health, when they appeared to talk about COVID, they said it weakened the system and did not allow us to quickly respond to this kind of crisis. So I'd like to know what the Conservative position is. Are they in agreement with the claim to catch up the $28 billion and increase health care transfers to 35%? Yes or no? The Honourable Member for Thornhill. I wish to thank my colleague for that question.
I must correct him when it comes to the spectacular cutting of health transfers to the provinces. It was the Liberal government and Minister Paul Martin who downloaded and caused problems right across this country, for which we're still recovering from today. With regards to the Harper government, in which I was pleased to serve, we did not cut the health transfers. We reduced by 3% the future transfers because the provinces weren't spending those money. Now, with regards to the province's request for a greater share of health transfers, there are serious discussions to be taken, but this Liberal government didn't even mention them in the speech from the throne.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for Thornhill for raising the Gordie Howe Bridge. My first public meeting to have a new border crossing in Windsor was in 1998 at Marlborough Public School, and we're anticipating the final infrastructure to be built. I do want to note a couple things that are important, though, Mr. Speaker. The first girder and building process took place on the Parkway before. It was called Girder Gate, where I actually met and understood and revealed through a number of different welders a problem that took place where they actually unearthed over 200 girders on that. And the problem, though, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like the member to comment on this, is that the legislation calls for the P3, which is different than what was built for Sarnia. They had separate legislation for it. It's different for Niagara Falls. All those different things which led to having a P3 as part of the operator. So what's the solution going forth? Because that was the legislation enshrined by the Conservative government to do a P3 and to go against the traditional process for building international border crossings, which had been done in our country. But I do want to finish this by giving some credit. The Conservative Party, unlike the Liberals, did not fall under the siren spell of Matty Maroon, the private American billionaire who owns the Ambassador Bridge. So they have played a constructive role in this process and needs to be recognized for that because it's been a long fight, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll always accept a compliment from my honourable colleague. And I must say, you can't link P3 projects with the scandal that occurred with regards to those girders that were rejected. What we need to see in projects like this, however they are structured financially, is to abide by the standards and the safety specifications that are set by Canadian, and in this case, the Government of Ontario's MTO standards. It's quite obvious that, that this government, in awarding the contract or overruling the respect and recognition of the Canadian company's more than capable tender bid, has to be recognized and remedied.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Mississauga, Erin Mills. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour for me to speak to you in the opening of the second session of the 43rd Parliament in response to the speech from the throne. In fact, over the last few months, my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, like other thousands of communities across the country, have had to deal with insurmountable obstacles, as mentioned in the throne speech. We have all been hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, and some harder than others. Today, I want to salute and highlight the resilience of the people in my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, but as well as that of all Canadians. Throughout the pandemic, which has been unprecedented, we have also had to adapt to extraordinary circumstances.
And thanks to the hard and diligent work of our frontline workers, our Canadian Armed Forces, our first responders, our doctors, nurses, our grocery store workers, and our small and medium-sized businesses, and of course, all those who are at the forefront of this pandemic, we've been able to navigate throughout this crisis on a united front. And as was stated in the speech from the throne, it hasn't been easy, Mr. Speaker. It hasn't been easy on all the parents who had to stay home to take care of their children as schools closed. It hasn't been easy on those who have had to stay home to care for family members or a friend or a partner. These were not easy times, but with empathy and generosity in no short supply, as Canadians, we have and we will continue to face this unprecedented crisis by leaning on each other and being there for each other. Since the beginning and through it all, the Government of Canada has been there with support, keeping Canadians safe and supporting workers and small businesses. Whether it was by extending the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy and the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance, providing loans to SMEs through the Canada Emergency Business Account, transitioning from the Canada Emergency Response Benefit to regular employment insurance, or introducing the new assistance programs such as the Canada Recovery Benefit as part of our recovery plan, Mr. Speaker, we are ready to continue to face this crisis together and in unity.
The last few months have highlighted the work, dedication, commitment, and generosity of community organizations in my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges. They have worked hard to help people who are vulnerable. I'm talking about the palliative care maison in Vaudreuil-Soulanges, which remained open in order to ensure that patients could spend precious time with their friends and family in their final moments. I would also like to applaud the generosity of the team at the Café de la Débrouille in Rigaud, mainly Maria and Richard, who continued to work to provide food baskets and non-perishable items for all those in need in our communities. Organizations like La Passerelle, under the guidance of Véronique Géraud, who had to deal with a growing number of mothers and their children who needed to get out of a difficult situation and find safe housing in Vaudreuil-Soulanges. I also salute the Centre d'Action Bénévole L'Actuel, a volunteer group, as well as Source d'Entraide, And on behalf of all the people in Vaudreuil-Soulanges, I want to thank these people for their extraordinary work. These organizations have greatly helped our seniors, our children, our families, workers, and our small businesses to get through these difficult moments. Mr. Speaker, the throne speech talked about COVID-19 and immediate actions that we have taken as a government. We must not forget another crisis that we're dealing with, which is climate change. Having a fair future that is carbon neutral is not just about protecting our endangered biodiversity, but also ensuring greater social justice and slowing climate change. It is also, Mr. Speaker, about protecting our neighbors, our friends, and our loved ones from the destruction of nature. It is that this issue, that future generations will judge us. That is, if we did the work we needed to do and put in place a greener, more sustainable, and healthier community. The fight against climate change is at the heart of who we are as Canadians, and our government is continuing to take action.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, prior to the beginning of this pandemic, Canadians showed tremendous leadership in their everyday lives to tackle climate change. I think of parents in my riding of Vaudreuil-Soulanges who purchased fuel-efficient vehicles or took up public transit for the first time. I think of young people who I saw every spring taking to our shorelines to pick up all of the waste that was there, including so much plastic. I also think of neighbors who made the effort to put their food waste in the compost instead of the trash for the first time. These actions, Mr. Speaker, stem from the firm belief in my community and all members across the country, all Canadians, that no matter how big or small, all of our actions individually matter. Small actions like putting a mask on during the pandemic and ensuring that we keep our distance and ensuring that we're washing our hands. We, in all things, whether we're talking about the pandemic or whether we're talking about environmental protection, need to be able to count on each other and to do our part. And that's exactly what we're doing in my community, Mr. Speaker. And I know that more and more Canadians are taking action all across the country. En fait,
the leadership of ordinary Canadians is essential to support the implementation by our government of the first real climate change plan in the history of Canada to deal with the fight against climate change. For example, in a single mandate, we have implemented a plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by more than 200 megatons. We have conserved over 12% of our marine areas and lands, made the purchase of electric vehicles more affordable, and promoted clean technologies. Climate change needs a Team Canada approach, and Canadians are behind our success. However, throughout the pandemic, the health and safety of Canadians remains our priority. This throne speech takes into consideration the fact that the world is dealing with this pandemic and the risks and consequences of climate change at the same time. Climate change has taught us, or rather COVID-19 has taught us, that we must face these challenges with determination and decisions.
And in that spirit, Mr. Speaker, our government will bring forward a plan to exceed Canada's 2030 climate goals and will also legislate Canada's goal of net zero emissions by 2050. The speech from the throne lays out key initiatives that will be a big part of our upcoming plan and will help us continue the momentum Canadians created to fight climate change. Measures such as creating thousands of well-paying jobs and retrofitting homes, making zero-emission vehicles more affordable while investing in more charging stations across the country, and creating a fund to attract investments in making zero-emission products. Canadians know climate change threatens our health, our way of life, and our planet. And this speech from the throne makes it clear that our government will continue to deliver, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, one of the other measures that I'm very pleased to see in the throne speech is a new commitment from our government to work with municipalities and to do this to increase the number of urban parks across the country. The pandemic has reminded us the extent to which access to nature is essential, My community has the luck of having many possibilities for getting out to nature, like walking along Rigaud, riding your bike along the river's edge in Vaudreuil-Soulanges, or walking through the colorful paths along the Hudson and Saint-Lazare. But for many urban communities, access to nature is not as easy, and our government will work to green our urban areas.
In addition to providing more access to nature, Mr. Speaker, this pledge would have benefited families like mine when I was younger. Indeed, when I was a young boy, I was not living in a household that had a lot of money. My brother and I could count on a loving mother that did all she could to provide for us, Mr. Speaker. However, we knew that money was scarce. Expanding on urban parks is not just a question of increasing green spaces, Mr. Speaker. It provides Canadians, no matter their social status or wealth, with an opportunity for all to benefit from connecting with nature. So, Mr. Speaker, the speech from the throne made it clear as Canadians work together to fight this pandemic, to save lives, protect and secure jobs, to tackle generational challenges such as climate change and biodiversity loss, they will have an ally in the Government of Canada. Mr. Speaker, history has shown us that we can meet any challenge by coming together, and the many challenges that we face today are no exception. Thank you. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments.
The Honourable Member for Matisse Matane Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Bloc's critic on climate change, I'm pleased to be able to speak directly to the Parliamentary Secretary. He was talking about the government's goals to exceed their greenhouse gas emission targets for 2030 and get carbon neutrality by 2050. And this is in Bill C-215, which I tabled a few months ago, an act on climate responsibility. I'd like to know whether the government will vote in favor of this bill, because I know that it is his intent as well to legislate in this area. And a second, I would like to come back to the climate change targets for 2030. At present, if we look at the most optimistic scenarios set out by Environment Canada, Canada will reach in 2030 a reduction of 18.45% of its emissions for a shortfall of 76 megatons. So what will concretely be done to exceed these targets? The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question, as well as thank her for having put forward her bill. I know it's not easy. It takes a lot of energy and time, and I'm pleased to learn a little bit more about what exactly she wishes to do with her bill. To respond exactly to her second question with regard to our goals, not only to reach but also to exceed the Paris targets, that is why we want to put forward a clean combustion fuel plant to 2 billion trees. We are very confident that with all of these initiatives that we will succeed not only in reaching but also exceeding our Paris targets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
For Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for devoting a large part of his speech to the importance of tackling climate change. I mean, we know that climate change is going to be the defining issue of the 21st century, and how we respond to it will largely determine our success on this planet. We know that the economic costs of climate change are going to be quite significant. And we can see that private sector investment is already starting to take heed of these facts and is making its investments appropriately. My question to the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, is given that the Liberals just came off of 4 years of a majority government, they have failed to meet their targets thus far, and they also spent billions of dollars on a pipeline. That seems to me to be going in completely the wrong direction. I'm just wondering how Canadians can continue to have confidence that this government will actually meet its targets given its track record thus far.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. As he may already know, my community has been devastated over the last 3 years with 2 historic floods. We know full well the need to take action on climate change, and that's why I'm very proud to be a part of a government that put forward the most robust plan in Canadian history, Mr. Speaker, to tackle climate change that has allowed us so far, projections show, to meet 200 megatons of our goal of meeting and exceeding the Paris targets, Mr. Speaker. But we also know that we're not done yet. That's why we put forward our promise to plant 2 billion trees, Mr. Speaker. That's why we have clean fuel standards that we will be introducing, Mr. Speaker, and also investing record amounts, continuing to invest record amounts in green infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, and making electric vehicles more affordable. We know that all of those initiatives will help us meet and exceed our Paris targets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will know, or at least I would hope he knows, 2020, within this calendar year, is when Canada has obligated itself to improve our target called a nationally determined contribution. 2020 within the calendar year. And that will not be met with this vague, feeble pledge to exceed Canada's 2030 target, which is not consistent with the Paris Treaty, but was put in place by Stephen Harper and is approximately half of what must be done. I beg the Parliamentary Secretary to make a clear statement that Canada will live up to our responsibilities to put in place a target that meets the IPCC science and does it within the terms of the Paris Agreement within calendar 2020.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and please permit me to say a special thank you to the honourable member for all of what she did as the leader of the Green Party. She moved so many great initiatives forward, and having personally worked on her on numerous initiatives, it was a pleasure, and I want to thank her for that. With regards to doing better and doing more, Mr. Speaker, we know that we need to do better and do more, and that's why we've put forward numerous initiatives to help not only attain but exceed the Paris targets and put forward a very ambitious pledge to ensure that Canada is carbon neutral by 2050, Mr. Speaker. So I look forward to continuing to work with my honourable colleague on that. I know that she will still be being a strong advocate for the environment, regardless of whether or not she's still leading the Green Party, and I look forward to working with her in the months and years ahead.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to speak today about the speech from the throne and how it will impact the realities of Canadian lives today and in the future. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, I had a really heart-wrenching conversation with a constituent who outlined for me her struggles. A single mom, a personal support worker, a mother of 3 children, she and thousands more like her have been faced with the challenge of a lifetime. This pandemic has taken its toll on every single Canadian. It's taken a bigger toll on women. Women have bravely served on the front lines of this crisis. They make up 92% of our nurses and 81% of all workers in the Canadian healthcare and social assistance sector. 1 in every 3 jobs held by a woman is deemed essential. That also means that women are putting themselves at risk. A study in July by the Middlesex London Health Unit showed that women comprised approximately 59% of those infected with COVID-19 compared to 41% male. Women have also been on the front lines at home, taking care of children who've been away from school. They've been taking care of aging parents or ill parents, and that means time away from work. They've been the first to be let go from jobs. They make less money than their counterparts. We've seen an increase in gender-based violence in the home. So it makes me very proud, Mr. Speaker, to see the gender lens being applied to the speech from the throne and on the economic recovery plan proposed by our government. Equality must begin with our highest offices, which is why we appointed Canada's first gender-balanced cabinet. We expanded the women and gender equality into a full federal department and implemented gender-based analysis to ensure that our policies and programs took that lived experience of women into account. We made a commitment 5 years ago that our government will be a feminist government. And we followed through on that commitment with historic measures to protect women's rights and provide opportunities for women to succeed in every corner of our society. But COVID-19 has had the worst kind of impact on women, personally and professionally. If we're not careful, if we don't prioritize supporting women, the incredible progress that we've made over these past years will be set back by this pandemic, and it already has. At the onset of this crisis, we recognized how COVID-19 would impact Canadian lives, and we took swift action to provide support for families and workers and businesses through tailored programs to suit their needs while they were trying to keep themselves safe from COVID-19. Programs such as CERB kept the lights on in homes. The Canada Emergency Business Account, the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy helped small businesses survive. Mortgages were able to be deferred. We worked with Canadians at every turn, listened to their feedback, and enhanced these programs at every opportunity. We recognized how this pandemic was uniquely impacting women, and we took action to help. When Canadians stayed home to protect ourselves and each other from COVID-19, it unfortunately also created an environment where those facing gender-based and domestic violence were isolated with their abusers. The Ontario Association of Interval and Transition Houses saw increased crisis calls in 20% of their shelters, and police services across the country saw increased reports of domestic violence. During the pandemic, we were able to support local organizations in my neck of the woods in Mississauga, like Interim Place and Nissa Homes, so that we could keep providing those essential services to vulnerable women in my riding. I'm glad that our government stepped in early to deliver a combined $50 million investment through Women's Shelters Canada and Indigenous organizations to provide these centers with the means to continue operating. Moving ahead with our recovery, we've accelerated our investments in shelters and transitional houses to better protect those fleeing domestic violence. We continue to build on our strategy to end gender-based violence with a national action plan. Mr. Speaker, over the last 5 years, we reversed harmful cuts to women's organizations and made historic investments to create opportunities for women to thrive and achieve success. A major part of supporting women's success is through empowered entrepreneurship. Through programs such as the Women Entrepreneurship Strategy, we have invested in female-led and female-owned businesses. There's a couple of young women in my riding who run an organization called WeLo, and we were able to support them to scale up their business. And having the opportunity to go and see their business, I can see firsthand the kind of impact the strategy has had on women all across the country. But during this pandemic, businesses have suffered significantly. A lot of small businesses are owned and run by women, and those businesses have been struggling to the point of bankruptcy. And this is why our government committed to advancing the Women's Entrepreneurship Strategy to better support women grow their business. It's estimated that 62% of the jobs lost at the onset of this pandemic were held by women. Our government recognizes that childcare has been and continues to be a major barrier for participation of women in the workforce. Mr. Speaker, the Royal Commission on the Status of Women outlined that childcare services are a necessity for women's social and economic equality 50 years ago. We know that childcare is an issue that disproportionately impacts women, and it's been instrumental for women to enter the workforce. With the restart of our economy, mothers will face difficulty as they return to work unless they have safe, affordable, and accessible childcare to depend on. When half of our population is held back, it creates ripple effects that continue to impact single-parent households and those households that rely on two incomes to make ends meet. Our government recognized that childcare is an economic imperative from day one. We worked with the provinces and territories to create bilateral childcare agreements and committed to spending $7.5 billion over 11 years. Since 2015, that investment has created 400,000 affordable childcare spaces targeted for families in need and created thousands of jobs for early childhood educators. Mr. Speaker, we know that this pandemic has put those jobs and that incredible progress at risk. And that's why when our government committed $19 billion through the Safe Restart Agreement, we made sure that childcare was included as a key priority. Through this agreement, we invested $625 million for Canada's childcare sector, combined with agreements under the multilateral early learning and childcare framework. The Government of Canada will invest almost $1.2 billion to support childcare in 2020 and 2021. That's a 67% increase over the next highest year in history. Mr. Speaker, this pandemic has changed much, but not our commitment to equality of opportunity for women. We are a feminist government, and that has remained at the core of our response to this crisis. Even now, we continue to break down barriers as we appointed the first woman in our history to serve as Canada's finance minister. In closing, Mr. Speaker, there is a reason that this crisis has been called a she-cession, and a full economic recovery is not possible without a she-covery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member by video conference, the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to first of all say thank you for the excellent comments from the honourable member. I honestly feel bad for many of the Liberal members because I know that they are dedicated to things like the environment and to women's rights. However, their government has been disappointing. We have an environmental government that states that they are about the environment, yet they haven't planted any trees. And they haven't hit their targets. And we have a government that's supposed to be a feminist government. However, they did not get the wage subsidy out in time, which caused many women to lose their jobs.
I just have to interrupt the honourable member there for a moment. We have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Transport.
Unfortunately, I'm sure the honourable member has a very interesting point to make, but I don't see that he's wearing a tie, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his point of order. I do bring this to the attention of honourable members, and in picking up on recommendations, suggestions, fairly rigorous suggestions on the part of the Speaker, who has reminded honourable members that even though they are participating by video conference, that the standards that we use in the House should be indeed used as well. As members join in by their video connections. So I see that the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South rather, is making a slight adjustment, so I'll go back to him and see if he could finish his remark quickly, and we'll go back to the honourable member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Perfect. And as I'd like to thank the honourable member, and as I've said to my son before, I am indeed Superman. So I would like to continue on and just say this government is supposedly supposed to be about feminism. However, we have a wage subsidy that wasn't rolled out. That costs many women their jobs. We have a rent subsidy that costs many women their jobs and their businesses because it wasn't rolled out correctly. And we have rapid testing that could put so many women back to work. However, we can't get it out to people. We can't get it to schools. We can't get it to care facilities. That is leaving so many women with the inability to return to work. Is this member disappointed in their government, or am I just experiencing it differently?
The honourable member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I thank the member for his question. Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, I am very, very proud of the work that our government has done to support Canadians during this pandemic. The member's remarks have shown actually quite clearly how out of touch he is with the reality that Canadians have experienced. The wage subsidy saved tens and thousands of jobs. The CERB kept the lights on in the homes of millions. We have done that work, Mr. Speaker. We have made sure that Canadians have been supported over this pandemic, and we are going to continue to ensure that women are kept at that forefront, that all Canadians have the support that they expect from a government that takes equality of opportunity into account, regardless of our gender and of any intersectional barriers that we have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The
honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, first, I'd like to thank the member for her long speech for women, but I think she's forgotten a category of women who have made Quebec what it is today through their hard work. And I think the government has forgotten them. I'm talking about seniors who are women, those who are between 65 and 75 years of age. The government offered assistance to seniors over 75 years of age, but it has turned its back on women who have often worked their entire lives, but now they're 65 and they have no assistance from this government. Does he think that this is fair? And does he think that he could give these women tangible assistance, concrete assistance, to help them to get through this pandemic? I have experienced this pandemic at home. I saw my sister pass away, who was very close to me. She died from COVID-19. She was in a residence. Unfortunately, we have to allow time for the answer.
For Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I offer my sincerest condolences for the loss of the member and her sister. In fact, COVID-19 has impacted tens and thousands of lives across the country, and she's absolutely right. Seniors do matter, and we are making sure that we prioritize the work to ensure that seniors are placed at that forefront, that their vulnerabilities are not exploited. Through the speech from the throne, we're ensuring that we are increasing those payments to seniors. We're creating new benefits such as the disability benefit that will impact seniors. We've made over the past number of months investments such as making a one-time payment through Old Age Security and GIS to seniors to cover their extra costs during this pandemic. We've made historic announcements through, in my writing, through the United Way, to administer programs targeted towards submitting to supporting vulnerable seniors in the Peel region and indeed all across Canada. Mr. Speaker,
we just have only a short time left, and we're going to take a quick question from the honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague for an outstanding expose of our government's approach to and investments in Canadian women. But I want to, if I could, focus in and get her insight on the most important investments from my perspective, and certainly in my district, and that is investments in shelters for our most vulnerable women and their children. We've seen quite an uptick, increase in compromised situations right now. There's an overflow demand. Can you just help us understand how our government's investing in these most important frontline shelters?
For Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I thank the member for his very important question. Mr. Speaker, I was talking to the Chief of Police in Peel Region. Chief Duriapa outlined for me how much there has been an increase in domestic violence and gender-based violence within the home over this pandemic. It's really exposed vulnerabilities within our community, within our societies. And our governments recognize that. And, just on Friday, we made a massive announcement of $50 million. We've created a whole strategy to combat gender-based violence. Over this pandemic, we've invested over $50 million to ensure that shelters are able to take in that increased capacity and to continue to remain operational. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that gender-based violence is systemic, and it has to be a fulsome and wholesome approach in how we combat and how we eliminate it from our communities and society. But in the meantime, we are making those important investments to continue to support women at their most vulnerable by having support for shelters.
And we'll now go to resuming debate by video conference. The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great honor that I rise today in reply to the speech from the throne. As the Member of Parliament for Tobique-Mactaquac and as the Shadow Minister for Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard, I'd like to thank our leader, the Honourable Aaron O'Toole, for the opportunity and look forward to serving the people of our region and across the country to the best of our ability and make sure that their voices of concern are heard at this time, and also that we seize the opportunities that are before us. Over the course of the last 6 months, Canadians have been hit extremely hard by COVID-19. COVID has affected every area of our lives. Most of us have spent extended periods of time locked in our homes, cut off from family, oftentimes, and friends, only being able to communicate virtually or by phone, which has been extremely difficult and hard for our seniors. Many have lost jobs through no fault of their own throughout this crisis. And most tragically, some have even lost loved ones, those that they cared for. It is during times like these that both the best and the worst of people are revealed. Today, I choose to focus on the best. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the first responders, those who rush in when others are rushing out, who gladly go into areas of danger to help their fellow citizens. I'd like to thank our healthcare workers, like our doctors and nurses and personal care providers, pharmacists and nursing home workers, and those who grow our food and harvest our food, including our farmers and fish harvesters, our grocers. I'd like to thank our truckers, those who truck and haul and transport our goods to make sure that we have the needed supplies during this time. I'd like to thank our small business owners and entrepreneurs and innovators who are still taking the risk and getting out there doing everything they can to provide meaningful employment for others. I'd like to thank those who choose to continue working in their minimum wage job when there's been increased risk and they had other options before them, and yet they chose to keep working. I commend them for that. I'd like to thank our teachers, especially on this World Teachers Day, acknowledging the great challenges that they've had to face and the big adjustments they've had to make to ensure the safety of their students and also to ensure that the quality of education is maintained and that our children are prepared for the challenges that lie ahead. I'd like to thank our faith-based nonprofits and other food bank organizations, et cetera, who provided these essential services and offered hope to some of our most disadvantaged and often overlooked segments of our society. They continue to do good work. In spite of not having the resources they once had, I'd like to just say thank you to all of them. I know Canadians feel like it seems there's no end in sight, and it seems like it's just every day a new update on how many new cases and where there's an outbreak. But despite how it feels, I want to assure you, I really truly feel that COVID will not last forever and that this too shall pass. And Canada, as well as all other nations of the world, we will get to the other side of this together. And it's important and imperative now more than ever that we as Canadians and we as a nation choose to embrace our potential rather than continually just focus on the peril that is before us. I feel that in the midst of this, there is opportunity and there is hope in spite of all the challenges we face. All too often, governments and people reach after the things that challenge us and concentrate on the things that are negative. I think if there is ever a time for the voices of hope to arise and the voices that point to our opportunities and our potential as a people, it's now. The Liberal throne speech, I would say, was not just somewhat, but a whole lot disappointing in this fact. It was high in spending and had tremendous amounts of platitudes and lots of virtue signaling, but it was very low on sustainability and a vision for our future. The Prime Minister had 6 weeks of a prorogue parliament to chart a path forward and instill confidence in the Canadian people who were so desperately looking for both a COVID plan and an economic recovery plan. Instead of using those 6 weeks and planning for the future, it appeared that the Prime Minister chose to prorogue simply to run away from the ever-increasing and ongoing ethics scandals and throw together a speech made up of, it seems, the greatest hits from the last 20 years of failed Liberal promises and social experimentation. I've heard from many Canadians about their disappointment in the Liberal throne speech, Canadians who were forgotten or left out of this speech, Canadians who understand the need to take care of those who are struggling in these difficult times but are equally concerned about the ever-rising deficit in national debt, Canadians who are concerned about their children having to pay down this debt over years and years and generations. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it would seem that sometimes despair and apprehension are all too common during this time. There is a great opportunity, I believe, that has been missed in this throne speech, and that is to speak to our potential as a people and as a country. Opportunities for growth, where we maximize the potential of our resource sectors, our agricultural sector, and our manufacturing sectors, and our technological sectors. I have a feeling that if we spoke to that potential, hope would begin to arise and say, yeah, we can overcome, we can become more, and Canada can be positioned to come back stronger, as our leader has talked about. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know the circumstances we are in, but they also know deep within somehow that there's a new day coming when this will all be behind us. And they expect we as leaders to be offering a vision that positions Canada to not only grow through this crisis, but be positioned to take advantage of the opportunities that are going to emerge on the other side of this. Mr. Speaker, I've had the privilege of being in a riding that has a lot of farmers and agricultural producers. And I've also had the privilege in this new role to be talking with those who are fish harvesters. And I've learned some very valuable lessons. I remember at the height of the crisis and in the time when we were so uncertain about what we were facing, I knew the comfort that I drew personally in driving through the riding and seeing the tractors going back into the fields this spring and planting seed. Seeing them going back out and working as they always had, in spite of the uncertain times we were living in. There was assurance to see the trucks driving back and forth on the highways, taking goods to Canadians. There was something assuring about the fact that even though they were faced with uncertainty, they chose to keep working. They chose to keep doing what they knew they could do with the things that they could control, while there were lots of things that were beyond their control, but they chose to keep specializing in the area that they did have control over. It reminds me of the ancient proverb that says, he who regards the wind or looks at the clouds will neither sow nor reap. In other words, if you're waiting for perfect conditions to do what you can do, you'll probably never reap or get back or do what needs to be done in this time. Our farmers and our fish harvesters can teach us a very valuable lesson in this time. That is, let's keep working and doing what we can, even though we're not sure what the future may hold. Let's position ourselves to be ready to prosper and do well again when the tide changes. So again, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to say that this too shall pass. And that, yes, as the old writer once said, weeping endures for a night, but joy comes in the morning. I want to assure you and the people of Tobique, Mactaquac, and the people of Canada that, yes, it seems like it's been a long night with COVID-19. But morning is coming, and the day will break again. And now is the time for us to position Canada to prosper and to seize our potential rather than continually focus on the perils that surround us. I look forward with optimism to a future that is bright for Canada when we invest in our people and we not only seize on the immediate crisis at hand, but we look beyond that and say Canada can grow the goods that the world is hungry for, we can produce the energy that they're looking for, and we can manufacture the goods that they are going to be depending upon. So I look ahead with hope, and I thank you for this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do concur with the member in the sense that there is a good reason for us to have hope and to be thankful. Make references to farmers and the production of food. To the truck drivers bringing food into our grocery stores, to the taxi driver who takes individuals to hospitals, to grocery stores, to the essentials, and of course to our first responders, whether it's a healthcare nurse in an emergency or a police officer on the streets. All of these people have contributed a great deal, and to them we say thank you, and so many others. But there's also so many ways in which outside organizations or non-profit organizations have contributed, and also to express appreciation. And just to ask my colleague from across the way if he could provide further thoughts in terms of some of the goodness that we've actually seen at a time of crisis like this.
Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac, rather.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question today and his comments. Thank you. And I agree. There have been some real unsung heroes in the midst of this crisis. And like you referred to, I think of those who are in the nonprofit sector, those in our food banks that are helping meet those essential needs of people. And oftentimes it goes unnoticed or not thought of. But many in the faith-based sector and in the charitable sectors and in the nonprofit sectors have had to continue to do those good works on reduced budgets, on reduced resources, because it's just not been as plentiful for them. And I think it speaks volumes to the character of those types of organizations and the individuals that serve in those organizations, that they continue to work and do what is right in less than ideal circumstances. And I think that's a big lesson we can draw as a people and as a country, is that let's continue to work even though it's uncertain, even though it's not ideal. We're going to keep embracing the challenges with optimism and with dedication. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assistance programs are often such that business has to be on the verge of going under before it can take advantage of the program. Does my colleague have any proposals to improve those programs so that when new farmers enter the industry, they can get the assistance they need so bad after seeing their crops rot in the fields this year?
I totally appreciate the question that the honourable member has provided here today. Thank you. And I totally agree in that agriculture needs to become a much bigger priority for this current government, in that rather than being an afterthought, it should be one of the first things that gets prioritized. Food security is so important, and not just be there as a backstop or be there as a last resort, but perhaps be an effective partner to help position agriculture across the country to prosper and thrive and do well, because we know world demand for food is only going to increase. And Canada has a tremendous reputation for providing some of the highest quality agriculture and food products around the world. We need to be positioned to take advantage of that and be set in a place where we recognize that potential and work along with the farmers and the stakeholders to make sure agriculture is a priority and positioned to do well coming out of COVID. I think there's no reason why we can't. Thank you for the question.
Time just for a very short question and response. The Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to be back in this chamber all the way from the North Okanagan Shuswap in BC. Because the Parliament had been prorogued, we haven't had great opportunity here. But I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the member from Tobique-Mactaquac for his mentioning of farmers. And I'd like to have a question him on what he thought of the government's response to the COVID situation and farmers not being able to get the seasonal agricultural workers into the country. I know the orchardists and farmers in my riding of North Okanagan, Shuswap, suffered great difficulty getting their crops, the orchards pruned and their crops harvested. I'd like to get the member's take on what he thought of the government's response and bringing in these agricultural workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you again to the honourable member and my colleague from British Columbia. I want to thank you for his question. He's absolutely right. I think it was a sure sign of a delayed response as it related to the seasonal workers and temporary farm workers that were needed during this time to ensure our food security and to make sure that we were able and the farmers were able to continue to do the necessary work that they needed to. So I believe that all throughout we've seen in this pandemic that there has not been a prioritization for agriculture as a whole. And I believe that we have a tremendous opportunity right now before us as Canadians to position our agricultural sector to not only prosper but thrive by making it a priority and making sure we're putting them at the top of our list when we are starting to enter in any kind of trade negotiation, and also making sure that they're there as we position ourselves going forward coming out of COVID-19. The world wants Canadian food, and we have awesome Canadian producers, and let's make sure they're put in a place to take advantage of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to be able to speak today on the speech from the throne and its implications for residents in the riding of Kenora and for those across Northern Ontario. Unfortunately, the Liberal government's speech made one thing exceedingly clear, and that is that they have no plan to guide our country through this pandemic. The speech promised lots of new spending, and there are plenty of recommitments to promises that the government has already broken in the past, but the government has no plan to get our economy moving, to address the health crisis, or any plan for the North. The Liberals' slow response to COVID-19 has cost Canadians their jobs and their lives, Mr. Speaker, and the government seems committed to their same failed approach. The speech contained no pledge to increase health transfers to the provinces, no plan to increase access to testing, and no timeline for approvals of rapid at-home tests. The government has also been slow in their response to the pandemic in Northern Indigenous communities and has failed to deliver adequate support in a timely manner. And as I already noted, there was no plan, Mr. Speaker, to get our economy back on track. And I've heard from countless business owners in my riding that the federal support programs that the Liberals came up with were not sufficient to cover their costs or any of their losses. So now the government is pledging to reform the business account and the business credit availability program. Excuse me, and I'll be very interested to see what it is exactly that they do come up with. But the Conservative Party, my party, Mr. Speaker, has been providing insight into many of the shortcomings of the government's pandemic support since this crisis began. And we know that the Liberals could have and frankly should have acted much sooner than they did. They certainly didn't need to prorogue Parliament in order to do it, but we all know that 6-week suspension had nothing to do with helping Northerners or helping Canadians, but it had everything to do with covering up liberal scandals, Mr. Speaker. So now, as the economy of our country is attempting to bounce back from what truly was a devastating blow of COVID-19, we know that nearly 1 million Canadians are currently out of work as a result of this government's action. And then the government now claims that they can create 1 million new jobs through even more government intervention, Mr. Speaker. Might I remind you, this is a government who claimed they would also plant 2 billion trees, and we know that they haven't planted a single one. So please forgive me if I don't have a lot of faith in their promise. What Northerners and all Canadians need right now is a plan to provide small businesses and the private sector with the opportunity to grow and prosper again. If the throne speech was any indication, the Liberals will continue to spend recklessly at a time when the government should be exercising ever more caution of how public funds are used. The last thing that hardworking families and businesses need as they begin to rebuild their lives after this crisis is to be hit with a huge tax bill to pay for Liberal overspending. And let me be very clear, Mr. Speaker, these are exceptional circumstances, and many Canadians across the country are finding themselves unemployed, underemployed, or struggling to keep their own businesses alive. That's through no fault of their own, and they need support to get through that. And that's why the Conservatives supported many of the programs that were rolled out. We supported the emergency response benefit and the student benefit, and we convinced the government even to provide a benefit top-up to Canadians who are gradually returning to work to make sure that it is always a financial incentive to do so. This new top-up is reflected in the government's Canada Recovery Benefit. But Mr. Speaker, we also lobbied for the government to reform their business support programs and allow for more Canadians to get more support faster. But we also know if we want our social safety net to be sustainable for future generations, then we need to spend responsibly right now. The government has shown time and time again that they have no idea how to prioritize when they are spending taxpayers' money, and that they would rather hand over millions of dollars to their well-connected friends than invest in legitimate projects to help Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government is also ignoring many issues that are of importance to Indigenous communities and those living in the North, such as the fact that they have recently walked back their promise to end all drinking water advisories on reserve. In fact, it was not even mentioned in the throne speech, Mr. Speaker. What they did do was make some recommitments on issues like infrastructure gaps and food insecurity, as well as internet access. But these are all promises that the government has made before, and we've seen very little improvement after 5 years of Liberal governance. So residents in my riding of Kenora and in the territories and across northern Canada are not under the expectation that these promises are going to be any more than just words, Mr. Speaker. For instance, I would like to take internet access for northern communities. It's something that I've been fighting for since I was elected nearly a year ago, and of course it was an issue that was top of mind for many folks in my riding and across Canada long before I was elected. Yet there's been very little action from the Liberals. Residents in Yukon and Nunavut and the Northwest Territories have been especially disadvantaged by this gap that exists. We're now in the middle of a pandemic, Mr. Speaker, and it's forcing many people to either work or attend classes, perhaps even access government services from home, without any tangible commitments from the government, from the Liberals on how they're going to support them through that. And Mr. Speaker, I believe the necessity of reliable broadband is abundantly clear right now, given the fact that I'm delivering this speech to you and to the House of Commons through a virtual means right now. So that's why this past May, the Conservative Party released a list of recommendations that would bring internet connectivity to rural, remote, and northern Canada, all parts of Canada. And these are practical, common sense policies that would provide relief both in the short term and also in the longer term. And we look at a number of different things, including ways that we can increase competition and provide some better services. So I believe, Mr. Speaker, if the government wants to make good on their broadband pledge, then they can start by immediately implementing many of the policies and solutions that we have put forth, as well as reducing red tape for providers looking to deploy many innovative solutions. Unfortunately, we know if the government does not act soon, many people living in rural, remote, and northern Canada will be left behind. And I must also say, Mr. Speaker, I was glad to see that the Liberal government finally acknowledged in this new throne speech that the tourism industry really needs some help. Members from all parties have been lobbying for support for months, since the crisis began, and there was no sign of movement from the Liberals. I even signed a joint letter, myself, a colleague from the NDP, and even one from the Liberals. We signed a joint letter to the government urging them to provide tourism support, and there was still no response from the government. So in the meantime, tourism operators in the riding of Kenora and across the north have lost their summer seasons. They've been forced to lay off employees, and many are at risk of losing their businesses altogether. And frankly, many have also wasted capital on overhead and startup costs for a summer season that never happened, in part due to the government's lack of clarity on how long the border closure would last. So I do hope the government will finally step up and provide that support. However, Mr. Speaker, I feel it will be too little too late for many. And while the speech from the throne mentioned food security, I am concerned about the lack of detail that was provided. Mr. Speaker, if the government is serious about ensuring food security and lowering the cost of living in the North, they need to commit to serious investments in transportation and infrastructure, because the current programs and structures put in place by this government have actually led to an increased prevalence of food insecurity across the 3 territories and in many Northern and Indigenous communities in my riding. That's why economic development must be a central focus for our country, and Northern economic development, more specifically, from whether it's natural resources, transportation, tourism. Mr. Speaker, I believe Northern Canada has the potential to drive our economic recovery and provide the revenues that will help close the gap of food insecurity. Unfortunately, we didn't see any of those details in the throne speech. In fact, one of the only things that the government was explicitly clear about was the fact that they are looking to further restrict firearm rights, which is a direct attack on the way of life in Northern and Indigenous communities. Going into the new session of Parliament, I hope the government would present a new plan to bring Canada through this crisis. And it is clear to me now, Mr. Speaker, that they have no such plan. Canada's North is a region with immense opportunity, but the government has been trying for many years to dismantle the Northern economy and is failing to provide adequate housing and social supports. So the Conservative Party will continue to hold the Liberals to account to provide a compassionate and ethical government in waiting, and we will fight for a stronger response to this health crisis across Canada and ensure Northern regions have the tools they need and the support they need. We will get our economy back on track. We will provide small businesses the opportunities to thrive in the face of this unprecedented challenge. And as always, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be a voice for Northern Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wouldn't want the member to give a false impression that the government has in any way ignored the tourism industry. In fact, we recognize that some industries were affected more than other industries. And this government, in working with other levels of government, have been there in a very tangible way. You know, I recall a few weeks back talking to an owner of a hotel, and he was providing his thoughts in terms of how appreciative of the fact that the federal government was able to provide programs that was able to allow him to continue to with his hotel. You know, the industries, and we need to recognize through programs such as the wage subsidy program, literally saved thousands of jobs, protected many industries. And I'm wondering if my colleague would want to just to reflect on the fine work that not only, whether it's Ottawa or provincial governments or other stakeholders have put into place in order to protect our tourism industry, an industry that has so much potential, not only today, but going into the future.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Winnipeg North for that question. And I would invite the member to come take a drive down the highway to my riding and come visit some of the tourism owners, tourism operators in Northern Ontario who would most certainly disagree that with his statement and the implication that the government was there to support tourism operators. Mr. Speaker, I asked questions in the House. I wrote letters. I had individual conversations with various ministers about the issues that have been impacting tourism operators across Northern Ontario and across Canada. And I even signed a letter with the member for Thunder Bay Rainy River, who's a colleague of the member for Winnipeg North. And there is still no response from the government. And we see across Northern Ontario many business owners who are struggling to get by and who might not make it to the next season. So I would have to disagree with the member on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments by video conference. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague earlier, and in the introduction to his speech, he talked about healthcare transfers and the demands of the provinces, which unfortunately did not get an answer from the federal government. It's strange because we had this discussion just last week. with the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, and when we asked him if he was prepared to commit to ensuring that healthcare transfers be 35%, the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord said it was an invented number. And I would like to give my colleague the opportunity, perhaps, to change this answer. Does he recognize that the 35% asked for by the provinces for healthcare transfers is good? And is he prepared to commit that the Conservative Party, if they form the government, will increase healthcare transfers by 35%?
Kenora.
Merci, Mr. Le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank my colleague from the Bloc Québécois for that good question.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make clear that it is the Liberal government in this situation who has failed to address the concerns that have been put forward by a number of the premiers and have been abdicating their responsibility in that point of view. And I know my colleague would agree with me on that point. Unfortunately, we've seen time and time again that this is an issue that the Liberals have. They talk a good game, but they have cut health payments before, and unfortunately, we think they're not stepping up to the plate to provide that support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is time for one short question and response. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Kenora for his speech. You know, in the throne speech, there was a passing reference to the need to ensure that our supply-managed sectors receive full and fair compensation for the trade deals that the Liberals signed, which have given away our domestic market share. I'm just wondering if the member can talk about, you know, if he has any dairy, egg, or poultry farmers in his riding, and how important it is that this Liberal government lives up to the promises it made, not only in Budget 2019, but several times this year already. And here we are now in October, and farmers are still waiting for that compensation. This affects small communities right across Canada. It's important that we live up to the promises we make when we stand in this place.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question and the comment from the member opposite. And when we talk about trade, as the member mentioned, what's really important to a lot of residents in my riding is the forestry sector. And unfortunately, we've seen that the government has failed to adequately secure trade agreements that can get our softwood lumber to market and support our forestry sector. And I know that's something that we all need to work on. It's a sector of our economy that can provide a great number of revenues, but also it's great for the environment and very important for our economic recovery going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back to this House. It's the first time, in fact, I have the opportunity to speak to you in person on the throne speech. It's always a pleasure to see you in the chair, Mr. Speaker, to preside over these debates. Before I begin, I would also like to note that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Scarborough Centre. She has been a colleague since 2015 who has a great deal to say and well represents her constituents here in the House of Commons. First, I'd like to begin by giving my support and my recognition to this government for the throne speech, because I believe that this throne speech has done a good job of targeting the issues that are so important to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it's not what happens to us that's important, but rather our reaction. And I am proud of this government. I'm proud of this parliament, this minority parliament that took action. Sometimes it's difficult to set aside our partisan instincts, but I'm proud that ultimately the men and women here in this parliament have come together, and they have come together to ensure that Canadians can get the support and assistance that they truly need during this health crisis. In the throne speech, there were 4 major themes on which the government, to which the government looked to protect Canadians from COVID-19, to support Canadians throughout this pandemic. How are we going to rebuild better or build back better? Because we don't just want to reproduce the inequalities that existed previously. Rather, we want to create a more sustainable Canada, a more coherent and stronger Canada, to ensure that relationships between men and women, Indigenous peoples, people from the cultural communities, Black Canadians, and everyone to work together. And we want to do this to create a better Canada. So I'm very pleased with this theme in the throne speech. And this leads me to talk about another theme in our throne speech. Why we are here. What kind of Canada do we wish to work hard to get? And that is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm very proud of what we've done. I would like to focus my remarks on 2 actions in particular. I think they speak to the importance of the throne speech. The first is this. It is the way in which this government has taken action to support Canadians in order to ensure and give Canadians the trust in order to deal with the health crisis and to encourage Canadians to stay home. If they need to go out, they have to social distance or physical distance. We know that these things, these actions, have a devastating impact on our economy, but it's necessary because we can't have an economy unless people are in fact healthy, first of all. And they also need to have faith that they can go about their daily lives in a safe fashion. So I'm very proud of the way in which this government has taken action. I know that I'm preaching to the converted to some extent, but I'm the parliamentary secretary to the president of the Treasury Board, but I'm also parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Digital Government. And I'm very proud of the work that our public servants have done to ensure that Canadians can have the support they need while they themselves, that is, the public servants themselves, are living through this very pandemic. These public servants had to leave their office towers, particularly in the National Capital Region, and they had to go home, take care of their families, take care of their parents, ensure that they were protected in order to prevent the spread of the virus. I must admit, Mr. Speaker, we weren't prepared to accommodate the tens of thousands of public servants who had to work from home. Nonetheless, it is thanks to the dedication of our public servants, these men and women who chose to serve their fellow Canadians. These people joined the public service, and they didn't know that on March 12th that they would wind up in this kind of a situation. And by March 13th, they had quickly reacted and taken the stick in both hands, if you will, to ensure that services could be provided to Canadians. And those who were working, particularly those working for the digital government, they quickly said, well, we need to create the infrastructure in order to accommodate these tens of thousands of public servants who from one day to the next had to start working from home.
And Mr. Speaker, it was really incredible. They boosted our government's ability to provide services digitally. They moved on to digital services online, and they did this safely. They provided services, and one of the things, Mr. Speaker, is the universal benefit. They set this up almost overnight, just in the space of a few weeks, to provide financial support to more than 8 million Canadians, the CRB. So imagine creating something, a whole digital system, in the space of a few weeks that was safe, that provide many services to Canada, and it was really incredible. And I hope, on behalf of all parliamentarians here and all my fellow Canadians, that we can give a shout out to the public servants for the work they did. Mr. Speaker, you've just given me a sign that I don't have much time left. And if I may, I would like to focus my comments on another part of the throne speech that affects people deeply, and that is the measures we've taken to fight anti-Black racism and to fight systemic racism in Canada. I'm very proud of this. I'm very proud of the work that the government has done, the priorities that have been identified by the Black Parliamentarian Caucus. This caucus is made up of not only members from the House of Commons, but also of senators. And this involves all political parties. Not only did we identify these measures, Mr. Speaker, but we received the support of our allies. More than half of parliamentarians here immediately added their names, and I know the other half supported the work we were doing. And with this consensus here in the Parliament, I'm proud to see that there are measures in the throne speech. We saw how important it is to have disaggregated data. We also see how important it is to have economic measures to support Black entrepreneurs across Canada. Measures, Mr. Speaker, to integrate Black Canadians not only in the public service but also in the private sector as well. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we have to value our heritage and our contribution historically. So I'm very proud of all this. And I'm proud to say that I firmly support this throne speech. Thank you very much.
And comments.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mégantic-Larable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. I had the pleasure to be the Shadow Minister for the Treasury Board, and I have been able to have many discussions with my colleague across the way. But, Mr. Speaker, how come when you're responsible for being Parliamentary Secretary, you can accept that the government use all types of diversions to prevent Canadians from having access to data and prevent them from having access to figures that clearly indicate the expenses of this government in the midst of a pandemic, at a time when the government is spending astronomical amounts of money? It has to spend to make the state run. It has to allow people to work from home. So there is a lot of spending, some of which are necessary and perhaps not for other things, but we weren't sure because we haven't been able to look at this closely. How come the President of the Treasury Board can accept such a lack of transparency? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Tout d'abord,
First, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. My colleague from Estrie, I'd like to thank him for his question. He's from the center of Quebec. And I absolutely reject the premise of his question, Mr. Speaker. Yes, this Parliament did take measures against difficult times. Even during this pandemic, we have been able to keep Parliament here to discuss spending, and it's thanks to the consensus of all members in this minority parliament that they were to ask questions to ministers, receive answers from ministers, and to vote on bills that authorize such spending. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, which was very proud, but I don't think he should be proud of the performance of his government in terms of access to high-speed internet. There are many Quebecers and Canadians who don't today have high-speed internet access, some of whom have to work from home and who aren't able to. I had a discussion with a city councillor who said that he has been left aside entirely by the government because there are subsidies, an agreement with Quebec that hasn't been signed yet, and there's no additional money to connect more people to high-speed internet. So I'd like to hear my colleague explain, what is he so proud about when we see that there's still so many Quebecers and Canadians who don't have access to high-speed internet today? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. Once again, I have to correct the situation. The federal government, on several occasions, did announce increase in spending to supply high-speed internet in rural regions. And we concluded with several provinces agreements to ensure that we can work hand in hand to provide such services. We were in discussions with the Quebec government, and I hope my honourable colleague can help us to convince the Quebec government to move forward and to work with us to ensure that everyone can to benefit from the new economy that is digital.
Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the very honourable member across the way who, in his remarks, talked about the nonpartisan nature in response to COVID. I would agree, particularly his leadership and work on the Black Parliamentary Caucus was historic. It was a historic document, in fact, a blueprint that would have provided this government with a legislative framework to move forward in truly tackling anti-Black racism. And yet, in the speech from the throne, it still feels like a dream deferred, Mr. Speaker. It still feels like from our highest courts to our national research chairs to our senior levels in the public sector, Canadians of African descent continue to be left behind. So my question through you to the very honourable member, out of our Black Caucus's declaration, given how much has been missed in this throne speech, what would be his priorities to see fast-tracked, to see prioritized by this government to truly begin to dismantle anti-Black racism?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And if you'll permit me just a little bit of extra time, I'd also like to thank the honourable member from Hamilton Centre for his work alongside all members of Black Caucus to develop that what he calls, and I think justifiably so, historic document which was produced back in June. Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member will be very pleased to know that all the aspects, the big aspects of what we put in, have now become government policy, priorities of this government. That is what a speech from the throne is. It lays out the blueprint for the government's actions over the parliamentary session. And I'm pleased to say that all the big issues that we raised were there. And the honourable member is right in the sense that there is impatience in the community. to making sure that we want to move forward with things? Well, I think the government put a pretty good down payment on an aspect of the economic measures, which we had announced on September 8th with the Black Entrepreneurial Program. $221 million, Mr. Speaker, a partnership between the private sector and the public sector. They also put we also saw very good action taken by Statistics Canada to get at disaggregated data, which is particularly important, Mr. Speaker, because you can't change what you can't measure. And so that's why I think those two actions of the 5 big things that we're going forward is a good down payment. I expect the honourable member to keep on pushing, as I expect all Canadians to continue to do so.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by saying that I'm happy to be back in this place for the first time since March. It is so important that we are able to be here, whether virtually or in person, to represent our constituents in a way that is safe and consistent with public health guidelines. I would like to thank the House of Commons staff that have worked hard to lay the groundwork to allow Parliament to resume safely, and the cooperation of all parties that has allowed us to be back here together. It has been a challenging time for our country and for the world, since many of us were here last in March. Canadians came together to meet the challenges of the first wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. As businesses closed their doors and those that had to stay home, our government stepped up with programs to support individuals and businesses facing loss of income and loss of their business. I am proud of how our public servants responded to quickly design and launch programs like the Canada Emergency Response Benefit to get help to the people that need it the most. And I am proud of how Canadians responded, supporting their local food banks and showing their support for our first responders. No response will ever be perfect, and there are lessons that can and should be learned. And this challenge is not yet over. Parts of the country are now firmly in the second wave of cases. Here in Ottawa and in my home of Toronto, cases are on the rise. We cannot afford to be complacent in following the public health guidelines. I'm here today to respond to a speech from the throne that sets out the government's plan not only for meeting the ongoing challenge of the pandemic, but also to begin looking ahead to the recovery and the kind of a country we will build back, a stronger, more resilient Canada. One thing that is clear to me, Mr. Speaker, is that we must apply a gender and intersectional lens to our plans for supporting Canadians and for the recovery, because COVID-19 is not impacting all Canadians equally. Data from the City of Toronto shows that positive cases are far higher amongst the city's Black population and amongst other people of color. The data also correlates to household income, with those earning under $30,000, reporting far higher levels of positive cases. If you are wealthier and have a job that allows you to work from home, it is easier to limit your exposure. Meanwhile, lower-income residents, often members of minority groups in Toronto, most often have jobs that require them to go in, to take the bus to work, often in those frontline jobs you are relying on, in restaurants and grocery stores and driving taxis. They don't have the privilege of just staying home. And we must also look at the impact of this pandemic on women. Women have been on the front lines of this pandemic with fields such as nurses, lab techs, home care workers, and personal support workers dominated by women. And as people begin to go back to work over this summer, women were not returning to the workforce at the same rate as their male colleagues. As economist Armin Yalnizyan has said, Statistics Canada labor force data for May showed we were having more of a he recovery than a she recovery, with more men returning to work than women. In July, the Standing Committee on the Status of Women met to examine the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on women, and one key message was the importance of childcare. Without access to safe and affordable childcare, it won't be possible for both parents to return to work. And most often, it is the woman that will stay home to care for their children or their elderly parents. For single parents, there often is no choice. So, I welcome the government's commitment to a significant, long-term and sustained investment to create a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. We cannot let access to childcare be a barrier for parents choosing to re-enter the workforce. I also welcome the commitment to an action plan for women in the economy and to a feminist intersectional response to the pandemic and recovery. We must consider both the needs of diverse Canadians and have diverse voices as part of that task force of experts. My constituents have also told me they are concerned about the safety of seniors, particularly in long-term care homes. The government responded to requests from some provinces to send in the Canadian Armed Forces and the Red Cross to help during the worst of the crisis. I have a number of long-term care homes in my riding, and despite the hard work of caring staff, we lost members of our community that were residents in these homes. Any loss is tragic, but Mr. Speaker, to pass without your loved ones at your side is grief beyond compare. There can and there must be a role for the federal government here. The safety of our citizens must be paramount. So I support the government's commitment to working with the provinces and territories to set new national standards for long-term care homes, as well as to amend the criminal code to penalize those who neglect seniors under their care. I will work to bring the voices of the constituents and community groups in my riding to that process so that we can ensure workers in these homes have the support they need to give residents the care they deserve. This pandemic has also underscored the need to move more boldly on our commitment to developing a national pharmacare system. So many Canadians cannot afford access to the medication they need, and many Canadians that had coverage through employer plans lost it during this pandemic. Your access to medication should not be dependent on your wallet or your job. We must move forward more quickly to make pharmacare a reality. And we must do more to combat systemic racism in Canada, including rising levels of online hate. Our communities are reeling from a string of recent incidents. Last month, an innocent man, Muhammad Aslam Zafis, was killed in front of the IMO Mosque in Toronto by an individual with apparent links to the neo-Nazi group. And during Rosh Hashanah, a father and a son were verbally assaulted with anti-Semitic remarks outside a synagogue in Thornhill. Sadly, these are not isolated incidents. We must stand together to condemn Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and all forms of hatred. Our anti-racism strategy must include an acknowledgement of the dangers of white supremacy and a plan to combat this growing threat to the safety and security of Canadians. As I come to the end of my remarks, Mr. Speaker, allow me to highlight two areas that have frequently been raised by my constituents that were not directly addressed in the speech from the throne, but I feel we must form part of the government's agenda for a stronger, more resilient Canada. The first is the affordable access to internet. The speech touched on broadband access to rural and remote communities, and I recognize how important that is. My constituents in Scarborough Centre are lucky enough to have access to broadband internet, but at prices so unaffordable that in reality they have no access at all. The government has committed to lowering wireless internet rates and has a plan to bring down prices for mobile packages by 25%. Our efforts for affordability must also include wide broadband internet access. I recognize the infrastructure and capital cost faced by the major service providers, but it is not fair that Canadians pay among the highest price in the world. Mr. Speaker, unaffordable access is no access at all. We must do more to bring the prices down. Second is the call for basic income. We have seen during this pandemic the importance of Canadians having access to a base level of support. CERB made a major difference, helping Canadians through the first wave when the economy ground and many were asked to stay home. The need for support won't go away with COVID-19. In a country like Canada, everyone should have the ability to keep a roof over their heads and meet their basic needs. I don't believe a basic income is a silver bullet. No one program can address all of society's challenge. And it is not something that the federal government can do alone. Our social safety net includes different programs at all levels of government. It would not do for benefits introduced at the federal level to be clawed back by the provinces. We must take a holistic approach, working with our partners at all levels. Mr. Speaker, it's time to re-image our social safety net for the 21st century. It's time for a national conversation about basic income, and I want our government to lead that support. I will be supporting this speech from the throne, and I will be voice for my constituents, pushing the government to more ever further forward its goal for a stronger and a more resilient Canada. Let's build that Canada together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her speech. And she pointed out quite rightly that women have been disproportionately impacted by this pandemic. But, Mr. Speaker, why is that when all the legislation for all the programs rolling out was supposed to have a gender-based analysis done? And, Mr. Speaker, I was the chair of the Status of Women Committee when we wrote a report recommending economic action. That was not delivered for 3 years. Now it's in the throne speech. Violence against women. Again, it was a report, no action. You know, here we are talking about it again. And then when you talk about other things that concern women, Pay Equity Committee, I was on that. Zero action taken. So why should Canadian women believe anything that this government says about what they're going to do for women?
For Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member for her great question and all the work which she has done on gender equality. I'm proud to be part of the government which believes in gender-based violence, which believes that for the economy to recover, it is important that we have a she recovery. Just last week, we have announced $50 billion for an accelerated investment in shelters and transitions housing to ensure anyone facing gender-based violence has a safe place to turn. During the first wave of the pandemic, we also invested $50 million, and I know, talking to the residents in my constituency, that it really made a difference, and many women were able to find a place at a shelter when they were facing gender-based violence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We hear a lot of "I'm proud." They pat themselves on the back. They can't stop singing the praises of the throne speech. But what's the reality, Mr. Speaker? They've been in office for 5 years. What's actually been done? Greenhouse gases, a contract was signed in Paris. We're moving further away from the targets rather than closer. What about health? The House Leader said he's the one that negotiates with the Premier and the Bloc has no role to play. Well, the Premier's calling on him to increase transfers. They need that money and nothing's happening. And what about the study that was done on special powers? They talked about a nonpartisan agreement. But All they ended up doing was helping their friends in the We charity. That's their only success story since they took office, is helping their cronies out. It's scandalous. Could we hear some concrete commitments, some health transfers, some budgets for high-speed internet, investment in advanced electric transportation? That's my question. Are we going to get some concrete commitments or just more lofty promises that never end up with anything?
Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member for the question. I am really proud to be part of the government that is committed and believes in climate change. In the last mandate, we have done a lot of work in regards to that, and we are still committed to achieving for net zero emission by 2050. And we have mentioned in the throne speech that we will legislate that those targets which we can achieve by 2050. I am proud. I was a few weeks ago to welcome the Minister for Infrastructure in Scarborough to make the announcements for electric buses in Scarborough. We have invested in Canadians. We have invested $19 billion for a safe restart agreement with the provinces and territories to make sure that the provinces have the PPEs, the provinces have the money for the healthcare, for the testing. We have invested heavily to make sure that the testing is done for more and more Canadians. And we will continue investing in Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad the member was talking about the fact that, so many people have died alone during COVID-19, because you know who else is dying alone? People who have overdosed from a toxic drug supply. In British Columbia, we have had 5 times more deaths from overdoses than from COVID-19. Over 1,000 people this year. In fact, in 3 out of the last 4 years has been over 1,000 people, but there's only a passing reference to the opioids epidemic. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask my colleague, why has the Liberal government refused to call this a national health emergency? Why are they not heeding calls of organizations like the Chiefs of Police to decriminalize this? And why are they not providing the federal resources that so many communities need across this country to finally get a handle on this crisis?
Good job. Good job.
Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the honourable member for his question. Safety and the security of the Canadians is the most important thing for us as a government. And I'm proud that in the last 6 months, we have done our best to make sure that Canadians are safe. They have all those tools available to fight this pandemic, and we will continue investing in the health of the Canadians to make sure that we can get through this pandemic as Team Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed a pleasure to be joining all my colleagues virtually coming live from Toulon, Manitoba. Mr. Speaker, this is the 11th throne speech that I've heard since I was elected in 2004. And I can tell you that this is by far the weakest throne speech that I've had to listen to. And I even reread it again this morning, and it is just filled with liberal dogma. It is about social reengineering. And really, the only reason that we had prorogation, since this throne speech was so uninspiring, we prorogued by the Prime Minister because of this We scandal. It's not about resetting the agenda. It was about trying to do a cover-up and making sure that the opposition parties could not continue to litigate the government about their scandal and the almost $1 billion that they are going to handle over to the We charity. Now, we're going to get around to dealing with that during this session of Parliament, but let's make sure we talk about all the problems that the Liberals continue to have. And especially, let's look at their fiscal mismanagement and how they're building upon that during this COVID-19 crisis. Now, we have supported the government on making sure that we get timely payments out to Canadians where they're needed. But, we got to make sure that we take exception with the Prime Minister's comment in the throne speech where he said, and I quote, "Canadians should not take on debt that their government can better shoulder." Well, Mr. Speaker, who does the Prime Minister think holds the debt of the Government of Canada? It is Canadians. And as we are now, running right past $350 billion in deficit this fiscal year alone, that's the equivalent to $100,000 per man, woman, and child in the entire country. I don't know anyone who's received $100,000 from the government of Canada. Definitely people have received $2,000 a month in CEBA. I know that businesses or in CERB. I know that businesses have received up to $40,000 in CERB loans that are going to be repayable. But I know of nobody. And if you look at a family of four, nobody's received $400,000, and we're doing all this without an actual budget in place for this fiscal year. So we are going to have to hold the government to account as we move forward of where this money has gone. Now, when we're running deficits, and I can tell you that when I was part of the Harper government, we had a plan on how we dealt with it, and it was really called the 3 T's, that when we're dealing with deficits, they had to be timely, they had to be transparent, and they had to be temporary. And so I am worried that some of the social reengineering that the government's looking at is making some of these benefits that are out there to help during these rough times become more than just temporary funding and turn into permanent programs that will hurt our overall economic recovery as a nation and further indebt Canadians as the government of Canada continues to pile up these mountains of debt that are going to exceed $1 trillion for the first time in Canadian history. They have to be timely. And I can tell you that so far, a lot of Canadians have had to wait for months for benefits from the government. And, Mr. Speaker, these have to be transparent. We don't have a budget. We know that the government, when this crisis first started and Parliament wasn't sitting, tried to get control of the entire public purse without any oversight to deal with the so-called recovery from COVID. We're not there yet. So we have to continue to drive forward. But, what we see right now is this ongoing use of non-disclosure agreements, national security designations as a way of hiding any government contracts that have been sole sourced, like the WE scandal, like we've seen recently with PPE manufacturing, that they used national security as a way to hide a sole source contract for face masks. That makes no sense at all, and we have to continue to hold the government to account. Now, there was nothing in the throne speech at all, colleagues, that did anything to address Western alienation. And here in Manitoba, as it is in Saskatchewan and Alberta, there is a real concern that Ottawa knows best and the rest of us in the West can just take a hike. And we can't allow that to happen. As a national parliament, we have to address every region of this country. And as our leader has already said in the Conservative Party, that his first ask of the Prime Minister was, how are you going to deal with national unity? How you deal with the rise of Western alienation again and the ongoing sovereignist movement within Quebec? And there is no plan here in this speech from the throne that even addresses it. We don't see any action from the government here on how they're going to deal with the COVID-19 health recovery. They're only now finally, months after this pandemic has started, that we're getting to finally approving rapid testing, where all the G8 nations that we deal with and our partners under NATO and the European Union have been using rapid testing for months, and we're only getting there now. One of the greatest disappointments in the speech from the throne is the government talks about having, an economic recovery and talking about job creation, but really the only jobs that they can create are jobs that they add to the civil service. And they haven't done anything to set in motion the economic objectives on how we build our current economy. And they don't even address the fundamentals of our economy or having a fiscal anchor and how we deal with these ongoing deficits, but they have completely ignored the pillars of our economy. Farmers and ranchers. This morning when I was rereading the speech from the throne, I was in my PDF and on the computer doing word searches. Like farmers and ranchers only appears twice in the document. Once to talk about that they are going to finally, pay supply manage farmers for any market losses that they're experiencing because of the free trade agreements that we've signed. But, we've been hearing that for 5 years from this government, and they haven't done anything yet. And then the Liberals, of course, talk about wanting to make sure that farmers are given support to adapt to the new environmental regulations that are coming out there. Well, guess what? Farmers and ranchers are partners in the environment, and they should be rewarded and not penalized because they are carbon sinks and they are securing our food supply. And so we need to help them, not penalize them. You know, there was nothing in here talking about fish harvesters. You know, we waited for weeks here in Manitoba. Well, it was actually almost 5 months after the government announced, the Prime Minister announced off to the cottage in Rideau there that there was going to be support back in May for fish harvesters. Well, in my riding, Selkirk Interlake Eastman, we have almost 1,000 commercial fishers in this riding. That's families, that's communities, and they waited for months before they could even apply, and they still haven't received any checks in the mail. You know, energy workers ignored. Forestry workers ignored. Those that work in the natural resource sector, not even mentioned. These are pillars of our economy, and yet there's no support in how we create those jobs. You know, there's nothing there for manufacturing. For, the real drivers of our economy is our small business owners. You know, almost 90% of our businesses in Canada are owned by small business owners, and they are the job creators. And really, there is not much said to help them. And then aviation, completely forgot about. How do we keep our airlines flying, our airports open? You know, Nav Canada laid off a pile of people that are impacting, St. Andrews Airport in my riding, Churchill up north. You know, how do we use the gateways to the Arctic without having to have Canada there to help with the safety and the planning of those flights? Mr. Speaker, as the Shadow Minister for Defence, I want to join with all members who have got up and said thank you to the members of the Canadian Armed Forces, especially those that took up a new task through Operation Lentis, which was to work in long-term care. It was much appreciated, it was much needed, and I know that you stand on the ready to do it again. But again, there's almost nothing in here, Mr. Speaker, to deal with the military, to use the defense industry as a way to drive economic recovery as well as supply for our armed forces. And I know that our members of the Canadian Armed Forces are worried about these huge deficits. They remember the last time the Liberals had to start paying down these deficits and try to address the national debt. And that led to the decade of darkness. And Mr. Speaker, we can't allow that to happen again. We have to invest in our Arctic sovereignty. We have challenges from Russia and China. And so we need to have an upgraded North Warning System, a new, making sure that we're working in NORAD and using new capabilities. And, speaking of China, I just want to mention, as the Prime Minister did in his throne speech, that today is 665 days that Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor have been incarcerated in China, wrongfully incarcerated, and it's time to get them home, and let's deal with that head on as we address all our problems that we have in our relationship with Beijing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to address the point the member makes reference in terms of unity and recognize that, through this pandemic, what we have witnessed is Canadians coming together from all regions, whether it's the individual or it's the government. We have seen a great deal of people and governments coming together in order to minimize the negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, and it's actually been very encouraging. The member makes reference to the proroguing of the session, and his good friend and mine, Premier Brian Pallister, has prorogued the legislature in the province of Manitoba, and I'm sure it's not because of the annual contract that they have with the WE organization, Mr. Speaker, that caused him to prorogue it. I suspect, much like in Ottawa, that it's important that we focus and continue to be focused on the COVID-19 pandemic and what it is that government can do to minimize the negative impact. Would he not agree?
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that as a member from Winnipeg North knows full well as a former MLA, that the province of Manitoba prorogues every fall. It's an annual occurrence, and they have an annual throne speech because of it. So nothing new here to report. What is new is that the Liberals had to cover up the WE scandal, and that's why they prorogued and wanted to try to reset the agenda, which it isn't. It just filled more with Liberal ideology in this throne speech as we move forward into the session. And, you know, the member mentions national unity. And I can tell you, like, if he talks about the working alongside the provinces, if the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, was working with the provinces, why didn't they address the Liberal or the province's demands for more equalization, more transfers in healthcare, so that they can deliver healthcare during this pandemic in a timely manner and have the equipment that's required, especially as hospitalizations continue to increase? Ignored by
OK. Continuer avec les questions et observations.
We will continue with questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to my colleague earlier speaking about Canadian unity and the challenges of the oil patch, perhaps in the West. And I'd just like to point out to him two numbers. For 2017 to 2020, the federal government supported the forestry industry to the tune of $827 million. 80% of that money was loans. Over the same period, the federal government supported the oil patch to the tune of $22 billion. So between $827 million and $22 billion, there's quite a gap. Doesn't my colleague think that there's some inequity in the support for the forestry industry versus the fossil fuels of oil and gas in Western Canada? Thank you.
Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that Alberta, Saskatchewan in particular, as well as BC in the gas sector, have generated billions upon billions of dollars in equalization payments because of the success of the oil and gas industry. And they have been left completely out of the loop under this current Liberal government. And that goes right back to their election 5 years ago with their No More Pipelines bill and ban tankers on the West Coast. You know, these anti-development and anti-resource policies by the Liberals are hurting all of Canada, not just the workers and the industries in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba for that matter. And so, Mr. Speaker, we need to work with the sector to ensure that workers are fully employed and that everybody is benefiting from this great resource that we have locked in the ground. And leaving it there and using foreign oil is not the answer. But that's exactly what this Prime Minister wants to do.
And with that, we'll now go to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was a wonderful weekend for the Greens in Canada. It was the end of our leadership race, and we have made history. I'm very delighted with the choice of our new leader, Annamie Paul.
Soon, I hope, walk into this place as the first Black leader of a federal political party. I hope she will soon walk into this place as the first Black woman to head a federal political party. She comes to us with great experience. She came to this city to get her law degree. She went to Princeton for her master's. She's worked at the International Criminal Court. She's worked at our embassies overseas. She's worked at the very grassroots level to help communities, to increase diversity, and to fight the climate crisis. She's extraordinary, and I hope we all wish her the best of luck in winning the seat in Toronto Centre so she can be here soon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member,
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Laurie.
Beaconsfield has lost a beloved and respected people's representative. Councillor Al Gardner left us suddenly and far too soon this past summer. A loyal public servant, Al treated everything with the thoughtfulness and rigor of someone who always wanted to do the very best for his constituents and community. Always welcoming and kind, a true gentleman, Al was a friend to everyone. Al Gardner exemplified an approach to politics that is fundamental to a healthy democracy. The political was never personal. He always looked at both sides of an issue and this allowed him to find common ground. Last but by no means least, Al was a dog lover. He adopted many, and whenever he was out and about in the community, he was never without a treat in his pocket, just in case. We have lost a good man, and I ask the House to join me in offering Al's son, Jeffrey, and sister Fern our deepest condolences at this time of great loss.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Teachers' Day, la Journée Mondiale.
It is World Teachers' Day.
It's an occupation I'm quite familiar with, having taught at both the secondary and elementary levels since 1995 in Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. I want to thank all teachers across Canada for pouring out their heart and soul to inspire and educate young people. It's not at all an easy task, but they have chosen this profession because they care. So often, I've been amazed as I've watched my colleagues engage and motivate their students with creative lessons in whatever subject matters or grade they may teach. Teachers have a powerful impact in the lives of our young people. We can all look back and remember a teacher who has breathed life into us. 2020 has been a very challenging year for so many of us, and that certainly has been true with teachers. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members of the House to join with me to acknowledge our nation's teachers in this very challenging time.
The honourable member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, the month of October is a time to celebrate small businesses across the country and the valuable contributions they make to our communities. The face of small business in my riding of Egmont includes farmers, fishers, tourism operators, the service sector, manufacturers, and food processors, all of whom have endured a challenging peak season due to COVID-19. Les petites entreprises.
Small businesses are very important to Egmont, my riding.
Take risks to provide their community with local goods and services, and by taking this risk, they are providing opportunities to others. Thanks to the hard work of local small business owners, Egmont is building a stronger economy that benefits everyone, and as a result, we all have the opportunity to share in our community's progress. Supporting small business has and remains the best way forward for our national economic recovery. That's why our Liberal government continues to support small businesses.
The honourable member for Repentigny. October 5th is World Teachers' Day, Mr. Speaker, and I want to highlight the dedication of these men and women who are not only those who shape future generations, but are leaders in times of crisis. This year, going back to school was historic and unprecedented. I will not forget having seen the young kids from elementary school with their masks on, following their teachers into the schools. And a bit further on, there were masked teens waiting for their school bus. I knew that I would not see the older kids because, of course, they were taking remote classes cut off from their social circles. It was surreal. As a former teacher, I knew that they were facing the unknown, but were trying to make things feel normal for their students, even if they are scared for their own health and the health of their families. Nonetheless, they are not going to pass that fear on to their students. The teachers in Quebec and elsewhere are used to dealing with few resources and having to produce miracles. They will ensure that the kids get the best education possible. That is why the Bloc Québécois wishes to honor them today. Thank you.
Honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Sorry, Ron. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to recognize the residents and the hardworking staff of Hellenic Home for the Aged in my riding of Scarborough Centre. As a long-term care home, they have been on the front lines of the COVID-19 pandemic. The first wave was difficult for them. Residents were unable to see their loved ones and under very difficult circumstances, spending much time apart from their own families. The staff worked very hard to keep residents safe. I would like to extend my condolences to the Hellenic Homes community for the lives lost during this pandemic. We owe it to our seniors to do everything we can to keep them safe. We need to develop new national standards for long-term care, and I look forward to working with organizations in my riding to bring their ideas and their voices to this discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, October 4th to 10th is Mental Illness Awareness Week. Mental Illness Awareness Week is about the need for dialogue, the need to allow anyone who is struggling the opportunity to express the pain, the suffering, the hurt that they feel as they struggle with the various health problems without judgment. Those suffering in silence need to be able to come forward and know that they will be believed, not seen as weak. They need to know that we're fighting for the services and support that they need. Until we recognize mental illness as a true health problem, as a nation, we won't be able to move forward. All of us here in this House today have a responsibility to keep this issue at the forefront of the debate, not just today, but for every day. We can do more, and we can do it together. I'm proud to sit on an all-party mental health caucus with colleagues from across this great country. In the coming weeks and months, you'll be hearing from us all as we work together to raise the profile of mental illness among Canadians. We have a responsibility to make sure those in need have the tools necessary to get better. Mr. Speaker, there's no health without mental health.
Member for Vancouver Centre.
Deep gaps in our social infrastructure, and let us see the desperation of our most vulnerable, such as sex trade workers. Many cannot claim benefits like CERB because the work they do is criminal. They cannot pay rent. They face an increased amount of societal violence, at risk in shelters, and stigmatized by many. I shout out to an organization in Vancouver named WISH, which provides a safe, non-judgmental place for sex workers facing gender-based violence, giving them shelter, food, and respite, helping them gain workforce skills if they wish to exit the trade. WISH recently opened the first overnight shelter in Canada for street workers, and last week their executive director, Maybrat Bayen, won the YMWCA Women of Distinctions Award for nonprofits. Bravo WISH, keep defending the vulnerable and speaking out for the voiceless.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, Outaouais is lucky to have extraordinary businesses that make our region really dynamic and that help to ensure our recovery and prosperity. The first wave of the pandemic hit businesses in Gatineau hard, particularly those in the downtown cores. Thanks to support measures by the Government of Canada and the vigilance of the people of Gatineau, we managed to reopen businesses this summer. But now we're at a crossroads with the arrival of the second wave. We must continue to buy local and to encourage local businesses while respecting health and safety measures. The business community has been able to adapt to ensure the health and safety of all. And the governments have answered the call to support small and medium-sized businesses with additional measures, and this goes hand in hand with respecting the public health advice. I know that the people of Gatineau will heed this appeal because the health of our local economy depends on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to recognize the parents, students, and staff at John Pritchard School in my riding. Last month, the school celebrated its 105th anniversary. Over the last century, John Pritchard students have lived through countless challenges, including 2 world wars and 2 global health pandemics. The John Pritchard School family is facing adversity once again, with 250 students now enrolled in remote learning following a recent COVID-19 outbreak at the school. My heart goes out to all those affected. I am praying for a speedy recovery for those battling COVID-19. I want to thank the teachers, support staff, administrative officials, and parents for rising to the occasion and putting the education of our kids first by implementing at-home learning during this unprecedented time. I also want to thank the Kildonan St. Paul community for donating new items to my Back to School Supplies initiative, which will help provide lower-income students in our community with much-needed core school and support for your fellow neighbors. Makes me proud to represent this community as your Member of Parliament. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Mr. Speaker, today we celebrate World Teachers' Day here in Canada and around the world. Today we celebrate the teaching profession and we express our recognition to all of our teachers. As a former educator and a member of a family of educators, I know all too well just how hard the teachers are working to ensure that our kids get the best education possible. The COVID-19 pandemic has added significant challenges to the ones already faced by our educational system. It's impossible to overestimate the leadership that teachers show. They have responded to the crisis, providing online schooling and supporting vulnerable students, as well as help to open our schools. I want all teachers to know that their passion, their hard work and sacrifices have not gone unnoticed. You have our admiration and our gratitude. Thank you.
Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, scientists around the world have always said that easily accessible testing is the key to combating the spread of COVID-19 while helping people live normal lives. That is why Conservatives have been calling for rapid and easily accessible tests since March. This Liberal government is months behind our allies when it comes to approving and procuring COVID-19 testing devices. Now that a rapid testing device has finally been approved, the Manitoba government is being blocked from purchasing them. Why? Why? Because this Prime Minister has blocked the direct sale of these rapid testing devices to provincial governments, leaving them unavailable for Canadians to access. For months, Canadians have had to wait days in worry, wondering if they have COVID-19 because this government has dragged their feet. It's time for the Prime Minister to get out of the way, Mr. Speaker, and let provinces make these tests readily available.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today regarding the layoffs recently announced at Suncor Energy. 15% of Suncor Energy's workforce will be laid off in the coming weeks. This comes directly as a result of this government's anti-energy policies. Instead of exporting our oil, this government is exporting our jobs. 2 weeks ago, this government delivered the throne speech. The only thing mentioned about oil and gas in the throne speech is how they will play a role in getting to net zero emissions. I believe the Liberals plan to get to net zero to eliminate oil and gas in Canada. This is not a sound way to build back the economy. While there is still a huge need for oil and gas and all the byproducts it produces. While this government does not support Canadian producers, they think nothing of bringing oil in from foreign countries such as the United States and instead support Donald Trump in making America great again. Mr. Speaker, the Suncor layoffs are just the most recent example. When is this government going to stop exporting jobs and start exporting oil?
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, when the COVID pandemic hit earlier this year, the national emergency stockpile had already been grossly mismanaged, with 3 warehouses shut down and millions of PPE thrown into the trash. Canadian companies have begun producing PPE, but over fears of being outbid again, the government refuses to make the names of these public companies to ensure that the supply remain available to Canada. If this government is admitting that free market capitalism is putting us at risk, then we must commit to starting government production of PPE as a part of our just recovery for the manufacturing workers and to ensure that Canadians will always have access to safe, affordable, and reliable PPE. With close to 10,000 deaths in the second wave upon us, the Liberals must, at a minimum, confirm that the contract signed with the Canadian PPE producers ensure that Canada will have first access to PPEs indefinitely, or we risk being outbid once again.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, Edu Alcohol is celebrating its 30th anniversary this year. It is a well-known organization dedicated to making Quebecers more educated and aware of alcohol consumption. For 30 years, in campaign after campaign, Edu Alcohol has helped change mindsets and help people adopt healthier attitudes in a relationship with alcohol. We're proud of what has been achieved. Quebecers still drink, but not as excessively as elsewhere in Canada, and the number of deadly accidents caused by drinking and driving has dropped by 20% in 30 years. Great progress has been made, but we must continue. These challenges are going to continue to be the focus of work by Edu Alcohol, and Edu Alcohol will work to help end family, sexual, and partner violence due to drinking, and will also help to end drinking and driving under the influence. Moderation is much better.
De Mégantic-L'Érable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. blasted COVID. I'm a business owner. The government closed my shop and then reopened it. My clients prefer to use their computers. I'm a restaurateur. My dining room closed and I was asked to reinvent myself, but my fridges are still full again. I'm a therapist. My waiting room is empty, but I cannot ease your pain and I'm suffering because I can't help you. I'm a young entrepreneur. My clients never showed up. My dream is dying. I don't know if I'll be strong enough to start over. I'm a student. Since I was little, I was told all about prom and parties and university, and today I go on TikTok for laughs between 2 remote classes. I'm a business owner. I have lots of energy, but my shop has closed. I'm depressed because I'm shut in all the time. I'm a senior. I've reached the age of freedom, but I've never felt as abandoned as I do now. My grandkids have arrived, but I've never met them. I'm someone who has not yet been named. I've not talked about on the TV. The governments have forgotten me. I have no one to talk to. I'm an MP. I can't shake people's hands anymore, but I still need to reassure so many people. Despite your mask talk, our hearts and our ears are open. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in the House to pay tribute to the hard work of community organizations in Vaudreuil-Soulanges. These organizations have continued to provide essential services to those in the greatest need in my community throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. To support their work, the Community Support Emergency Fund has paid out over $350,000 to many community organizations in my riding. I'm thinking, among others, of Café de la Débrouille Café, the Centre d'Action Bénévole, l'Actuel, the Centre Notre-Dame de Fatima, Le Versant, MRC de Vaudreuil-Soulanges, Parrainage Civique, and Réseau Emploi Entrepreneurship. Their contributions have made a huge difference to our community during these very difficult times. And on behalf of everyone in Vaudreuil-Soulanges, I wish to thank them. It is by working together that we will survive.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, around the world, countries are procuring hundreds of millions of rapid tests. The WHO procured 120 million, the United States 165 million, France is performing 1 million tests a week, and Italy now has 30-minute tests at their airport. But on Friday, we learned that this government is blocking Manitoba from being able to procure their own rapid tests. The Prime Minister has been months late on securing rapid tests for Canadians. Why are they now making the provinces go to the back of the line as well?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me just begin by congratulating the member opposite on his election as Leader of the Official Opposition, and to say how pleased I was by his and his wife's recovery from COVID-19. I share the member opposite's view that rapid testing is absolutely essential to our health. It is absolutely essential to our economic recovery. That's why I'm pleased we bought 7.9 million rapid tests last week.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister said rapid tests are essential, but her own minister is sending mixed signals from the federal government. Last month, the health minister said that provinces were free to develop and deploy their own rapid tests. 9 days later, the health minister told the government of Manitoba that they could not buy the recently approved Health Canada test. The health minister has flip-flopped on the border, on the risks of COVID, on the use of masks, and now on rapid tests. When will the government stop interfering in provincial COVID plans?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me say that the Health Minister is a cherished colleague who is doing a fantastic job. When it comes to provinces and the fight against the coronavirus, this is an effort that we must undertake together. That is why over the summer we agreed the Safe Restart Agreement, $19 billion to the provinces to support their fight against coronavirus, and another $2 billion for the safe restart of schools.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, several regions of our country have to fight with a second wave. We've had to make sacrifices to fight against COVID, but yesterday there were more than 1,000 new cases. If we don't have rapid testing, people have more chance of spreading this virus. The Prime Minister promised quick testing 6 months ago, And after all this time, we're still wondering, how come rapid testing is not ready for the second wave? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you. I agree with the Leader of the Opposition in terms of what Quebec and the provinces are doing, and I support these measures. It's very important, and we have to work with Quebec. In terms of rapid testing, we purchased 7.9 million rapid tests last week, and the tests will be in Canada next week.
Mr. Speaker, they just ordered tests 6 months after they promised they would. Their slow response is impacting millions of Canadians. In Quebec, it's the long lineups. In Ontario, it's the labs who are stretched to the limit. In Manitoba, it's confusion over buying rapid tests. Mr. Speaker, when is the Prime Minister going to take the health of Canadians seriously and roll out a real plan for rapid testing?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. The Prime Minister, and indeed I believe all members of this House, take the health of Canadians extremely seriously. When it comes to rapid testing, I was very pleased that last week we were able to announce the procurement of 7.9 million rapid tests. Those tests will be in Canada next week, and we will have more to announce about rapid tests very soon.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians and Quebecers know that the Liberal government refused to close borders in time for ideological reasons. The New York Times showed that there was nothing scientific in the idea of keeping the borders open. The Prime Minister preferred to follow the WHO's erroneous policies rather than listening to Canadians. How come the Prime Minister did not want to close the border when he should have? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. If I may, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to correct one small thing. Quebecers are Canadians. With respect to the border, I have to say that I'm very proud of our government's policy, particularly with respect to the border with the United States. We were successful in limiting non-essential travel, and at the same time, trade that is so essential was able to continue. And we're going to continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, we're in the midst of a second wave in Quebec. More than 1,100 new cases today. It's incredible. And our health system is bursting at the seams. And yet, Ottawa is refusing to not increase health transfers to treat Quebecers. They're being stubborn. And this government spent over 300 billion on the pandemic, but only 500 million in health transfers for people during a health crisis. That's 15 cents on every $100 spent. 15 cents for health. When are they going to do their fair share? The Honourable Deputy Minister. Mr. Speaker, I agree entirely that the second wave is very serious, and we're taking it seriously. And this is why we reached an agreement on the safe restart, and we're looking at almost $300 billion for Quebec and for the safe recovery. The Honourable for La Prairie. These numbers speak for themselves. Quebec and the provinces said they had a shortfall of $28 billion, and they asked for into health transfers, and they only got $500 million. That's what they're asking in health. But the provinces and Quebec are asking you for more health to treat people. And health care workers are asking for more help. And what are you waiting for? So you can help Quebecers to receive care. The Honourable Deputy Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand very well how serious this situation is. And this is exactly why that we gave Quebec nearly $3 billion for its economic recovery and for health measures. We also helped seniors in Quebec with the Canadian Armed Forces. We were there when Quebec needed us, and we will always be there for Quebecers. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are clearly in the second wave of the COVID crisis, but the same problems continue. We are afraid for our seniors in long-term health care, and it's hard to have access to COVID-19 testing. So what's the plan for the second wave? What is the plan to improve access to testing for COVID-19? And what's the plan to help our seniors in long-term care? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you very much for the question. Our plan is to continue to work closely with the provinces, with the territories, and with municipalities. In terms of rapid testing, last week we purchased 7.9 million rapid tests, and in terms of our approach, over the summer, for Safe Restart, we set aside $19 million to help provinces and territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that we are not headed in the wrong direction. The Prime Minister said, quote, "We're not going in the right direction." But the Prime Minister is the sole person responsible for steering our country in the right direction. But the Prime Minister isn't taking action. Right now in Ontario, there are 49 outbreaks in long-term care homes where hundreds of seniors are infected with COVID-19. But we know that these problems have existed before. So what is the plan? What is the plan to help our seniors? When will families know that their loved ones in long-term care homes are finally safe?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I must agree with the Leader of the NDP about one thing. We truly are at a crossroads when it comes to COVID-19. The second wave is here right now, particularly acute in Quebec and in Ontario, and each one of us has a responsibility to do everything we can to flatten that curve. When it comes to fighting the coronavirus, we are committed to continuing to work in close collaboration with the provinces, with the territories, with municipalities. It's the Canadian way, and we're going to keep on doing it.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. The Canadian way to solve problems is to work together, but unfortunately in March, during the first wave, the Liberal government dragged its heels on the border issue. We have to recognize this. During the second wave, the Liberal government is still dragging its heels about recognizing rapid testing. 1,200 new cases in Quebec today, and sometimes people have to wait a week for testing results. How come the government is still dragging its heels on this file? The Honourable Health Minister.
Opposite is right. We actually have to work incredibly hard together, provinces, territories, and local public health units to fight the second wave of COVID-19. And we know that testing is one aspect of controlling COVID-19. So is a strong contact tracing regime, and so is isolation of close contacts. Mr. Speaker, we've been there for provinces and territories, including all Canadians across this country. We'll continue to work with provinces and territories. This is a very, very sneaky virus, and we know that all hands on board is what we need to get through it together. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. There's no results. We're not seeing any. They closed the borders in March, and we're facing rapid testing issues. But in March, there was results. There was testing that was provided results in 15 days. So there are results. Japan has seen them. How come Canada is dragging its heels in terms of rapid testing?
The premise of the question of the member opposite is incorrect. We've had rapid testing in Canada for several months. In fact, we have nearly 70 gene expert machines across the country in provinces and territories and rural and remote communities to protect Indigenous communities. And we've continued to add tests as they become available in Canada. In fact, the Abbott test is our third test to approve. That is a rapid test. We'll continue to work with manufacturers, with provinces and territories to be there no matter what it takes. Thank you.
The Honourable for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, if everything's going so well, how come Quebec is still waiting? People still have to wait a week to get results. Some people are lucky, can have the results in a few hours. Good for them. But most Canadians can't get results in a reasonable time frame. How come the government has dragged its heels for so long on rapid testing?
I know that the provinces of Quebec and Ontario in particular are struggling with their testing strategies and with their capacity. We're there, Mr. Speaker, for provinces and territories that need additional help. We have a rapid response program where we go into different jurisdictions to support them, whether it's with contact tracing needs, whether it's with human resources for long-term care, whether it's with epidemiological expertise. Mr. Speaker, we've been there for provinces and territories. We'll continue to be there for provinces and territories because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, no matter where a Canadian lives, they deserve excellence in health care. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Well, the minister just claimed that there was rapid tests for Canadians, yet Carl Skodstad in Thunder Bay said he had to wait 9 days to get his toddler tested. If you're keeping your kid at home for 2 weeks and you have to stay at home, that's difficult on families and the child's education. So she's claiming that there's rapid tests. Carl says there isn't. Who's right? The incompetent health minister or Carl?
The honourable minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, my heart goes out to Carl because, of course, it's challenging. He's absolutely right. When we're waiting for results of tests to determine whether or not we can continue with our life. Mr. Speaker, we've been working very closely with the province of Ontario to deal with the backlog of nearly 78,000 tests or so that they are experiencing. Mr. Speaker, of course, as they refine their testing strategy, we're there with them to provide additional supports in clearing that backlog. Mr. Speaker, we'll be there for Ontarians, including Carl, including all Ontarians across the province, to make sure that they get the test that they need when they need it.
The honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
But that's the point. The government hasn't been there for Carl. And in fact, in Thunder Bay, Dr. Stuart Kennedy, the physician leading up the COVID-19 response at the Thunder Bay Regional Health Sciences Centre, says that the turnaround time test for COVID-19 is problematic. It's because they don't have access to rapid tests. That's this minister's job. And if she can't even do the job in her own backyard, what hope does the rest of Canada have? When are we going to have access to rapid tests?
Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I speak with Dr. Kennedy every single week on the situation in Thunder Bay, and so I'm excited that the member opposite knows so much about my own home community. I gladly include her in briefings with the department if she wishes to take me up on understanding the challenges that Ontario is facing, including on testing capacity. In fact, in Thunder Bay, they have the capacity to do 300 lab tests, but the rest they don't have the capacity to process. So we're going to be there for Ontario, Mr. Speaker, along with all other provinces and territories as they continue to work through testing strategies that make sense and that will work for all Canadians. Thank you.
Honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
If only there was some way to rapidly test people in Canada, let's say at home, using tests that have been approved around the world that other countries have, maybe we could have more access to tests. Yep. The minister fundamentally doesn't understand this. She sat on her thumbs for months. Carl, her head of her hospital, they're telling her this, and she's like, yeah, this is great, it's fine. This government is incompetent, and it's killing people. There are people that can't see their loved ones, they can't go to work because of the lack of rapid tests, and they sit here and try and sell us that it's okay. When are we getting rapid tests?
The honourable minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I reiterate my offer for the member opposite to be fully briefed by my department on what a comprehensive testing strategy looks like, because clearly when she indicates that perhaps people could test themselves at home and that would solve our problem, she's indicating a lack of awareness that in fact once people receive the test, something has to be done with that test, Mr. Speaker, and that's where the real work begins with public health in the terms of contact tracing and isolation of close contacts. Mr. Speaker, I'm on the ground every single week talking to public health units at local levels to understand what their challenges are, and I certainly invite her to take the briefing at her convenience.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, small businesses such as restaurants and bar survived the first wave of COVID by going into debt, but this is no longer an option. Loans aren't enough. If we want to avoid thousands of bankruptcies during the second wave, we have to help companies pay their fixed costs. Quebec has established a forgivable financial aid for fixed costs and is asking Ottawa to participate. Since April, the Bloc has been asking Ottawa for help with fixed costs. Quebec has taken action, but what is the federal government waiting for? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, which is a very important one. In the speech from the throne, we promised help for SMEs to pay their fixed costs. And this is more important than ever as we are in the second wave of COVID, and provinces and Quebec have taken strong measures to face this. So we really have to be there, and we will be. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagotte. Mr. Speaker, what the government announced Friday was more loans. But there are limits to how much debt bars and restaurants can take on. We've reached the limit of what we can carry forward. In the throne speech, the government promised to help companies who have to shut their doors for public health reasons. When will they finally walk the talk? Will Ottawa join the Quebec government and offer support for fixed costs for businesses in red zones? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. The answer is yes. And I've discussed this issue with Éric Girard yesterday evening. I am going to speak to him again this evening. And I have a question for the Bloc. When we've done the technical work on this, I hope the Bloc will vote in favour of it. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, few sectors have suffered as much from COVID as the cultural industry. Life was just getting back when theatres and cinemas were once again closed. Our artists are now in lockdown again, and they're worried. Quebec has announced assistance for ticket income in the throne speech. Ottawa has committed to specific support for the cultural sector aside from the CERB and the wage subsidy, because we know it's not enough to save this industry. It says that it will provide support for other industries such as tourism, but current programs aren't enough. What is Ottawa waiting to announce something? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We're also very concerned by the situation in the arts and cultural sector. That's why our government has provided $4 billion in assistance for this sector to get through this very serious crisis, including $500,000 in emergency funding and $50 million last week, so that filming for TV and films can resume in Quebec, and will always be there for the arts and cultural sector. Thank you very much. The Honourable for Charlebourg, Saint-Charles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The arrogance of the Liberal Party starts at the top and is trickling down to its MPs. We want this government to prioritize rapid testing, but instead of taking responsibility for their inaction, they're blaming others. Last week, the member for Gatineau attacked officials at Outaouais Health by saying that often in the Outaouais region, health decisions are made that leave people puzzled. Will the Prime Minister call him to order and ask him to apologize? The Honourable Minister for Health.
It's important that we understand, all of us in this House, that every public health official, every healthcare worker, every person in our healthcare systems across the country at local, provincial, and federal levels are working flat out to protect Canadians' health. I think that in this side of the House, and certainly I would hope all of us understand that we owe a debt of gratitude to these hardworking professionals who, in many cases, have not slept for months.
The Honourable for Charlebourg, Saint-Charles. Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly why the comments made by the member for Gatineau are shameful. At a time when we should be grateful to our healthcare professionals, the Liberals are attacking them. Many of our healthcare workers are tired, overworked, and need support, but instead, the member for Gatineau has chosen to insult healthcare workers by questioning their supply strategies and their management abilities. Will the member rise in this House and apologize for his paternalistic attitude? Yes or no?
Speaker, I think I can say that all of us have a profound respect for the work of healthcare workers all across this country, regardless of which area that they're working in. Mr. Speaker, we know that we can't get through this without our healthcare workers. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we know that people are learning every single day about this virus, how to manage it, how to contain it, how to deal with the second wave. And Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be part of a government that knows that when it gets hard, we roll up our sleeves and we work even harder.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can we explain why the Gatineau Hospital bought a cutting-edge rapid testing machine for COVID? And the Minister of Quebec told me that we have a Ferrari in the garage, but we're just waiting for permission to use it. So what is the federal government waiting to give Ottawa Health Centre the green light? The Honourable Health Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm unaware of the particular testing device that the member is speaking about, but I will certainly dig in and find out exactly what the delay is and what kind of equipment that they are waiting for. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Local businesses in Edmonton have been hit hard by COVID. Instead of helping small businesses like Fred's Truck Outfitters, this government laid out a flawed rent assistance program that didn't do the job. And now that the Liberals have ended the program without replacing it, Fred and other business owners are left scrambling to stay open as a second wave hits. Small businesses create jobs and contribute to our communities and the country. When will the Prime Minister stand up for small businesses and support them into the second wave?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
I'd like to thank the member from Edmonton Strathcona for that really important question. And personally, I love the small businesses of Edmonton Strathcona in particular. In the speech from the throne, we committed to extending CEBA to support small businesses across the country and to supporting small businesses with their fixed costs, including rent. That is something that we are working on right now with the provinces and with the municipalities. Small businesses do need our continued support, and we're going to be there for them.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
A damning report released today says that the decisions made by the Public Health Agency of Canada put healthcare workers at risk because, unlike other countries, it failed to learn lessons from SARS. Canada's infection rate for healthcare workers is twice that of the global rate. The Nurses Union has not been properly consulted. Some nurses were denied N95 masks, and the safety needs for long-term care homes were ignored. The president of the PHAC stepped down only after 18 months, and now this. Does the minister accept any responsibility, or is she just going to point fingers again?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, I accepted full responsibility and insisted that the union, CFNU, this Canadian Federation of Nurses Union, was at the table as guidance continued to be developed for the appropriate use of personal protective equipment in hospital and clinical settings. In fact, the CFNU was included in those guidance documents. Their suggestions were included, and updated guidance was released. And we will continue to work with unions who protect the health and safety of workers across this country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, in Halifax West and across Nova Scotia, we're seeing a concerning decline in housing affordability. The government's taken important steps to help Canadians find an affordable place to call home with the National Housing Strategy, which has had a real impact for communities across Canada. Still, many Nova Scotians are concerned about paying rent. Could the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development please provide an update to the House on the measures being taken to make rent more affordable?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank my honourable colleague from Halifax West for his question and his strong advocacy on behalf of his constituents and on housing issues in general. We know that people in Nova Scotia and across the country have been worried about making ends meet during these challenging times. That's why I am so pleased that last week we were able to launch the Canada-Nova Scotia Targeted Housing Benefit, which will provide up to 6,100 households in the province with an average of over $200 a month to help cover the cost of housing. This is real help going directly into the pockets of Nova Scotians, and this is another example of the National Housing Strategy at work, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Carleton.
Thank you. L'Allemagne,
Germany, the UK, and Japan are also dealing with COVID-19, but their unemployment rate is half ours here in Canada. Not only do we have double the unemployment rate of those three countries, we also have the highest unemployment rate in the G7, 3% higher than the OECD. We have the worst jobs record here in Canada among the entire G7. And it's because of this government's policies. Will this government do away with its anti-employment policies to allow Canadians to get back to work? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives do not want to admit it, but our economic policy is working for workers. You don't have to take my word for it. I quote, Canada is ahead of the United States in terms of job levels. 2/3 of lost jobs have been recovered by August, and it's only 55% in the U.S. And I believe the U.S. is a G7 country.
crisis with a much higher unemployment rate than the United States of America because of the anti-job policies of this government. And right now, today, this country has higher unemployment than the U.S., the U.K., Japan, Germany, Italy, France, 3 percentage points higher than across the OECD. That is the result of a failed jobs policy here in Canada. When will this government get out of the way so that Canada gets out of last place?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to remind the member for Carleton that going into this crisis, Canada had the lowest unemployment rate we have had in 40 years. And I believe that there were a few Conservative governments during that period. They didn't hit our record. Now, when it comes to international comparison, I think the better metric is labor force participation. Canada is at 78.5%. Australia is only at 77.5%. The U.S. at 73%. At South Korea at 62.1%. We're higher than all of those countries, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Over the weekend, a gangland shooting occurred where the targets were connected to an international money laundering syndicate. Now, these individuals are linked to the Chinese Communist Party efforts to interfere in Canadian politics and disrupt this country's institutions. These same people have rubbed shoulders with well-known Liberals, including former MP Joe Pesca-Solito, former Minister Raymond Chan, former Liberal Party insider Michael Ching. When will these Liberals temper their affection for the Chinese Communist Party and protect Canada's democracy?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me be very clear that our government is actually quite firm in dealing with individuals who are attempting to hide their money in Canada and on organized crime. And I would simply remind the member opposite that in their last 4 years in office, they slashed the budget of law enforcement by over $500 million. They closed 12 integrated proceeds of crime unit. And so tough talk about crime and organized crime and protecting Canadians was backed up by very weak action. And Mr. Speaker, we're reversing the cuts and the slashes that they've made, and we're restoring the capacity of our law enforcement agencies to keep us safe.
The Honourable Minister for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, it's clear that cozying up with the Chinese Communist Party comes with serious consequences. And Joe Pesca-Solito, whose ethical violation these Liberals tried to cover up in this House last week, is one of the Liberals connected with the incident. Many of the individuals pictured with these senior Liberals have ties to the United Front, an organization that Beijing has been using to suppress pro-democracy rallies in Hong Kong. The Liberals have had these ties for years. When will the Prime Minister finally condemn those who are actively trying to undermine democracy here and in Hong Kong?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from the Conservatives when it comes to dealing with China.
Speaker. We were the first country in the world to suspend our extradition treaty with Hong Kong, Mr. Speaker. We suspended the export of sensitive equipment to Hong Kong, Mr. Speaker. We're going to announce measure on immigration with respect to Hong Kong, Mr. Speaker. At every step of the way, we have fought for human rights. We're standing up for the people of Hong Kong and the 300,000 Canadians who live in Hong Kong.
Order. I just want to remind the honourable members, usually when the Speaker stands, it means everybody stay quiet. Thank you. And I just want to remind the honourable members that I heard some words, I kind of know where it came from, but be careful on the parliamentary language that you're using. Calling someone else's name is not something that we encourage in the House. Actually, we discourage it. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, the Quebec government had to shut down restaurants and bars. The next day, they announced support for restaurants and bars. The Quebec government also had to shut down theatres. The next day, they announced support for theatres. The government of Canada had to shut down airports. 6 months later, still no help for them. While the transport minister is mulling things over, other countries are supporting their airlines. When's he going to do something? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'd like to reassure him we are working very hard to find assistance for the airlines in Canada. We know they've been hard hit by this pandemic, and I assure you this is a priority to this government to find solutions to ensure that the airlines are on a sound footing when the economy bounces back. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. It's been a long wait, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, with the borders closed, it was going to be tough for the airlines. They've lost 90% of their sales volume. It's tragic, but still no help from Ottawa. The U.S., for example, has committed $20 billion for airports alone. All this government has done is give Montreal and Quebec City airports a rent holiday, nothing at all for the regions. The airlines are crucial to the economy. 70,000 jobs are at stake. That's over 70,000 families waiting, Mr. Speaker. When is the minister going to do something? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we said, this is a priority for us. And it was in the throne speech we clearly undertook to help the regions because the regions have to be served just like every other part of the country. We acknowledge that it's important to do this. It is part of the solution, and we are working on the big picture solution. And once we have something to say, we will say it.
Prince George. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George, I believe, is on mute.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me now?
There we go. You're on.
Mr. Speaker, Mental Illness Awareness Week is designed to open the eyes of all Canadians to the reality of mental illness. It's incumbent on all of us as leaders of our great country to commit to doing better, being better when it comes to understanding the very real impact of mental illness and injury. Last week, the Minister of Employment made a snide comment about having PTSD as it related to the Phoenix pay system. It's comments like this that further stigmatize and minimizes the impact mental illness and injury have on those suffering in the shadows. Will the Minister apologize to the thousands of Canadians fighting mental illness and injury for this ridiculous comment?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can say that on this side of the House, all members understand that far too many Canadians are living under the shadows of mental illness, and certainly my heart goes out to them and their families. That's why at the beginning of the pandemic, we added an additional $500 million in direct transfers to provinces and territories to boost up capacity to deal with mental illness. We've also launched the wellnesstogether.ca portal at the very beginning stages of the pandemic. I encourage all Canadians to check out this free resource where they can gain access to professionals that can help them in this time of need.
Honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
So the Minister of Employment will not apologize. Mr. Speaker, too many Canadians are struggling with mental illness in silence. Extended periods of isolation and quarantine has led to increased anxiety, stress, substance abuse, domestic violence, and suicide. COVID has pushed those already suffering further into the shadows. Mental health is a cornerstone of public health, and it's critical to our nation's recovery. There is no health without mental health. Canadians need a plan to address this mental health crisis before we go forward. To go forward, where's the plan, Mr. Speaker?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And all along the way, before the pandemic and including after the pandemic, we've been there for provinces and territories to increase their capacity to support people, Canadians who are living with mental illness, and to improve the mental wellness of all Canadians. And I encourage the member opposite to take a look at the wellnesstogether.ca portal, which adds a federal support to the work that provinces and territories are conducting. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that we all have these open and honest conversations about mental illness and wellness in our own personal lives and in our communities. We must break the stigma. We must help people seek help.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, last December, the Environment Minister declined to order an impact assessment of the Bighorn mine outside of Hinton, saying it would be dealt with by provincial approval. But on July 30th, ministerial discretion was used to designate the Vista mine expansion to be under federal review. Mr. Speaker, when will this government finally admit they don't want any form of natural extraction in Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. He couldn't be farther from the truth, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that we have and continue to support our energy sector workers. Just during this pandemic, Mr. Speaker, we invested over $1.7 billion to help clean up abandoned oil wells. We invested $750 million to support the efforts in the oil sector to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, Mr. Speaker. We've put in place measures to support the workers, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to support all Canadians, regardless what sector they're in. We're going to be there for Canadians.
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, the residents of Brampton East were thrilled to hear about the recent $45 million transit investment made by our federal government, which is one of the largest investments in Brampton Transit in over 10 years. This funding will allow for increased reliability for riders, add capacity while providing cleaner transit options for the wonderful residents in Brampton. Can the Minister of Infrastructure or Parliamentary Secretary please provide insight into our government's plan for clean transit solutions across the country?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Brampton East for this question and for all of his hard work on behalf of his constituents. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to investing in communities as we build back better from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Our Investing in Canada plan means new electric buses, new subways, new bike lanes, new multi-use paths, and we'll continue to invest in public transit and active transportation to help Canadians get to work, back to home, and to their families safely and quickly while creating good jobs, economic growth, and promoting environmentally friendly transportation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, the Tri-City COVID-19 testing clinic was run by 10 doctors who gave up their spare time. It was the only clinic in my community, and sadly, their doors closed on October 2nd. The doctors were burning out. Other countries have had rapid testing for months, but the Liberal government has delayed procuring rapid testing devices, and recently approved Abbott ID Now may not arrive in sufficient amounts for months. Will the Prime Minister admit that his failure at rapid tests has caused the clinic in my community to close?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think the member opposite's story illustrates why we owe healthcare workers such a debt of gratitude during this incredibly demanding time. In fact, all across the country, healthcare workers are tired. They are exhausted, including public health care workers who are doing the hard work of contact tracing and helping people to isolate. Mr. Speaker, we have accelerated access to rapid testing. In fact, this is the Abbott test is the third rapid test that we've approved. We've had almost 70 gene experts around the country in rural and remote communities for a long time. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to work with all kinds of different test manufacturers to make sure that we have the blend of tools we need. Thank you.
The honourable member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, just a minute ago, the Foreign Affairs Minister said that nobody's going to be tougher on China than they are. Well, that's not what he told Chinese state media. Let me quote, and I would say China stands out as a beacon of stability, predictability, a rule-based system, a very inclusive society, close quote. That's this foreign minister. He's saying one thing to Canadians and another thing to Chinese state-owned media. So my question, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the foreign minister is, when is this Liberal government going to temper their affection for the Chinese Communist Party and start putting the interests of this country, of Canadians, first?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that the member allows me to talk about the leadership we have done around the world when it comes to the Chinese issue, Mr. Speaker. The member knows very well when I was referring to that, and Canadians at home understand that the beacon of stability, predictability, and rule of law is Canada, Mr. Speaker. Everyone in Canada understands and around the world. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we can take a stance in the world, talk for human rights, defend the people of Hong Kong, speak with the Uyghur, speak for the Tibetans. We will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker, at every opportunity.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All Western Canadians, including our premiers, want to be equal partners in Confederation. Canada's economic recovery plan must be inclusive by considering and respecting the wealth of all provinces, including their natural resources. At a time, Mr. Speaker, when our country so desperately needs to come together, the divisive attitude and actions of the Prime Minister and his government are very disturbing. When will the Prime Minister stop his childish mocking of the concerns of Western Canada and finally begin to address our needs?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government has for many months worked collaboratively with Western premiers and indeed premiers across the country to meet the economic and public health needs of their citizens. I had a conversation with the Premier of Alberta, for example, a few days ago. Very constructive, very positive conversation about what we can do together to support the people of Alberta and to work together to help Canadians in the economic crisis and the public health crisis that all Canadians face.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout the pandemic, the government has made it a priority to support Indigenous communities, which has helped contain the spread of COVID-19 and keep people safe. Our government has committed to walk the path of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples and has been focused on implementing commitments made in 2019. Can the Minister of Justice please update the House on our commitment to introduce the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member from Brampton North for her tireless efforts on behalf of Indigenous peoples and the reconciliation process. Our government is committed to advancing the rights of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis across the country as we walk the path of reconciliation together. As part of that work, we have committed to introducing legislation to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples by the end of 2020. We have been working closely with national Indigenous organizations on a path forward that is adapted to the new circumstances imposed by the pandemic, while collaborating with Indigenous partners and rights holders on the development of the legislation. We look forward to having more to share soon.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday vigils were held across the country to honor, remember, and demand justice for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Indigenous women in my riding, frustrated by the inaction of this government, started the Little Red Dress Project to raise money to put up billboards with names and faces of missing Indigenous women and girls across Vancouver Island. Mr. Speaker, is this what it has come to? Fundraising to save lives? What will it take for this government to move past empty words and actually help to save the lives of Indigenous women and girls in this country?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I share the concern of the member, and I too participated yesterday in October 4th as we honor the lives of those that have gone missing and support the families of the MMIW, G2S, and gender diverse people across this country. Our government is determined to work with all provinces and territories in responding to the first ever national inquiry to make sure that the families can seek justice, receive support, and that we will put in the concrete actions to stop this national tragedy.
Member for Vancouver Grenville.
Canadians are horrified by the racism witnessed during the tragic death of Joyce Echaquan. Of course, racism is not new. Indigenous peoples, even those in this chamber, including myself, have experienced racism throughout the history of Canada. Racism occurs in all sectors of society, including governments and political parties. This must change. To the Minister, do you agree that not nearly enough has been done by your government to combat Indigenous-specific racism? Assuming you do, what new concrete and specific actions will you take to combat it? Will you call it out always, and not only when it reaches the front pages?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister, there we go. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This traumatizing and dehumanizing event that occurred in the death of Joyce Echaquan was an expression of the absolute worst face of racism. Systemic racism in our healthcare system is a national problem, and we must face the reality that our institutions continue to fail Indigenous peoples. It's essential that there be a timely, transparent investigation. We welcome Quebec's decision to act swiftly on the inquest. We know that this is not limited to the healthcare system and expresses itself across all institutions of government. And while much has been done in the last 5 years, much more remains, and we'll continue to work on it diligently and call it out wherever it occurs. I thank the member for her question.
That's all the time we have for questions today. C'est tout le temps qu'on a. Okay. We'll take it. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. I see that the Minister of Justice is joining us. Good. Ms. Lametti, Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Haidu, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Lametti, appuyé.
Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Haidu, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill.
Quand ce projet de loi...
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de
Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Mr. Garrison, seconded by Ms. Matheson, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Controlling or Coercive Conduct. Cette motion est députée.
This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member.
For Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, today private members' bill that would help address domestic violence in Canada by making controlling or coercive conduct in an intimate relationship a criminal offence. Right now, police often lack the ability to intervene in domestic violence cases before physical violence takes place, even though significant harm may already have been inflicted on one of the partners. People living in fear of violence should not have to wait to experience violence before receiving help and protection. This bill acknowledges that victims of controlling or coercive conduct suffer serious harms that are not overtly violent. Harms resulting from fear of violence often include declining mental and physical health and limitations on the partner's ability to carry on an independent and autonomous life. During this pandemic, governments have told Canadians to stay home to stay safe. But unfortunately, not every home is a safe place. In fact, I know in my riding and in most communities, police have seen a spike in domestic violence calls during this pandemic. Creating a new offense of controlling or coercive conduct will not only help stop serious harm already being suffered, but it will also facilitate earlier intervention by police, which may avert physical violence later on. If this bill had been in force, it might have been possible to prevent the Portapique shootings in Nova Scotia earlier this year. These shootings began with an independent incident of domestic violence between individuals whose problematic relationships have been brought to the attention of police by neighbors and friends numerous times, though without ever rising to the level of physical violence that would have allowed police to act. This bill will fill that gap. Mr. Speaker, the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime has recently called for adding this kind of provision to our criminal code, and a similar bill has been enacted in the UK. I hope the government will support this private member's bill and help facilitate its early passage through the House. Thank you.
Before continuing, I just want to remind all the members that it is a succinct explanation that they give after they come up, and I just want to point that out. Mr. Garrison, seconded by Ms. Matheson, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Et voilà. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de...
Presenting petitions.
Sonia Lampton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first one is from a group of constituents in my riding that are concerned about the situation in Kashmir. They are concerned that there are human rights violations going on and are calling on the Canadian government to lift the curfew that's been going on for 4 months, withdraw the 900,000 plus armed troops, return the 13,000 Kashmiri boys abducted, and to demand Mr. Modi give freedom back to the Kashmiri people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, on that one. Now, the second one is about small business owners, and they are calling on the government to take the lead on implementing policies that will help businesses succeed, including reducing EI and CPP premiums, repealing the federal carbon tax, making it easy to sell a business to a family member as it is to a stranger, cutting red tape and policies and guidelines, and balancing the budget within the next 5 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
De pétition, honorable député de...
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
For me to present to this House a petition put forward by Tina Smith-Brooks, a member of my community who lives in Rigaud. She's a business owner and a very active member. She puts forward a petition calling upon the Government of Canada to implement quantifiable targets to transition to organics, offer education and financial support to Canadians to increase organic agriculture and food processing, giving all Canadians better access, and require government buildings to purchase organics and protect Canadians' health from the dangers of conventional farming processes while healing the environment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be presenting 5 petitions in the House today. The first petition is with respect to C7. Timely, it's the same bill under the same number that the Justice Minister just tabled, although maybe we see some differences in the text. This petition refers to some changes that were in the last version of C7, which removed vital safeguards associated with the euthanasia regime. Petitioners are concerned that that bill sought to eliminate the 10-day reflection period and also eliminate requirements around witnesses. Petitioners believe that those safeguards should remain in place. The second petition deals with the challenges experienced by the Sikh and Hindu minority in Afghanistan. Petitioners highlight various instances of violence that have targeted this community and call for a response from the Government of Canada. In particular, they'd like to see the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship use the powers granted to him to create a special program to help persecuted minorities in Afghanistan. I know that there was a letter recently on this issue that was signed by members of the Conservative as well as New Democratic Party and Green Party caucus. The third petition that I present is with respect to organ harvesting and trafficking. Petitioners are supportive of various legislative initiatives which have sought to make it a criminal offense for a Canadian to go abroad and receive an organ without consent. Petition number 4 is with respect to the rights of firearms owners. Petitioners note that the vast majority of gun crime involves illegal guns, often smuggled into Canada, and petitioners point out that The order in council brought in by this government on May the 1st is really an act of misdirection, not focusing on the real problem. It proposes that the order in council be reversed and instead the government bring forward necessary measures to address the real cause of gun crime, that being illegal guns and in particular smuggled guns. The fifth and final petition draws attention to the horrific abuses facing Uyghur Muslims in China, and it calls for a meaningful response from the government. In other words, more than just words. In particular, the petition asks that the government formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been subject to genocide, and it asks the government to use the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, or the Magnitsky Act, to sanction those responsible for the heinous crimes being committed against Uyghur people. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I will be tabling two petitions in the House. The first one is on herbicides in the forestry industry. This one is specifically for the Minister of Health, talking about the impacts of herbicide in the forestry industry. This is from the citizens of Cathet Regional District and Powell River. Their concern is the use of herbicides and the impacts that they have on biodiversity, harm for local water sources, accelerate climate change, and worsen forest fires. It calls for a ban on the use of herbicides in the forestry industry in all of Canada, with the exception of addressing invasive species, Mr. Speaker. The second petition that I am tabling today is support for Motion 1, a Green New Deal. This one was signed by numerous citizens across Canada. It's in support of the member from New West Burnaby, calling for a Green New Deal in Canada to prevent the catastrophic climate change and ensure a just transition and an economy that works for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions. The first represents the voices of 35,255 Canadians calling on the government to protect human life. These signatories call on this chamber to enact legislation granting full legal protection to the child not yet born from the beginning of his or her biological development as a human being. They also urge this House of Commons to show leadership in fostering a life-sustaining society. I hope we heed their voices in this chamber. When we fail to protect the right to life of some, we undermine the right to life for all. The second, Mr. Speaker, is a petition regarding sex-selective abortion. These petitioners note that sex selection is antithetical to our commitment to equality between men and women, and that 84% of Canadians agree that it should be illegal to have an abortion simply because a family does not want a child to be a certain sex. The petitioners call on this chamber to pass a criminal code prohibition of sex-selective abortion. Members of this House will have the opportunity to pass Bill C-233 to address this inequality, and I encourage all members to do exactly that.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour and privilege to present this petition today, E-Petition 2759. It's got 2,287 signatures, and it's put forward by Annemie Paul from Toronto Centre, who is the new Green Party leader. This calls for the Government of Canada to proclaim August 1st as Emancipation Day and to celebrate it on that day each year. It notes that the transatlantic slave trade brought people of African descent to Canada in the early 1600s, and the practice of slavery was also inflicted on Indigenous people, and it continued until it was abolished by the British Empire on August 1st, 1834. Canada's history of enslavement, racial segregation, marginalization has had a devastating impact on people of African descent. The existence of systemic anti-black racism in education, housing, employment, health, criminal justice, politics, and other areas can be directly traced to the history of slavery in Canada. And Canada has neither recognized nor educated the public adequately about the historical facts related to slavery and the anti-black racism it has produced. Black Canadians have made outstanding contributions to Canada in every field, which is all the more remarkable given the legacy of slavery. It is necessary to recognize the history of Black Canadians in order to build a more just society free of discrimination. So I'm hoping that we can pronounce August 1st as Emancipation Day in Canada each and every year. Thank you.
I want to remind the honourable members when presenting petitions to be as succinct as possible. I know that's very important to us, and we want to make sure that a lot of it gets out, but try to be as succinct as possible. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure I table a petition signed by many residents of Winnipeg North, calling upon the government to look at ways in which the OAS can be supported to the degree of looking at those seniors that need the additional support. So it's with pleasure that I table this petition today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to present virtually a petition that comes from a number of organizations in the field of international development assistance. It is petition 10865856 and it's in the area of climate finance. It calls for the Government of Canada to ensure that funds provided to developing countries for climate action recognize the needs of adaptation, recognize the needs of women, and the projects target gender equality. The petitioner specifically asks that at least 50% of Canada's public climate finance for developing countries go towards adaptation, as well as substantial support for gender equality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. I just want to remind all the members who presented a petition in the House to please bring it to the table themselves. Unfortunately, the pages, we don't want to expose them to any dangers or any COVID viruses, so please remember to bring the petitions to the table. S'il vous plaît, amenez les pétitions à la table.
Please bring the petitions to the tables yourselves, because we do not want to put our pages in danger.
Paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Allowed to stand? Agreed? Agreed. Very good. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, adresse en réponse au discours du trône.
Address in response to the speech from the throne.
Debate. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's been quite a while since I've been physically present here in the House, my first day back, partly because of the COVID pandemic and partly because the Prime Minister decided to shut down Parliament and prorogue to get away from the WE scandal that was damaging his reputation due to the Liberal corruption and involvement there. So as I'm here today, I want to say 2020 has been a difficult year for everyone. And my heart goes out to those Canadians that have suffered in many ways, loss of a loved one, separation, isolation, and we all need to work together to do the right thing and move forward. So as is my habit when it comes to the throne speech, I'm going to talk about what I liked in the throne speech, what I didn't like in the throne speech, and what I thought was missing in the throne speech. So in terms of what I liked, first of all, there was a lot of noble ideas, things that the citizens of Sarnia-Lambton could agree with and get behind, but without any evidence that action was going to be taken. Now, this is the third throne speech that I've had the pleasure of hearing, and this one was really reminiscent of 2015, with a lot of the same buzz phrases like the middle class and those, hoping to join them, and a whole of government approach, which nobody really knows what that means anyway. Resiliency, agility, all these little buzzwords. But again, it was really mostly a regurgitation of promises that had been previously made. Addressing the opioid crisis. Definitely, I think that's a priority. But that was a promise made by the government years ago, and we're having more deaths from the opioid crisis than from the COVID crisis. And if we think about some of the other things that were in the speech, pharmacare. They've been talking about pharmacare from the Liberals since 1992, and we continue to not see anything. I was noticing pay equity for women. And you remember I was on the Pay Equity Committee when I was first elected in 2015, and there's been really no action taken, and it's been 5 years. So where is that? The Truth and Reconciliation recommendations. This government has said that the relationship with the Indigenous peoples is their priority. It's their number one. But since 2015, where's the action on the Truth and Reconciliation recommendations? And achieving the Paris targets by 2030. Well, certainly, you know, that's a noble theme because those targets came from the previous Conservative government. But the reality is that they're not going to achieve the 2030 targets, and now they're talking about exceeding those targets. So again, things that may be noble, but where's the action? One of my constituents pointed it out that the promise to plant 2 billion trees in 10 years is way behind. And if they want to start and get going, they're going to have to plant 945 trees each day for the next 10 years. So that's another promise that I don't really believe. I don't think that's going to happen. Affordable housing. Affordable housing is something that we desperately need in my riding, and I have been waiting. This government's been talking since I got elected about a national housing strategy and affordable housing. And I don't know if the money is just going to the Liberal ridings and not to the Conservative ridings, but I'm still waiting, and it is a crisis and something we need to get behind. Now, I was very happy to see something about seniors in the throne speech because in the past, well, in 2015, they eliminated the Minister of Seniors, which, you know, seemed wrong. And of course, half of the people in Sarnia-Lambton are over 60, so seniors is important. And I saw that we're going to take action on long-term care. Certainly, this pandemic has shown us that we need to do something there. But there needs to be a recognition that, you know, if we come with national standards for long-term care, it's a no-brainer to say that more resources are going to be needed. There's more helpers needed, not enough workers, which will increase the cost of long-term care. And then how will the many seniors living on a fixed income be able to pay for that? Especially single seniors that are some of the poorest in the country. So again, although there were a lot of noble themes, a lot of them just a regurgitation of old promises. Now, what I didn't like in the throne speech was, you know, the way that the response to the COVID-19 has rolled out. It's been a gong show from the beginning. I mean, from the time that the health minister said there was very little risk to Canadians, to the time that they said, well, border controls don't work. And then they flip-flopped on the mask issue. And I have been sending rapid tests for approval to the Minister of Health since April of this year. So to see that they're nowhere still on rapid tests in terms of implementing those, that's a big deal. It's especially a big deal in my riding because it's a border riding. And so I've got lots of folks that are intermarried. There are people that have not been able to come and see their dying parents, attend weddings, attend funerals. A lot of people own property on both sides. And so rapid tests would be a great way to make sure that people could be tested for COVID, be negative, come across, you know, do what they need to do in order to be part of their families and return without risking Canadians. And so it's incredibly important to get this out and not just to say the words, but to get it implemented and implemented in a protocol at the border that I did suggest to the health minister. Now, some of the other things I didn't like. Obviously, Sarnia-Lambton is 30% of the petrochemical, oil and gas production in the country. And there was no addressing of Western alienation and the oil and gas industry. I see nothing but further erosion with respect to this very important industry. And I want to say that I've got 3 refineries in my riding, Suncor, Shell, and Imperial Oil, ExxonMobil. And we heard today about the job cuts from Suncor. The day that the clean fuel standards looked like they were being put in place, Shell went up for sale. The Imperial Oil refineries are saying it's existential to them if they don't get an exemption from that clean fuel standard. It will cost $3 or $4 billion a year, and they can actually be more competitive in other parts of the world. So those are things that I didn't like to see in the throne speech. I also didn't like the single-use plastics ban that was announced. You know, this is hypocrisy from a government that gave $35 million to Nova Chemicals in my riding to incentivize them to build their $2 billion expansion in Sarnia-Lambton instead of in Texas. And so, of course, they had to make concessions on the carbon tax because that was not going to be competitive with Texas. And we're talking about 1,500 jobs each year for the next 5 years and then a bunch of permanent jobs. And now the government comes and says they're going to ban single-use plastics and puts this project at risk. These are Canadian jobs. And, you know, single-use plastics is not the problem in Canada. I would point out that in the middle of the pandemic, in order to keep every Canadian safe, every bit of food you got from any place was packaged in individual single-use plastics. And everybody that went to the hospital was treated with little implements that were single-use plastics that were wrapped to be sterilized. And when Gatineau floods every other year, the sand is put into single-use plastic bags to keep the damage from happening. The issue in Canada is not single-use plastics. We collect a whole bunch of plastics, but we only recycle 9% of them. And the issue we should be looking at is micro pellets of plastic in the Great Lakes. Now, those are issues that are fact and evidence-based, and the government talks about being fact and evidence-based, but honestly, they're way off base on this one, and they're going to cost Canadian jobs again for no reason. So I didn't like that. The response to crime is always rich coming from a government with C-75 who reduced, incidents like forcible confinement of a child down to a summary conviction of less than 2 years or a fine. Always fun to hear what they have to say about crime. So once again, they're going to tackle crime by putting in a handgun ban, Mr. Speaker. I assure you, the criminals of this country are not going to obey a handgun ban. The lawful gun owners will, but they are not the problem. 95% of gun crime in this country is illegal guns and guns used illegally. So once again, attacking the wrong problem. Now, what was missing in the throne speech? Well, there was an economic recovery plan mentioned that's going to create 1 million jobs, but I'm not exactly sure where those are coming from because they're eliminating oil and gas jobs and they're going to kill the plastics industry and they haven't done anything for forestry and on and on and on. So that was missing. Broadband internet, noble theme, where's the money? In my riding was promised $12 million in 2015 or 2016, and we're still waiting for that. What about the duty-free business? I know the tourism industry is under duress. Duty-free is 100% export. And right now, the government is doing nothing except closing the borders and depriving them of their revenue. Every dollar not spent there is a dollar spent in the U.S. So there's an opportunity. And then finally, I would say the understanding that, it's a great time to invest, but missing the point that if interest rates increase just 1%, that adds $12 billion to the debt. So, when provinces are crying out for more health transfers, and we give about $40 billion total in health transfers, and you're talking about 1% interest rate increase could be $12 billion, 4% could be the entire health transfer. So we're really restricting our ability to help the country by not understanding basic math and basic economics. And on that, Mr. Speaker, I will summarize by saying it was a disappointment, but there is more to come. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. La députée de...
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Le-Corps.
I thank my honourable colleague for her speech. She mentioned that she was going to tell us about things that she liked in the speech. I must have missed some of that because it seemed to go in the other direction. But one thing that I found as a new member coming in 2015, 2016, I was on public accounts and we were shocked to see how disability payments from the Canada Pension Plan had been significantly slowed to Canadians. And in the throne from the speech, I think that the honourable member will remember that we talk about the disability pension plan and our plans to change it. I'd like to hear her comments on it.
Honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for the question. Certainly, supporting the disabled is important, but keep in mind it's this Liberal government that tried to remove the disability tax credit from 80% of the people that were getting it so they couldn't get their disability pension. Keep that in mind. Keep in mind this is also the government that promised the disabled this year $600 payment, and they're still waiting for that. So, yes, it's important to support the disabled, but it's important to do the action to support the disabled.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. Mr. Speaker, I found it admirable that my colleague was able to find things that she liked in the throne speech and the things that she didn't like in the throne speech. And we, of course, understood that there was one section that was a bit longer and filled out than the other. She did speak briefly about the high-speed internet issue, and I would have liked to hear more on the following issue. Does she believe the federal government should continue to hold back money and try to interfere in provincial jurisdiction in terms of how far high-speed internet will be deployed, or should it provide the money to Quebec and the province so that they can manage their own deployment, which would be much more efficient, in my opinion? I'd like to hear what she has to say.
Darnia Lampton.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
When it comes to a high-speed internet across the country, there's so much need that you can never have too much. The provinces have come forward. In fact, the provinces right now are addressing the gaps that were supposed to be addressed in my riding by the federal government because the federal government never came through with the money that they were supposed to come through with. But that said, I mean, there's so many gaps, and we see this just even in our virtual parliament, where chronically people are dropping off and they can't hear and they freeze and all of these things. And so I think the federal government needs to step up their game, and I think they need to cooperate with the provinces and territories to identify the gaps and then have a quick plan to fill them. We don't need a plan that will take 5 years. This is your competitiveness if you're in business. And it's if you're a student, if you're working from home, like many of us may be for this pandemic for some time, this is an urgent need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mentioned the Great Lakes and the microbeads issue. It's actually one of the good examples of Parliament because it was passed as an NDP motion. Later on, it was the Harper administration that brought it in through regulations and finally enacted. And we see industry and actually the environment working together. I'd like to ask her, though, specifically with regards to the border and the connection of American and Canadian families. Just comments on finally the government changing their policy a little bit. We've been pushing forward solutions. We see some openings with regards to that. And also just again, to ensure that nobody wants to have their families reunited and get them sick. There's a high degree of accountability that's going to go on to the families that reunite, and our thoughts about how that process might actually improve not only just the economy, the environment, and also businesses, as well as the families, because it not only just affects them directly, but the entire country.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague across for that great question. You know, I began pressing on this issue of the border and of reconciling families early in May, and was pleased to see the government come forward with the reunification of families, but the definition wasn't broad enough, so I pressed again to see if we couldn't include people who are long-term partners, and I'm happy to see that come along. But there are a number of other gaps, including people that own property that are trying to go there. And now we have the snowbirds who want to go, of course, to Florida. Many of them own property there, would stay there for some months and return. And this is why we need to have a protocol to protect people, because we know that there's different frequencies of COVID in various places that people may be going. And so either they need to quarantine or we need to have rapid tests in place. In other countries, they do have tests where when you cross the border, you will do the test, and if you're negative, you're allowed over, and it reduces the risk to that population while allowing your freedom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montcalm.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague and friend, the member for Berthier-Masquinongé. As a critic for health, you won't be surprised to hear that my response to the throne speech will concern mainly issues of health and what the government is planning for seniors. I will let my colleague, the critic for that sector, talk about concerns for that. But I would be remiss if I did not mention one of the main sectors, all the producers in my riding in agriculture. I want to tell them how proud I am to represent food producers who have never and will never compromise on the quality of their products.
Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois
had 4 conditions, and we had made several proposals. But in order to vote in favor of the throne speech, we played our cards and we said there are 4 conditions. Transfers to cover expenditures for health care, an increase of $110 for the old age security, full compensation for supply managed to producers, for changes made under CETA and the other 2 trade agreements under the Liberals and Conservatives, and respect for provincial areas of provincial jurisdiction. None of those conditions, Mr. Speaker, are respected in the throne speech. So from the outset, you will not be surprised to hear that I will be voting against the throne speech, which I would say is a political diversion in order to distract from inherent problems in the Liberal Party, their problems with ethics, not genetic problems, but ethical problems, to distract from the We Charity scandal. Now, several political commentators have also called the Prime Minister's address to the nation a partisan announcement. Now, Mr. Speaker, this same government keeps calling for collaboration during these difficult times. And yes, it is true that we're going through one of the most difficult health crises across the world. But the Liberal Party's next slogan should be, do what I say, not what I do. Because they're turning a deaf ear, Mr. Speaker. They're turning a deaf ear to a broad consensus that exists in Quebec. And in some cases, it's a Canada-wide consensus. The throne speech, which once again didn't achieve unanimity. There was unanimity in the Quebec National Assembly on it. There was a common front in Quebec and the provinces when it came to health and health transfers. And associations for seniors, the 2 seniors associations also agreed. So that's quite a feat by the Liberals, Mr. Speaker. Now, the government House Leader has said that we're tiresome, that they should be the spokespeople for this consensus that exists. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's my job, to speak out for Quebecers, for the consensus, because the government House Leader is turning a deaf ear. He's not listening to Quebecers, as many other members from Quebec in the government are. So who else is going to stand up in this House and defend Quebecers? The Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker. That's why I was elected. We are in the midst of a serious health crisis. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about health crises, we need to talk about prevention. In recent years, and it started with the big idea put forth by Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin to pass the deficit on to the provinces, to Quebec. Jean Chrétien crisscrossed the country and the world and said, I'm cutting, and the demonstrators end up outside the Quebec National Assembly, not out in front of the Canadian Parliament. Today, after 25 years of cuts, year in, year out, now it's not because Quebec didn't try to do more with less. They put in place some changes and tried, but when it comes to public health and prevention, when it's hard to provide care to your people, when you have to send people for treatment across the border, well, you have to cut somewhere. All of the experts, all experts, Mr. Speaker, who appeared before the Standing Committee on Health when we were looking for solutions to the pandemic, they all said we need to draw lessons, learn lessons from this pandemic. And one of the first lessons we need to learn is that nobody was ready to confront the pandemic. No one. Now, in a report in the future, we could single out who's responsible for that, but nobody was ready. Why? Because the experts told us that chronic underfunding for health is such that when events of this scope occur, the flaws and the weak links come to the surface and become much more apparent. Year in and year out, this is the cuts to the transfers, our money that they kept, and the Conservative Party has no lessons to give anyone because Stephen Harder decided that indexation was 3%. The Liberals in opposition said, no, it has to be increased to 6%. Now they're in government. They've been there for 5 years, and they don't talk about 6% indexation either. I'm keen to hear what position the Conservatives will have. Mr. Speaker, because now I've been asking this question since the start of the debate, and no one's answered clearly. They seem to say they want it predictable, but beyond predictable, well, the index, the 3% was predictable, but it's not enough. Do they not agree that we need to catch up because we're heading towards 18%? If we continue over the years, it'll be 18 cents, and we're at 22 cents for every dollar. The provinces and the Quebec are asking for 35 cents on the dollar. That's a $25 billion amount that needs to be made up because the provinces are spending over $180 billion. The federal government only spends 42. So during a pandemic, we need to make sustainable structural investments, not just ad hoc expenditures, not just spend money. What we need to see are structured investments that will help us to build the future, Mr. Speaker, so the networks can get back on their feet. So that's why it's so important to invest properly in health. That's why our seniors need to have a decent income. Because when you're having trouble making it to the end of the month, you get sick. Our seniors, Mr. Speaker, not the ones who are 75, the ones between 65 and 70, this is when they start getting sick. We need to ensure that they have economic stability. And that's what prevention is about, because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, that means less expenditures in health care because people are healthy. When they don't have to worry about their income, when they live above the poverty line and not below the poverty line. So for these reasons, I can't vote in favor of the throne speech, Mr. Speaker. And I don't understand why or how the government can continue to turn a deaf ear to Quebec. What, does it want Quebec to get down on its knees? It's our money. Give us our money back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'Honorable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I listened very closely to the Government House Leader, and one of the reasons why he was answering the questions in the fashion in which he was is because there was a commitment coming from the Bloc Party that had more focus on elections than it did in terms of serving the people of Canada, whatever region it might be in. And it is unfortunate I'm very much familiar with the history of healthcare and the funding thereof. I've been a provincial MLA during the 90s when he makes reference to the cuts, and there was a cut, Mr. Speaker, but there was also a tax point transfer that was agreed upon in the early 90s, which would have saw even a smaller percentage of federal dollars going towards provincial coffers. And it was Jean Chrétien that established the ongoing commitment of cash going to the provinces back in the early 90s, Mr. Speaker, and it's been every year it has been increasing. My question to the member opposite is, today he's saying it seems that all the Bloc wants is cash, yet all constituents in which I represent, and I would argue constituents across this country, want the federal government to play a role in healthcare. Why would he deny them that?
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the Bloc wants is our money to be sent back to us. The expertise, people who know, people who have the know-how, people who offer services are in Quebec, are in the provinces. It's up to them to manage the funding. We want to put an end to the shortfalls because the federal government simply decides to keep the money in their coffers to reduce the deficit. When we know that system costs are at 5%, while 3% creates a shortfall, that means cuts for Quebec, cuts to health care. We also need to think about patients that aren't suffering from COVID, who are paying the price because currently the government isn't making a commitment, an immediate commitment to restore health care transfers and bring them back up to the billions we need. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his remarks, but beyond the partisanship, this partisan discourse between the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois, they talk about partisanship. The Liberals are accusing the Bloc members of wanting to trigger an election, but the ones who created all of this were the Liberals. They made a number of promises and showed contempt towards Quebec in their speech. They wanted to dictate conditions with respect to money that they're going to be sending to resolve health issues. Now, we saw that today in the question period, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government and the Liberal members there don't hold in very high esteem what's being done in the province. Does my honourable colleague agree that the government has completely dropped the ball when it comes to public health management and that it should simply let Quebec manage the health issues themselves because they are unable to do so, Mr. Speaker? The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, we don't need money for administration and the establishment of national standards when the first standard for health is first and foremost to keep one's word. When you're dealing with a partner that says, well, it's 50-50 in business, and then decides not to pay its share for 25 years, and then a problem arises, and then they say, well, you didn't do your job, I'll tell you how to do it. No, what we need to see is the money coming through that needs to come through. Then you stick to your business and your areas of jurisdiction. Once you can look after your own affairs, then things will go better. So one of the lessons we need to draw from this is that we respect areas of jurisdiction, and that will be in the best interest of our constituents.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for clearly illustrating just the financial strains that so many governments find themselves under during this pandemic. And of course, that burden has also been borne by the members of our society which are unable to deal with much financial costs. But one group that has benefited very well is millionaires and billionaires. And while Conservatives and Liberals seem fine to leave them as be, I'm just wondering what the Bloc Québécois' condition or thoughts are on bringing in a wealth tax, especially since 74% of Quebecers are in favor of this. Is he in favor of making sure that the very wealthy members of Canadian society pay their fair share so the ones on the margins of society are not bearing that brunt by themselves?
La députée de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, back in 2015, the first measure that we put forth, my colleague, the member for Joliette, was a measure to put an end to tax havens, a bill. The Conservatives and Liberals voted against it. We could have recovered significant amounts of money. We hold debates here today that maybe we wouldn't have needed to have if everyone paid their fair share. And if the money from being put into the large banks wasn't being taken out of the Canadian and Quebec banking systems. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As agri-food and agriculture critic, I will be focusing my remarks on that sector, as my colleague said. And I think it's important to talk about it because this is an important question for Quebecers. It's also very important for Canadians. Why? Because we have realized just how important it is to have food safety, security, autonomy. We've realized how important that is. Unfortunately, in the most recent throne speech, we've seen that it's just a pathetic exercise in public relations and there is no content. Well, I just made a mistake. There were plenty of new areas of overlap and interference in areas of Quebec jurisdiction, and that's why we'll be voting against it, unless, of course, there's a major change. We could be optimistic. Now, I can't not mention the sacrifices made by our farmers, and they're currently making, and I salute the people who get up every morning and work to bring food to our tables. I'm talking about farmers, processors, people in agri-food in that industry, and I say thank you. I thank them as well because we were never afraid to not have enough. We knew that the buy local initiatives were important, and we need to take this opportunity, seize this opportunity. Contrary to what the government did during the crisis, it didn't choose to take action in this area. But that's the basis of our very economy. Each year, and again this year, we lose 5 to 7% of our farms, and it might well be a larger number this year. We've seen milk thrown out, losses in terms of eggs, chicken, grains. We needed more than $100 million for processing. There are restaurants, and we're seeing them close down again. There are labor market shortages, and this has all had an impact on our food supply. And that's where we need to realize just how important it is to point out that the government put a mere $252 million into agriculture, when the Canadian Federation of Agriculture called for an emergency fund of some $2.6 billion. $252 million. In the States, it was $19 billion invested, so that's 12 to 13 times more, and that makes no sense whatsoever. We need to do something about that. The throne speech contains empty promises. Let's talk about compensation for supply-managed commodities. One of my colleagues talked about it earlier. That's one of the conditions we put in place. There's a vague paragraph on it that talks about full and fair compensation. What sector? Which workers? Does that mean all producers? Who are they referring to? We want a date. We want quick announcements. Now, they're going to say, well, it's vague, but that's all we're seeing here is our vague comments. And this isn't the first time we've seen this paragraph come through. We need to see action. We need assistance provided. We need the second-year payment in milk. It needs to be budgeted. We've got 7 more years for the amounts because our producers are getting up. They're working to bring food to our tables, but they need predictability. They need to know what to expect next year, Mr. Speaker. They need that money, especially during the COVID crisis. Other supply-managed commodities haven't received anything either, Mr. Speaker, nothing. Now, at committee, we were prepared to examine the issue, but then all of a sudden Parliament was prorogued. Why? Because they've got to cover up a scandal. So the government shuts down Parliament for 5 weeks, and then we have a vote at 4 o'clock in the morning to spend $57 billion. Mr. Speaker, I need to point out that, again, that agriculture got a mere $252 million. That makes no sense whatsoever. We need to get the money out. We've got the broiler hatcher producers, we've got the poultry producers, the dairy producers. We need to get ready for competition. They need funding to be able to deal with unfair competition because they're not in other countries not respecting the same standards. We need to take action on this.
This is an issue we'll have to tackle. Labeling will have to be made more clear. Is something from the U.S., is something from here? When people buy a chicken pot pie, if the pie tastes funny, consumers will have to know where their food comes from. And farmers who work in supply management will have to know what's coming. We have programs, marketing programs, which exist since 2019. And so I appreciate the good intentions in the speech from the throne, yet at the same time, good intentions are not enough. Supply management means what? It means that we have stable prices. It means that we have quality products. It means that there are stable revenues for our farmers. It encourages buy local, which is what we're all doing now in this pandemic. So it might be a great idea to keep our supply managed system. It means that we develop our land better. It's good for farmers. It's good for veterinarians. It's good for truckers, mechanics, nutritionists, feed producers, and other such people. Supply management is good for the countryside. It means our countryside is alive and vibrant. Unfortunately, successive governments have been weakening supply management. The WTO, 1995, the CETA, 2017, the TPP, 2018, CUSMA in July 2020 cost our dairy producers millions of dollars. We have to repeat that all of these trade agreements have undermined the supply managed sector. We're giving away market shares to other countries. The Bloc Québécois believes that we have to save and protect supply management, which has been undermined in the past. And we are saying that all farmers who have been affected by these trade agreements be fully compensated, including food processors. Food processors are not even mentioned in the speech from the throne, which is very vague, which is full of loopholes. We believe that food processors also need to be compensated following all of these trade agreements. We're talking about the dairy sector, the poultry and egg production sector. It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Now, supply management, as you know, there's a bill coming, and we are going to call on every MP in this House to help save supply management. We have all kinds of ideas. We have all kinds of ideas in our recovery plan for the farm sector. Other MPs say that we're only here and all we do is complain and ask for money. Actually, we are representing our constituents whose money is also at stake. Other provinces and Quebec are also paying. Part of the Bloc's argument is that Quebec should be master of its own house, including on its own farms. We need money for long-term care homes and other sectors. But agriculture is so important for us, and I know I'm going to run out of time. We need to encourage green practices. We need to encourage biomethane production. We need to protect our shorelines. We need to encourage the buy local movement. We need to encourage agro-tourism. Quebec needs to manage its own temporary foreign workers. And food labeling, which I mentioned earlier, is something Quebec should also be in charge of. We're letting too many food products into the country, but the labeling is not clear enough for consumers to make an enlightened choice. Food processing plants also needs our attention. That's all I have for now, and I welcome your questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure my colleague across the way would recognize when it comes to supply management that not only have we been a very strong advocate for it while we've been in government, but also while we were in opposition. When you take a look at trade agreements, there's compensation that's there for supply management. We recognize the true value of supply management and will continue to fight for its existence. In fact, it was Liberal Party that created, along with the farmers, the whole supply management system. Now, in addition to that, we need to recognize that how important that trade is, and we've created and seen new markets being created for farm products. Look in terms of the pork industry in the province of Manitoba, and it's doing exceptionally well. Now, there are a lot of limitations because of the COVID-19 pandemic, but generally speaking, that the future for our agricultural communities is looking positive because of world demand and the protection of supply management. Would the member not agree?
The member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his fantastic question, which opens the door wide to me. Free trade? Well, we've always been in favor of trade, but in smart trade. Sure, we're going to support Canadian exports, but this does not mean we need to sacrifice supply management to free trade. We promote supply management. Let me look at the last trade agreement we signed. It was signed in July rather than in August. So already a broken promise. In dairy and egg and poultry and turkey production, we've given up market share. Thank you.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my colleague. We were set on the Ag Committee together, and his numbers aren't quite correct. He said $270 million for the COVID fund relief and that. Actually, $125 million of that was pre-existing money. They just sort of spun it as a new program, even though that program exists every year since 2008. So they haven't really given this quite as much money as they're believing it is. You've also brought up about supply management, and that is a very good thing that we had to talk about. My question comes to, though, is during our supply management question, when there was the dairy producers had not got fully compensated for all the trade deals, the motion was put on by the Conservatives, but yet you voted against it. Could you please explain why?
The member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Well, thank you to my colleague for his question. Well, several things. First, I didn't say 270 million. I said 252 million, but my colleague raises a relevant point. In fact, apart from being a small amount, there was recycled money in there. Second, I don't think we ever opposed compensation for dairy producers, quite the opposite. And what I said earlier is not that there was never any compensation. There was compensation once. It was during an election campaign where they were used for electoral purposes. The amounts were only announced in August. We're always going to be there to work together, and I'll be happy to see my colleague on the Agriculture Committee again.
Malahat Langford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. I too sit on the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, and I very much enjoy working with him on that. And I share his frustrations about this government's approach to supply management. You know, the Liberals are great at telling us, and indeed all Canadians, how supportive they are of supply management, while with the other hand, they slowly give away the market that has been allocated. And, you know, he talked about predictability in his speech. Predictability is so important. You know, they rest on three pillars: price control, production control, and import control. And on import control, the Liberals have been undermining this sector of agriculture for the last 5 years. So I'd like my colleague to again tell the House just how important supply management is. Often it is the keystone farm in a small community that other farms which sell commodities that fluctuate in price can depend on, because there is that guaranteed source of income. That is why it is so important, and that's why the minister must step up to the plate and honor the commitments that she made in the budget last year.
The member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Wow, what a great question. Thank you to my colleague from the Agriculture Committee. Well, it's almost as if the committee was meeting here this afternoon. Well, he clearly knows what he's talking about. That is great. Now, traceability. Yes, indeed, that's fundamental for businesses. And one of the best examples of that, let me give you a real example. Dairy producers during the pandemic. Well, at the beginning of COVID, some milk was thrown out, but quickly dairy producers adapted to the situation. And that's the beauty of supply management. There's self-regulation within the system. The system works extremely well, and no one was close to bankruptcy. However, they do need the compensation they were promised. A little earlier, I did not have time to quote the president of the Canada's dairy producers. So he talked about the speech from the throne, and I'll finish with that. He said, words are not enough when every year you lose $450 million of your domestic production, and that your market share has been lost to foreign producers. And it's only when we see the details that we'll know exactly what we're dealing with.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the member for St. Catharines. Mr. Speaker, we remain today in unprecedented times. Families and loved ones mourn the deaths of over 1 million people around the world as a result of the coronavirus, and over 34 million people have been infected. COVID-19 has created monumental challenges and constraints that continue to evolve, challenges that relate first and foremost to public health and safety, but extend to income security, our economic future, and the way we interact as human beings on this shared planet. Mr. Speaker, I believe that there are three major crises that we're called upon to address and resolve in our communities and around the world. First, the COVID pandemic itself. Infection rates are climbing, and many countries, including Canada, find themselves in a second wave. It is crucial that all of us continue to work together to defeat this pandemic. Basic fundamental protocols like physical distancing, hand washing, and wearing masks in public remain at the very core of effective solutions. As individuals and businesses continue to face economic effects of COVID-19, financial supports that will allow them to weather the pandemic are critical to our economic recovery. Second, the need to address climate change has never been more important as manifestations progressively increase in the form of more erratic weather patterns, floods and wildfires, melting glaciers, rising sea levels, and rapidly eroding biodiversity. The climate crisis runs parallel to COVID-19, and action cannot be postponed. The Government of Canada is focused on progressive investments in the green economy to support a transition to reduce GHG emissions, to meet and exceed the Paris targets and Agenda 2030, and to shift to renewable energy sources under a legislatively established net zero threshold by 2050. We are on track to ban single-use plastics by 2021 and protect our 30% of our land and oceans by 2030. Third, the fight for inclusion faces new challenges and requires sustained commitments and action in our communities and around the world. Systemic anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism, anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, and other forms of hatred, division, and violence persist. The killing of George Floyd and in Mississauga, Ijaz Chowdhury at the hands of police and the death of Joyce Echaquan in a Quebec hospital following a chorus of racial slurs are only 3 of the most atrocious cases we have witnessed in 2020. There are many others. I am also concerned about gender equality, inclusion of the LGBTQ2S+ community, persons with disabilities, veterans, seniors, and youth. The fight for inclusion cannot stop until everyone has an equal voice, and our government is committed to action. But we will need help from all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, let me elaborate briefly on these 3 priorities. As the COVID-19 pandemic continues, it remains particularly important to protect the most vulnerable individuals and populations, those among us who are most severely impacted. They include seniors in long-term care homes, women and children fleeing gender-based violence, the homeless, and persons with disabilities, preconditions, and rare diseases. To protect Canadians in the face of a sharp rise in infections, our government will continue to support provinces and territories in increasing their testing capacity. To meet this critical challenge quickly, we are making the required investments and will create a federal testing assistance response team. In the throne speech, our government has committed to establishing national standards for long-term care. It remains focused on the elimination of chronic homelessness and will increase investments in rapid housing developments in the short term. We will also bring forward a disability inclusion plan and a rare disease strategy to help Canadians save money on high-cost drugs. As the coronavirus continues to severely impact national and global economies, the Government of Canada will ensure that individuals and businesses remain financially supported throughout the course of the pandemic. We will deliver targeted financial support directly to those businesses forced to temporarily shut down as a result of local public health decisions. Some sectors have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. The Government of Canada is committed to further support travel and tourism, hospitality, and cultural industries like the performing arts. Community leaders in my riding of Mississauga Lakeshore have emphasized the increasingly important role that the arts play in these uncertain times. The arts provide an opportunity to cope with isolation and hardship, and they are at the very core of who we are as human beings. Their positive contributions to the fabric of our culture cannot be overstated. Mr. Speaker, our community also recognizes the urgent need for a green recovery and the importance of job creation through climate action. Climate action is central to our government's plan to create 1 million jobs. 52% of Mississauga's emissions come from buildings, and 30% of its carbon footprint comes from the transportation sector. We are committed to creating well-paying jobs connected to the retrofitting of homes and buildings, supporting more public and active transit options, making zero emissions vehicles more affordable in order to reach net zero by 2050. Our government is also investing in mitigating the impact of climate-related disasters like floods and wildfires to make communities more resilient. Mr. Speaker, systemic racism is a lived reality for far too many, and it is clearer now than ever that we have each an important role in overcoming this ugly and unacceptable reality. Our government is committed to moving forward on the path of reconciliation with Canada's First Peoples. We will accelerate work on the National Action Plan, work to co-develop a legislative framework for First Nations policing, and move forward on RCMP reforms. We are taking important steps to fight anti-Black racism and other forms of racism with the release of Canada's anti-racism strategy for 2019 to 2022 and the creation of an anti-racism secretariat. And we will continue to support and empower Black Canadians through economic investments, such as the Black Entrepreneurship Program. Mr. Speaker, pandemics know no borders, and COVID-19 in this regard is no exception. By pushing more people into extreme poverty, driving up food insecurity, and threatening refugee populations with increased risk of infection, the coronavirus has exacerbated living conditions of the most vulnerable. Our response to the pandemic is only as strong as our ability to protect them here at home and around the world. We cannot solve any one of these crises in isolation, but instead local and international efforts must reinforce one another. Many organizations in our community are providing important services, and I would like to thank their leadership teams, their advocates, their volunteers. Interim Place and Arma House provide a safe space for women and children fleeing violence. The Compass Food Bank and ISNA Food Bank provide access to food and hygiene products for those in need. Indwell launched a new affordable housing project, and the local BIAs in Lakeview, Clarkson, and Port Credit support our small businesses. The Mississauga Arts Council assists performing artists with online transitions, and the Mississauga Lakeshore Constituency Youth Council and Council for Seniors are providing important perspectives on the pandemic response. For Our Kids, Climate Impact Fund, Peel Climate Council, and others advocate for a green and just recovery, and many businesses have reinvented themselves in order to meet new needs, like the Como Foundation, who provide COVID-19 lip reading masks for the hard of hearing community. At the international level, Mr. Speaker, we see equally dedicated leadership. Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Director General of the World Health Organization, is leading and coordinating the international health response to COVID-19. Filippo Grandi, UN High Commissioner for Refugees, leads efforts to protect refugee populations. Michelle Bachelet, UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, continues to speak out on human rights violations as the pandemic poses additional threats to vulnerable populations. David Beasley, Executive Director of the World Food Programme, leads the global fight against hunger. And Tula Uriola, OIC and Secretary General of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, works to prevent conflicts and build peace. I thank them, their colleagues, and international and local partners for their service. A few weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, I spoke with Olivia Allen, a remarkable 11-year-old student in our community who demonstrated brilliantly that young people are not leaders of tomorrow, but indeed of today. By asking the difficult questions and the right questions, Olivia is already contributing to the work to build a brighter future. There is only one planet and only one humanity. Mr. Speaker, we must connect local and international efforts and work together to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and promote inclusion. We must each do our part to build a better world. Our shared collective future depends on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member chose in the shot for his video to prominently have the United Nations flag on display. I did notice, though, that during his speech he didn't mention the government's failed Security Council bid, in which the Liberal government actually got fewer votes in the Security Council election than Stephen Harper's government did. That might have something to do with the fact that this government actually spends less on international development as a proportion of our gross national income than the Stephen Harper government did. And so the numbers seem to tell a somewhat different story from what the member spoke about in terms of global aspirations. I'd like to hear his thoughts with respect to the UN bid. Clearly, with the flag there, it's something he is thinking about quite a bit, even if he didn't mention it. I wonder if he can tell us what he think went wrong in the Security Council bid, and also how much money the government spent on that Security Council bid. Thank you very much.
Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I'd like to thank the member for his question and welcome him back to the House of Commons. He is on the physical side of the fence and I'm on the virtual today. It is good to see him, and his question is important. Mr. Speaker, these days are not days of political brinksmanship, political games, or even international elections. These are times where we focus on serving vulnerable population, and no other organization, Mr. Speaker, with the staunch support of Canada, is more at the forefront of this international fight for a better tomorrow for the most vulnerable than the United Nations is, along with its implementing partners and regional associations and organizations. I've mentioned some of them. I'm excited about the fact that our government has stepped up to the plate in so many ways with respect to engaging in the UN and investing in the UN, most recently investments of $400 million for international development and another $200 million for the COVAX. This is truly a collective pandemic. It's time to put aside partisanship. It's time to get to the same side of the fence and serve those who are so deeply and profoundly affected by COVID-19.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the member for his intervention. One of the notations in the speech from the throne was national urban parks. I'd like to ask him a question specifically with regards to his government's policy currently Currently in Windsor, we have been trying to get a national urban park with Ojibwe shores along the Great Lakes, Mr. Speaker. You know the significance of that. Over 100 different endangered species. It's a hot spot, identified not only important for Ontario, but across Canada and the world. And currently the government's policy through the Minister of Transport is allow the Port Authority to extort the City of Windsor for millions of dollars in a bizarre land swap process that would actually benefit a U.S. car dealer for up to $4 million potentially. So I'd like to ask the member, there's been a proposal that that land be transferred because it is Crown land, and it has been done before from the port, whether that should be done to create the potential for the National Urban Park and to protect those endangered species that over 100 have been identified, or why should city residents have to pay the federal government for land they already own? That doesn't sound like a sound environmental policy.
Saga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the member for this question. I'm not familiar with the details of the case he's brought forward, but he does make a very important point in the sense that our national parks intersect with the current challenges that I've outlined in my earlier remarks in two ways. First, Mr. Speaker, parks are a fundamental effort to contribute to conservation, and it is very, very encouraging that we are committing to protecting 30% of our lands and oceans by 2030 to enhance biodiversity and to mitigate climate change. Equally important, as the member mentioned, is the access to parks by our local communities for reasons quite directly related to COVID, Mr. Speaker, because parks provide that opportunity to get outside, to physically distance, to get engaged and involved in questions of conservation, particularly for our young people. So access to our parks in the COVID pandemic is fundamentally really important. And I thank him for his question.
Just time pour une brève question.
Time for a very brief question and answer. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague a question. I heard the response he gave to our Conservative colleague saying that it's not time for partisanship. I'd like the government members to stop using this circular argument, as it was called by one of my eminent colleagues recently. What does he think of the transfer of funds for health and for internet connections to the provinces? I'd like to hear what he personally has to say.
Saga Lakeshore.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, which goes to the heart of our collective action against the pandemic.
Mr. Speaker, as we heard earlier in the exchange, the voice of the Bloc Québécois is important. It was heard very clearly this afternoon. I think it is important for all levels of government to stay on the same page, whether it's about agriculture, about health. This is not a time for divisions to open up. This is a time for people to move to the same side of the table. It was very encouraging earlier in the House, Mr. Speaker, to see the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs make reference to his conversation last night with the Premier of Quebec, and also the tremendous work that the Deputy Prime Minister is doing with our provinces. We need to work together, and we need to also listen very carefully, which is what we're doing.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to be back. I hear some cheers from the other side, and they're happy to have us back, and it's good to be back. It's a little unusual here, and I think we're all suffering a bit from that. And it's nice to hear the opposition applaud a Liberal member. I do like to hear that. It's good for the ego, and it encourages me to speak more, Mr. Speaker, in the House of Commons. I know they're worried that I haven't been speaking enough as I did in the previous Parliament. I wasn't going to mention this topic, but the honourable member from Windsor West brought it up, so I thought I'd speak a little bit to it. He mentioned single event sports betting, which is a topic that I know him and I both share a concern about. He asked the honourable member from Windsor Essex about it, who unfortunately didn't have enough time to answer, but I did want to assure him that the honourable member for Windsor Essex and I have been pushing hard. Even though there isn't much in the way of sports going on. I saw an article in the newspaper recently in terms of a organized crime casino that was taken down by Toronto area police. And it really highlights the impact of organized crime that still exists in the gambling industry. Now, single event sports betting single event sports betting in this country is a multi-billion-dollar industry, very little of it legal. And so in my mind, Mr. Speaker, it's time to legalize it, it's time to regulate it, and it's time to take the money out of the hands of organized crime. And I know the honourable member from Windsor West is in favour of it. I know a member from the Conservatives has brought forward a private member's bill on the subject as well. So I hope we move forward with that, because when we can get back together, I believe it is an important tool for areas like my riding, like Niagara, like Windsor, like many other ridings that have casinos there. It will be an opportunity to create jobs, an opportunity to get people back, an opportunity for Canadians to take advantage of it. Sports betting in this country isn't illegal, as we see through Sportsline, Proline, excuse me. People can go and bet on sports, but it's that one single event that people can't bet on. It's time for us to move on that. So I'd like to thank the honourable member from Windsor West for bringing that up again. But, Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves talking about the throne speech in the middle of a global crisis, global health crisis. And I want to focus on, in the part of my speech, on what we're doing right now, what we're doing to help Canadians. Because the end goal of this crisis, Mr. Speaker, needs to be a vaccine or a treatment that really works. We're seeing around the world second waves coming back. We're seeing that even rapid testing isn't the panacea that some members are claiming it is. If we look to our allies and friends down south, every member of the White House received a rapid test before they went into work, but there's an outbreak there. This virus keeps moving on. So the end goal has to be a vaccine. That's how we get Canadians safe again. That's how we get Canadians back in the economy, and how we stop worrying. Because we all want to meet with constituents. We all want to shake their hands. We want to go to events. We want to see them. We want to speak to them. We want to be in the same room. We don't want to be 10 feet away from each other, as we are seemingly in this room. We want to be able to be together again. It's human nature. And as I do in social media, I will say it in the House of Commons and encourage my constituents and Canadians across the country to continue to practice social distancing, to wash their hands, to wear a mask, and to download the COVID Alert app. These are ways that Canadians can help control the virus. There's nothing that first responders can do, or doctors can do, or the government can do if Canadians aren't following those guidelines. But what have we done? Billions of pieces of PPE that have been procured. Half of them are now being manufactured in Canada. And that is a testament to Canadian companies that have stepped up when the need was there, stepped up to start manufacturing Canadian-made PPE. As I said, nearly 50% of it. And this is key as we're fighting the other foreign governments to get the best price, to get access to much-needed PPE. The best way to do it and best way to handle it is to manufacture it right here in Canada. And I have to also give credit to the Minister of Procurement, as Canada, I believe, now has contracts for 5 different vaccine candidates, up to, I believe, 154 million doses of the vaccine. And some people may say, well, there's only 38 million of us. Why do we need so many vaccines? Well, it may take more than one dose. One vaccine may be more effective than another, but we are there. The Government of Canada is there to look out for Canadians. We're not putting all of our eggs into one basket, because we need an effective vaccine. It concerns me, Mr. Speaker, when I hear in this place, but I see it on social media, the anti-science rhetoric that can filter up. And it's leading to a great concern in me, Mr. Speaker, that when a vaccine is approved, that there's going to be a segment of the population that doesn't believe it, that they don't need it, that it's poison, it's toxic. as we've seen with other vaccines. And we've seen the start of diseases that we thought we had beaten. Measles coming up again and killing children around the world because of faulty, flawed social media reports that get shared and believed. And so I hope every member in this place stands up and encourages their constituents, first of all, as flu season is approaching, to get a flu shot. Get a flu shot, post it on their social media pages, and encourage that. If we model good public health behavior, we can have an impact. To be leaders in that. As our hospitals are facing the second wave, they're also facing an increased threat of flu. And as we know, and as we've heard, flu kills thousands of Canadians every year. And the more of us who get the flu shot, the better we are able to reduce that surge on the hospital system. So I hope every member in this place takes advantage of that and highlights that. Take a picture of it, post it on your Facebook page, and show your constituents that you care. And I'm not sure why members of the Conservatives are heckling me during a pitch on flu vaccines. I would have hoped that that would be the least controversial thing that I talked about today, but apparently not. Many of these vaccines are either in phase 3 trials at the end or working their way to phase 3 trials, Mr. Speaker. So I'm confident in Health Canada. I'm confident in our Health Canada officials who will work with these companies to approve these vaccines. Because we're not going to reopen the economy 100% without that trust, without that belief that we can go in and not spread this virus. We can see how rapidly it spreads. For members of all of the various parties, we can talk to our colleagues who've gotten this terrible disease, some of them worse than others. And so we need to do everything that we can. And I hope that we're able to bury the anti-science rhetoric that often comes up. Our scientists, our researchers are some of the best in the world. Our public health officials, our Health Canada officials who are working on various projects that come in, they're doing their best. They're working late hours. They're trying to ensure that Canadians are safe. And so I hope that on all sides of the House we can put our trust into science. We can bury the anti-science rhetoric. And again, I want to congratulate the Minister of Procurement and her team for the work they've done to procure in advance not only potential vaccines, but also the syringes and other equipment that's needed for a mass vaccination campaign. So, Mr. Speaker, I see my time is nearly at an end. Here, and they applaud at the beginning, they applaud at the end. It's a lot of applause, and I appreciate it from the Conservatives. So I welcome any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Good job. Good job. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the honourable member after his presentation is less to do with communications advice for members of the opposition and more to do with how he believes the government spent a very vital time this year. The Parliament was prorogued for nearly 6 weeks. So we recognize that we're in unprecedented times. We recognize that we're in an emergency. It's a health crisis, but Parliament was shut down. And the only coherent reason we know of is so that the Prime Minister could hide from his ethical scandals. Under investigation a third time for breaking ethics laws. So when the House could have been taking care of so many things, getting ready, providing support for Canadians, instead of rushing measures through this place to assist Canadians, why shut down Canada's Parliament?
Good question.
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question that instead of starting debate on Monday, we started debate on Wednesday for the prorogation. But in terms of communication, I'm glad he brought that up, and the anti-science rhetoric that I heard. I was doing a late show once, and the honourable member had a question for me, criticizing the price on pollution on one hand, but on the other hand, asking for money to help a flooded area of his region. that, oh my goodness, pollution has consequences. And so I hope the honourable member takes that advice that science matters, we should be listening to our scientists, and not only is this crisis an issue, but the looming crisis of climate change is coming in fast, and we should be prepared.
Question, observation, virtuellement, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I don't know if I speak directly to the Minister or to the ECHO, but Minister's Parliamentary Secretary. But I had some expectations, and I'd hope that we'd have an opportunity to talk about transport. And it's like the throne speech where the lines don't contain information. Can we know what's going to happen? We need information on rural transportation. I'd like to know what the government plans to do in this area. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. The ECHO is always happy to provide a response, if that was the appropriate translation. But the throne speech was clear that rural routes is an issue that we are taking very seriously. Canada is a big country. We need to get people and goods from place to place. That is a priority. We're very happy that our airlines are taking advantage of the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, and there's more work to do. We're going to work with our airlines. We're going to work with our railroads. We're going to work across the board to find solutions. We're still early stages in this crisis, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to any suggestions that the member has.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for his work on single event sports betting. It's important for not only just to get money away from organized crime, it also is what the provinces want, and also it's also a way of making sure there's accountability in the system. And I'm hoping that he can provide some insight if the government would do an order in council. As a parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Transport, he knows that this government did an order in council to give a new bridge to a private American billionaire. So I'd like to know about that process. And second to it, also his position currently with regards to Ojibwe shores. I mentioned about this 100 endangered species along the Detroit River. The Port Authority of Windsor wants to extort millions of dollars from the City of Windsor residents to protect this land, which would eventually require a land deal with a private American dealer for autos. Does he actually support, or will he go back and look at that file to find a solution? Because the speech of the throne mentioned national urban parks, and this could be the first example for many to improve this environment across our country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
I don't know if I'll have enough time, Mr. Speaker, to answer both of those questions, but in terms of single event sports betting, there is no provision within the criminal code that would allow for an order in council to amend the criminal code. So it would have to be through private members' legislation, like the honourable member from the Conservative Party, whose riding I forget at the moment. Sorry? From Saskatoon West. Thank you. I want to give credit where credit is due. I remember his name, but don't want to break the rules and mention it here. And that is an opportunity, or through government legislation. I hope that one of those comes up. In terms of urban parks, that's something that we're excited about, and I hope we're able to work with the City of Windsor and the Port Authority to find some solution. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to resuming debate, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith in respect to taxation, and the Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford in respect to health. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can everyone hear me okay? Yes, perfect. I'm going to now say something that may get me thrown out of the Conservative Party caucus. It is a pleasure to follow Mr. Biddle. I mean, the member from Northumberland, from St. Catharines. I've known him for many years, and I would even consider him a friend. So that might be the end of my career, Mr. Speaker, so thank you for that. So this may be my last speech. COVID-19 is a global pandemic that has wreaked havoc on humanity. There is no doubt that this government is not responsible for the pandemic. And in fact, there is no way in the world of global independence that Canada could have kept the coronavirus from coming to our shores. However, the government is absolutely accountable for their response. And as the speech from the throne is a time when the government puts itself forward to see whether they have the confidence of Canadians, and the response to the pandemic is a pressing issue of our time. Let's take this opportunity to review their performance, shall we? The most critical issue of the pandemic, of course, is the health and safety of our people. With the pandemic now approaching more than a year in duration, lessons are starting to emerge. We are starting to have clarity on what areas were necessary for the government to protect our people. Some of those areas include alertness, awareness, border control, PPE availability, testing, and tracing. Well, Mr. Speaker, how did the government perform in these key areas? Some of the top performers around the world, including Taiwan and Singapore, took action quickly and decisively. They were almost immediately aware of the danger. Canada's response, in contrast, was slow and confused. We could have been in a much better position. Only shortly before this global pandemic, the Liberal government decided to scrap the pandemic alert system. And in this very House, our health minister proclaimed to the world that the risk to the pandemic to Canada was low. While many countries acted quickly and decisively to impose border controls or even mandatory screening, our response was once again late. Choosing to hand out pamphlets rather than impose common sense border restrictions, like checking someone's temperature. After SARS outbreak, our country should have been acutely aware of the necessity of PPE, and many countries were aware, including our own. We had a large stockpile. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, this government decided to dispose of that. And what they had left, unbelievably, they gave to the communist regime in China. Are you kidding me? Being able to identify those who have the virus and isolate them quickly is perhaps the most critical action that we can take with respect to the spread of the virus. So any country that wants to defend itself from this terrible plague must test, and test some more. The rest of the world was creating, reviewing, and approving rapid tests in preparation of the second wave. This government decided to prorogue Parliament. Thank goodness for the member from Calgary, Nose Hill. Thanks to her emphasis on the importance of large-scale rapid testing, she has forced this government, who spent months twiddling their thumbs, to approve mass-order rapid tests. However, they are still not here. They are still not in the long-term care facilities. They are not in the schools. They are not in our workplaces, which is stopping our economy from going, and it's also stopping women from returning to the workforce because, as we know, women are disproportionately the caregivers for our children, and if their children cannot return to school, they cannot return to work. For a government that claims to be feminist, this is truly offensive. The other issue is the tracing, and tracing is a critical element as well. When we look at tracing, we have, I will give the government credit, a great app. But once again, this government is disappointing and leaving people behind. We have an entire province that is being completely excluded. Why will the government not extend this app to British Columbia? We can see that the Liberals' response has been, on the health side of things, has been disappointing and unacceptable. Let's move on now to the economic impact. And perhaps that is second only to the health of Canadians and the impact of COVID-19. Many Canadians have lost their jobs. Some have lost their homes. And yet, even more, unfortunately, have lost hope. To contextualize my comments on the government's economic response to the pandemic, I would like to share the following quote. It has been said that Liberals measure government program success by how many people they help. Conservatives, in contrast, measure government success by how many people we don't have to help. There can be no question that Canadians who are locked out of their jobs, businesses, and schools because of COVID-19 needed temporary financial assistance. But let's be clear of the source of these funds. This money did not just appear. It did not come from the government. The government does not produce wealth. The government is an expense, a necessary and an important expense, but yes, an expense for our society. That money did not, most certainly not, come from the Prime Minister. He did not go into one penny of debt. He was a millionaire before the pandemic, and he will be a millionaire after. The debt was taken from Canadians. Indeed, generations of Canadians will be paying back this debt. We are literally borrowing from our children and our grandchildren. The government should take no pride in taking from our children's future. We owe it to all Canadians, those who have not even been born yet, that borrowing what is necessary and not a dollar more. So how has the government done with respect to fiscal management? Well, we have the largest deficit in our history, the second worst GDP to debt ratio in the history of our country. The nonpartisan Parliamentary Budgetary Office has described our current fiscal outlook as barely sustainable. Our debt to GDP is forecast to increase to nearly 50% in coming years. That is a shocking and enormous number. This will be a serious challenge for our country to overcome in the years following. Let's look at what some of these government agencies have done with their extra billions. As Shadow Minister of National Revenue, I spend my time reviewing the work that the CRA does. And the CRA did some great work early on getting out the CERB to Canadians, and we all appreciate that. But what else have they done? Well, we've had the largest security breach that allowed Canadians' information to be stolen from us. And what was their response to that? An apology and admission to their limitations? No, they rewarded Canadians' patience with the implementation of interest and penalties on Canadians who were having a tough enough time going through the COVID. And now, if they've happened to not be able to pay their taxes, we're going to start charging them interest and penalties. And on top of that, despite the fact that they're unable to fill some of their basic duties, they are now asking for a promotion. They want to do our taxes. Like, my goodness. We have had one of the most expensive pandemic relief programs in the world that has put us into debt for generations. Liberal finance minister, former finance minister, John Manley has called for the return of that money, for a payment plan, for a fiscal anchor. We have become completely unmoored from our debt. The Martin and Harper governments, for example, had the fiscal anchor of a balanced budget. Former finance minister Morneau used to say that we had a GDP to debt ratio target. We are completely unmoored. We are literally a cast to sea in debt without a plan to get out. As the famous author Lewis Carroll said, if you don't know where you're going, any road will do. In this case, it includes a road to bankruptcy. So what have we received? What have we received for this record-breaking expenditure? We have one of the lowest recoveries in the OECD. We have one of the worst unemployments in the G7. Our GDP continues to grow at 50% less than the United States. That lack of recovering is costing us new businesses in my riding, in the towns of Orono, our manufacturing in Port Hope and Cobourg, our tourism in Brighton. Mr. Speaker, we need a government that will allow Canadians to get back to work. We need a government that will allow the free market to take us through adversity to the stars, not one that takes us through confusion and disappointment into the depths of socialism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take it the member didn't listen to what the Minister of Finance said earlier today during question period. You know, when you compare Canada to the United States, when you look at the number of people that ended up unemployed as a direct result of the COVID-19, Canada was far more successful at getting those people re-employed, Mr. Speaker, as the economy started to open up than the United States. And I think that that is something which clearly demonstrates, for example, that programs such as the wage loss subsidy program and the CERB benefit program has proven to be very successful at protecting jobs in Canada and providing the much-needed necessary money for disposable income from Canadians from coast to coast to coast. To me, everyone was able to win. Would he not agree with that assessment?
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Well, I will join the great traditions of conservatives across this land who have attempted to unwind the demagoguery from the member from Winnipeg North. When we look at this, well, I did actually listen to the Deputy Prime Minister when she talked about it. When we define labor force, which is a number that she chose, that number includes the unemployed. So when in fact in her argument, she was agreeing that Canada has the worst unemployment in G7, which is a fact. And so I'll accept an apology from the member from Winnipeg North.
Question, observation, virtuellement.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to put the following question to the Honourable Member. He raised questions as to whether or not there was a quick enough response, but I'd like to hear him comment on the recovery, because based on his opinion, his point of view, the free market and laissez-faire would be the approach. What do you think about investing in public services and programs? Are they not important as well?
Cumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, government programs are important, and our treasured social safety net is important. So, though, is our businesses, our private sectors, our workers, our farmers. These are the people that are going out every day, our frontline workers as well, going out there working every day to produce the income that's needed for the government to have the money that they need to pay down the debt. It's businesses, it's workers that pay down the debt. It's businesses and workers that will reinvigorate agriculture, that will allow manufacturing jobs to return to across our country. And so, yes, it's a collaboration, and the government has an incredibly important role in that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've sat with the member a number of times on the Agriculture Committee, and I know he has great interest in that subject. Now, in the throne speech, there was mentioned by the government that it wanted to recognize the role that farmers have as key partners in the fight against climate change. And one of these comes through the Clean Fuel Standard. Now, I'm confused by the Conservative Party's position on this, because they are against it, but most canola farmers who are in support of this actually live in ridings where they're represented by a Conservative MP. So I'm just hoping he can clarify that for me. Is the Conservative Party against the Clean Fuel Standard that is so obviously going to benefit canola farmers that live in Conservative-held ridings? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Well, I have the opportunity to live in the great riding of Northumberland, Peterborough South, and I get to talk to my constituents as much as we can during COVID days. And what they tell me is, whether they're farmers or whether they're workers or they're single moms, they can't afford for life to be more expensive. They just can't. And the Clean Fuel Standards, it'll make for that single mom trying to get to work, trying to feed her family, trying to pay her mortgage desperately, doing everything, trying to achieve that uniquely Canadian dream, it'll put it out of reach. And so that's why we have some reservation about the Clean Fuel Standards.
We just have time for one short question, and we'll take that from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a quick question. I listened to my honourable member's speech, and it was a very interesting speech, except I kind of felt it was talking about conservative ideologies more than content about his writing, but I appreciate that. I'd like to ask him, we've made investments in the throne speech. We've indicated for seniors, New Horizons, 7.3 million just in my writing. That's about 2.4 billion across the country. We've invested in CERB and the wage subsidy. Those are big investments, and we're actually borrowing money at the lowest interest rate ever and saving $3 billion a year on our debt. What would he and his party cut as we move forward if he had power?
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much for the question. It's an important question and greatly appreciated. First of all, I would go back and say there were certain ways to make this less expensive, such as putting that wage subsidy in place quicker. That would have gotten our economy back on track. If the Liberal government had not bungled the rent subsidy program, we would have more businesses. The more taxpayers we have, the more prosperous they are, the more revenue that we have, the better our social safety network will be. And so that would be my response, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by congratulating the citizens of Mégantic-L'Érable for their outstanding resilience since COVID started in March. Quebec is not doing so well in some regions because a lot of restaurants and bars have shut down. Rules are tightening in schools and in the entertainment sector because there's so many new positives. And it's clear that sacrifices are not over yet. And I think we're going to have to live with the virus longer than we would have hoped. So this begins the week for mental health awareness, and it also means we have to scrutinize every decision made by this government, by all governments, and all public health authorities, because those decisions will affect our fight against COVID, and those decisions will affect the health and well-being of all Canadians. Bullying did not end with COVID. Racism is still present. Domestic violence has been exacerbated. Loneliness is even worse for those of us who are most vulnerable. Wearing a mask should not mean we have to stop sharing our issues, and we have to keep our hearts and ears open to those who need us. Mr. Speaker, I'll come back to the issue at hand today, the speech from the throne from this Liberal government, which was followed by a marketing campaign across the country that same evening by the Liberal Prime Minister. The speech from the throne was necessary because this Prime Minister decided to prorogue Parliament in the middle of a pandemic when thousands of Canadians depend on their elected representatives for their health and their finances. And yet this government made the deliberate choice to not act quickly by shutting down Parliament. The speech from the throne was supposed to set a new direction for the government to help Canadians deal with the pandemic and to help them overcome it. But, well, that at least is what the Prime Minister claimed, what his ministers claimed, as well as members of the Liberal Party. And this, at the end of the day, what did we get? An incredibly long speech read by the Governor-General, which simply repeated unkept Liberal promises made under this Prime Minister. We all know this Prime Minister does not like to share the limelight. So he had his own personal press conference during prime time that same evening, and he just repeated the long list of broken promises, and he made clear he had no plans to help us get through this pandemic. And clearly he did not learn anything from the first wave. Everybody saw that. Everybody saw that the prorogation of Parliament, the speech from the throne, and that evening press conference, all of that was not to help Canadians. A reporter from La Presse saw through all these smoke and mirrors. The reporter said it wasn't a speech from the throne that was presented, it was an election campaign. The reporter went on. In the middle of the speech from the throne, I realized that the Prime Minister is trying to hypnotize us. He's going to want us to forget why we got to that point. Maybe the Prime Minister wanted us to forget about the We Charity scandal. In fact, that's exactly why the speech from the throne was read. That's what that reporter said, and other commentators said the same thing. They were not very positive on the speech. Various commentators said the speech had nothing to reassure us. The Prime Minister was living on a different planet. The Prime Minister was being arrogant and encroaching on provincial jurisdictions. So there was nothing new in the speech from the throne. Others said that the Prime Minister has never made a budget he did not want to entirely spend. That's everything you read on social media. So the Prime Minister prorogued Parliament, even though he'd promised not to do so. He did so to avoid scrutiny. So he prorogued Parliament when thousands of pages of redacted documents had been given to opposition parties. The Minister of Finance even stepped down, and the speech from the throne did not help businesses in my riding. The speech from the throne did not help Canadians trying to bring families members in from abroad. And the speech did nothing to support our small and medium-sized companies, which are the economic motors of Canada and of my riding. The speech from the throne did nothing to prevent a second wave of COVID. The speech from the throne was a partisan exercise designed to protect one person only, the Prime Minister himself. Now, I'm usually an optimistic person. For me, the glass is always half full. So I thought, well, there has to be something positive in the speech from the throne. But believe it or not, Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, yes, I did find something very positive in the speech from the throne. You know what was good about it? Well, Mr. Speaker, you seem a little skeptical, but let me enlighten you. The only positive thing in that speech was the response from the leader of the official opposition, the member for Durham. He gave a statesman's-like response to the speech, so I would like to thank him for placing his trust in me by appointing me a minister in his shadow cabinet, and I'm so proud to be part of the official opposition. So the response by the leader of the opposition showed the difference between the two leaders. So one leader uses Canadians, and the other is there to serve Canadians. Sometimes what they're saying does not seem to be so different, but in a pandemic, these small differences matter. The leader of the official opposition spoke to all Canadians and said that Conservatives would look after all Canadians. I can't wait for Quebecers and Canadians will recognize the leader of the opposition as being a man of substance, a family father, a lawyer, born in Montreal, someone who's lived a full life, someone who was not born with a silver spoon in his mouth. The leader of the opposition said, "Who is going to ensure that Canada is better prepared next time there's a crisis? Who's going to make sure that the lessons learned from the first wave will be applied to the second? Who's going to make sure that working Canadian families will not be ignored by the government? Who will make sure of all of these things?" The leader of the opposition continued, "We are a government in waiting, and we've seen that this government has not learned the lessons it should have from the first wave. All my life, I've served Canadians. I've worked hard my entire life to serve the citizens of Canada. I deserve to lead this country." Those are the words of a leader who wants to lead his country through a pandemic, a leader in times of uncertainty, a leader who is going to make sure that no Canadian is left behind, and who understands the importance of service to one's country. That is the attitude of a future Prime Minister. That's what we need in a time of crisis, a leader who understands the importance of hard work, a leader who loves his country and who will always put his country above his own interests. The leader of the official opposition clearly committed to Quebec. He has promised not to encroach on provincial jurisdiction. He has promised that he will be open to Quebec's interests, to Quebec's claims. He has promised that Quebec will be a full-fledged partner in Confederation, as opposed to the current Prime Minister, who never walks the talk. Well, the leader of the official opposition does indeed walk the talk. The leader of the official opposition appointed another Quebecer as the lieutenant for Quebec. I can't wait to see the member for Beauport, Limoilou. His first meeting with a provincial premier was with François Legault from Quebec, and during that meeting, he said he would make health transfers to the provinces. He would transfer sums to provide predictability for the provinces. So in the Leader of the Opposition, we have someone who's worked hard to get to where he is, who will keep his promises. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely pleased to have the opportunity to have spoken for a few moments to introduce my leader to our Quebecers, as opposed to the Prime Minister, who will always be on the sidelines. Our new leader is the Guy Lafleur. He is a superstar of politics. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the throne speech, and I've also listened to the Leader of the Conservative Party. And I suggest that if you were to take both speeches and to present them to a focus group or any group of Canadians, I suspect you would find far more support for the government's throne speech, which provides all sorts of details as to what it is that the government has been working on and going well into the future, a much higher sense of unity and Canadians coming together to make a difference in combating the COVID-19 and supporting the economy in all regions of our country. I'm wondering if the member has actually read through the throne speech, and if he has, would he not agree that there's far more detail and far more of a vision within that document than there was in the speech that was presented by the Leader of the Official Opposition?
The member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, it's not complicated. If you add all of the unkept Liberal promises since 2015, all of those promises taken together, all of the unkept promises, you put them into a speech from the throne and you tell Canadians this is our plan. Well, it's the third time he will have promised the same thing. At the end of the day, nothing is ever accomplished. There's nothing tangible in the speech from the throne. And that's why Canadians saw through that. And that's why the Prime Minister had to speak to Canadians during prime time just to rehash all those unkept promises. But everybody saw through him. The member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, during the lockdown, everybody noticed that greenhouse gas emissions went down, and yet climate change is still an important issue. My colleague has referred to his leader quite a bit in his speech. Can he tell us whether his leader is willing to fight climate change? His leader has said that he would stuff pipelines down the throat of everybody. Mr. Speaker, from the outset of the leadership race, from the start of Parliament, people have believed that Conservatives don't care about the environment. People think that Conservatives don't care about climate change. Not true, quite the opposite. We believe there are Canadian solutions to help improve the environment across the world. That's the reality. For ideological reasons, the government is blocking projects which could, or rather the Bloc Québécois wants to stop certain projects like LNG Québec, which people living in the Saguenay really want, and which has Bloc members. This project is going to bring economic development and prosperity, and which will help bring down greenhouse gas emissions around the world, because Canadian natural gas will be used to improve the environment and to bring down greenhouse gas emissions.
North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable for his great speech this afternoon and talking about our leader. I too listened to the throne speech 2 weeks ago almost, And I made copious notes. In fact, I've got them here, pages and pages of notes of the promises that were in that throne speech. It went on and on and on. And I had to think back, gee, I've heard this before, and I've heard this before. Oh, and I've heard that before. It was like the 2015 election campaign of the now Liberal government. They had listened or heard all of these ideas from right across Canada and put them all in a great big jar and said, these are our election promises for 2015. Well, here we are now in 2020 with the third throne speech from this same government. And it's like they reached into that same jar and pulled out an idea and found out, oh, well, we haven't lived up to that promise yet, so we'll put that back in the throne speech. And I think they emptied that whole jar of recycled ideas. Why did they continue to do that? I'd like to hear from the honourable member from Megantic as to why they had to prorogue, create another throne speech just so they could rehash all of the same ideas that they put out in 2015 that they hadn't lived up to.
The member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, that's a very good question.
They didn't have to prorogue the Parliament. They just have to hide the ethics scandal of the Prime Minister. This is why they prorogue Parliament, Mr. President. Not for just throwing away those promises again and again and again. They had a scandal to hide, and they tried and they do their best to hide it.
Resuming debate by video conference, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre. I think if the honourable member just activate her microphone, I think we'll...
Sorry, Mr.
There
Speaker.
she is. Okay,
My bad. Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member from Etobicoke North. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to speak to this speech from the throne. Because the thing about a speech from the throne is it gives us an opportunity to reset our clock, to say the things we talked about before the election aren't valid anymore because this thing called COVID-19, this pandemic, began to take us all off track. All of the old systems we had, economic, social, etc., aren't working anymore. We're in a new world, and we have to do something about it. I think we expected COVID-19 would last, and we'd be out of it now. We now see we're braced for a second tsunami of COVID-19 that's obviously, we hear globally, going to be worse than the first. So here's the thing. This speech from the throne said we found out that we have to reset new systems because the old ones left a lot of people very vulnerable and let a lot of people down. So the first thing in the speech from the throne was that this government decided that if we did not do something to contain the spread of COVID-19, nothing that we ever do, whatever we do for businesses, for individuals, for jobs, is not going to be sustainable, and it's not going to be able to be permanent because COVID will be standing there. And COVID-19 doesn't give a fig about jobs. It doesn't care about boundaries. It doesn't care what province you're in and what territory you're in. It's a global pandemic. So one of the things we decided was that we were going to have to talk about how we create, not only how we help Canadians, workers and individuals and families and businesses through the second wave. But what are we going to do to make sure that because we have a AAA rating, we're the only country in the world beside Germany that has a AAA rating, that we can borrow from ourselves at 0.25% so that Canadians businesses don't have to borrow from the banks at 5% or use their credit cards at 19% or even remortgage their homes to be able to just carry on and be supported during this pandemic. So we talked about how we expanded. We brought back new support systems. SERP has now been taken over by a new CRB that is going to take them on. People will be moved into EI. So there would be a seamless way for individuals to be supported. And interestingly enough, individuals who are self-employed and individuals who are in the gig economy who never were covered by EI and are now going to be covered. We looked at how we were going to support seniors who have fallen in between the cracks in the old system, mainly because a lot of the system is about innovation and it's about Wi-Fi, and many seniors are too poor to afford that. At least in my riding, they are. And looking at how we help them to get more financial stability during this difficult time when they're afraid that they'll be kicked out of the places in which they live. And we looked at the people who are very vulnerable, the homeless, people who have substance use disorders, and how do we help them? And we brought in an emergency rapid fund to say homelessness increases our susceptibility to COVID. So let's get people who have no place to live, rapid money to get them into shelters and places to live. This is the kind of thing that we're doing. It isn't a rehash of what was happening. If anybody understood what was going on out there, they'd realize that this is about helping to protect people and looking at how do we diminish spread of COVID. Well, we have put money into protective equipment. We've got millions of testing and tracking. We've given money to provinces, $2.2 billion, to be able to make it okay for kids to go to school and be safe. That's all provincial jurisdiction we're putting money into. Housing, homelessness, schools. So we don't care. We're the government of Canada. We want to help all Canadians. We're not discriminating against what province you come from. And that's what we're doing in this speech from the throne. We're there. We have vaccines now lined up, millions of vaccines, so that every single Canadian, no matter how poor, no matter how rich, no matter what they do, will be able to have access to a vaccine. The tracking and testing mechanisms, we have upgraded it and sent more money to the provinces so that they will be able to test and track quicker and to move forward. We have now just got a new test. It's a quick testing thing, but we're always guided by science as we look at how we protect people against COVID, against the spread, and against spreading it to each other, etc. We are, and people have complained about that, we are looking at a national standard for long-term care homes. Well, now, if the COVID doesn't care if you live in one province or the other, and if the provinces think it's okay for us to send money to them, now 87 cents on every dollar the federal government is contributing to provinces in their jurisdictions to help them make decisions. So this is not about interfering with provinces. It's about recognizing the reality of a pandemic and a virus that doesn't care. And we've moved forward on all of that. Then we talk about how in the interim we're going to try to support businesses. So we've extended the Canadian wage supplement, and we've expanded it to next summer. And we're working on the details of some of the things that businesses told all of us that didn't really work for them. So we're trying to deal with that. We're looking at how we help a tourism industry that is stranded, and they use the CEWS. And so this is there for them until the next summer, so that businesses can at least be able to stay, to be sustained, and to look at how they can transform into the new economy, into innovation, so that they're going to have to do businesses different. And we're there as a government to help them with all the things they need to do in terms of innovating for business, in terms of Wi-Fi, in terms of looking at schools and how we are able to do things differently to keep citizens safe. This is part of a plan. This is not business as usual. This is the worst crisis we've had since the Second World War. And in fact, all of the things that we put in place after the Second World War to sustain us economically and socially and culturally are great for 50 years. They're not valid anymore. They're not working anymore. We now have to look at how we reinvent the wheel. We're looking at what other countries are doing. We're putting money into innovation so that we can have far more companies shift from what they currently had been doing to new and innovative jobs. We're going to be helping young people to be able to have connection to their first jobs, because some of them cannot find jobs in this new environment. We're looking at how we reskill and we train people for the current economy. This is a forward-thinking document. This is looking at a document. The economy is always something that we have to keep resilient and sustainable. What we're saying is we have to do it differently. The old ways didn't work anymore, and they're not working anymore. And COVID-19 has exposed all of the cracks in our system. And what we're saying is we needed a speech from the throne to make sure that we not just covered over those cracks, but that we filled them so people didn't fall into them anymore. And so this is saying, yes, you got to get jobs. Yes, you have to look at the economy. Yes, you have to protect people from illness. Yes, you have to strengthen our health system, which we talked about, looking at how mental health goes into the Canada Health Act, looking at how we get people to get pharmaceutical products when they need it. We are working on all of those tranches at once so that we don't fall between the cracks. And I think what is also important to remember when we start talking about provincial jurisdictions and what we haven't been doing, to remember that we're dealing with a virus that is a pandemic. All over the world, people are suffering. And so we have also decided that it's time for us to step up and help countries around the world that need help so that they can develop healthcare systems, so that they can get vaccines, so that they can be able to have equipment that they need to test and track. We're building alliances with like-minded countries because we can no longer talk about our country alone. We have to talk about how we work with other countries to strengthen a global economy, to look at how we fight a pandemic together, to look at how we shift and change, because this is not the first pandemic, and I'm speaking as a physician, and it's not going to be the last. And if we do not want to have pandemics, we're going to have to make sure that when we get diseases starting around the world, that they remain as epidemics and that countries are able to cope with them, and that we need to look at how we trade differently, and we need to look at human rights, and we need to look at rising fascism around the world and right-wing extreme governments that are denying human rights to people. We have to look outward as well as inward. Again, because the COVID-19 doesn't really care what country you live in and what borders between provinces you have and whose jurisdiction. I don't know that COVID ever read the Constitution. So we are here as a federal government responsible for all Canadians, remembering that it is our duty to make sure nobody falls between the cracks, either because of health systems that need to be there to support them, because of economic and job creation and new ways of looking how to build an economy. That's where we're focusing on. And if you actually read the speech from the throne, you would find out that that's exactly what we're doing, what we need to do now. It might be a time for us to sit down and say, let's stop talking about partisan politics and all of us do what countries around the world are doing. Countries around the world are saying, guys, let's get together. Let us look at how we work together to prevent this from happening, because this is a global problem. We might want to say this is a Canadian problem. Let's all come together.
Now time for questions and comments. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Provencher. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the speech we just heard from the member from Vancouver Centre is, if anything, interesting. It just gives a little picture for Canadians to see into the mindset of Liberals and how they view money and how they look at finances. You know, we've heard earlier from the Prime Minister that he believes budgets balance themselves, and in this latest throne speech we heard that it's better for the government to borrow money because Canadians can't afford to. Well, my question for the member, I have two questions. The first one being is, whose money does she really think it is? And does she really believe Canadians don't understand when they're being bribed with their own money?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Madam Speaker, that is such a cynical question. It is not about bribing Canadians. Listen, we can borrow from ourselves, and if you read the Globe and Mail this weekend, it will tell you what the Governor of the Bank of Canada is saying, that we can't take half measures right now, but also we're borrowing at 0.25%. Now, here's the thing. We are one of only 2 countries in the world with an international AAA rating. And we are able to have both the credit and everything to be able to help Canadians. If we don't help Canadians, I would like to ask my honourable colleague, who will? We are government. We are responsible for assisting Canadians in a crisis and in a time of need, just as we did in World War II. This is that kind of crisis.
L'honorable député de
Member for Taos-de-Blainville, online. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for the member who's also a doctor, if I understood correctly. As you know, when we talk about health issues, pandemics, epidemics, it brings up the whole issue of how we can help each other. Do you not believe that there is a mechanism for prevention that would have been the only way to ensure that we have sustainable solutions that are ongoing? Canada Health transfers are exactly about that. That is the question we're asking. As you know, Madam Speaker, the last commission was in 2008, the big one, the important one, the Romanov Commission. This is a few years later. If the government had ensured that Quebecers and people from other provinces...
Madam Speaker, I think it's interesting about prevention. I don't think anyone could have prevented COVID-19 from occurring. But what we could have done was to prevent it from being a pandemic. It might have been contained with any one country. Now, we know that we have to do that. Now we have to strengthen the World Health Organization so that we can be warned when there are early pandemics. Now we can prevent it by investing in poor countries so they can have healthcare systems, healthcare infrastructure, so that they can have access to vaccines and medications, so they can contain epidemics before they become pandemics. That's how we prevent it. This government, since this pandemic, has been distributing money to every single province, as I said earlier on, 87 cents on the dollar to help provinces cope. And yet what we have seen is a mishmash of each province having very different outcomes, having very different protections. We need to look at how...
Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Vancouver Centre will know full well the ravages of the opioids crisis, given that she and I are both from the wonderful province of British Columbia, where this year already the opioids crisis has killed 5 times more people than COVID-19 has. And in fact, 3 out of the last 4 years, over 1,000 people have died in British Columbia. Yet what do we see, Madam Speaker? A passing reference to the crisis in the throne speech. This Liberal government has still yet to declare a national public health emergency, and they continue to ignore organizations like the Chiefs of Police, which are calling for decriminalization. Simple question through you, Madam Speaker. Why?
Member for Vancouver Centre.
Because I think the honourable member does not even understand opioid crisis. It's a very, very complex issue. It is linked with mental health problems. It is linked with homelessness. It is linked with poverty. It is linked with intergenerational trauma. You don't fix it with a silver bullet. This government has been working with provinces since we formed government. We have been helping them with the ability to have access to naloxone universally. We've been helping them with forming frontline workers to be able to work in the communities. We are now and have been in our second year of making sure that there are safe supplies available. And this is because after 10 years of
debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on the throne speech. But first, I would like to recognize the wonderful families of Etobicoke North and our caring, resilient, and strong community. Our families matter. They are good people, and they work hard. What makes Etobicoke North such a special place to live, work, and play is that we welcome the world. We are proudly one of the most diverse communities in the country. We learn from one another, and we learn each other's beautiful cultures, languages, and religions. And we look after one another, and we lift each other up. Madam Speaker, I thank the tireless frontline healthcare workers of the William Osler Health System for their life-saving services, the Rexdale Community Health Center and Rexdale Community Hub and their partners for their important community care, including providing health services, legal services, delivering food, and providing computers and internet access. I thank all workers who provide provided essential services like those working in grocery stores, to personal support workers, to truck drivers, to taxi drivers, everyone who worked to keep our community and country growing. I also thank our tremendous community organizations for their work during COVID-19. Organizations like Albion Neighborhood Services that found new ways to deliver programs to youth and deliver hundreds of meals weekly. The Sikh Spiritual Center Toronto provided langar as individual packed meals to our community. The International Muslims Organization and the Lions Club that joined forces and served hundreds of families and provided food and essential supplies each month. And Trust 15 that kept in constant contact with families and continued inspiring and mentoring our amazing youth. I wish I had time to say thank you to all our organizations and all our volunteers. Know that I see your life-changing work and that I am grateful for the work you do each and every day. As I said, Madam Speaker, we are a community that cares and we are there for one another. Madam Speaker, before I ever came to Parliament, my own research area was on pandemic influenza, actually on the 1918 influenza, and preparing for pandemics. I help businesses, non-governmental organizations, and industry prepare for a pandemic. I ran pandemic exercises, and my priority will always be protecting the health and safety of the people of Etobicoke North and all Canadians, and in particular, our most vulnerable. Madam Speaker, the plan outlined in the throne speech is good for our Etobicoke North families and our community. We will take bold action on health, the economy, building back better, and building a more inclusive Canada. Madam Speaker, the throne speech outlines our plan for continuing to protect the health and safety of Canadians. In Etobicoke North in July and August, parents and teachers told me their concerns about their children heading back to school. As an educator, I understand. Our government listened and invested $2 billion to help provinces protect the health and safety of our children, teachers, and indeed our families as they return to school. Our government also invested and shipped personal protective equipment across the country. We sent the Canadian Forces into long-term care homes to help look after our loved ones. And we will make sure Canadians will be able to get a vaccine once it's developed, tested, and is ready. Our priority is to look out for all Canadians, and especially our most vulnerable. Poverty, hunger, good health and well-being, gender equality, and economic status play a role in who gets sick, who gets treated, and who survives. We must keep taking COVID-19 seriously to stop this second wave. We must all make sure we do our part to slow the spread of the virus by limiting our contact bubble, physical distancing, hand washing, and wearing a non-medical mask or face covering as needed. Ensuring Canadians are supported through this health crisis is the best thing we can do for the economy. Madam Speaker, the second part of our plan for the future is to do whatever it takes to support Canadians and businesses through the pandemic. That's why our government invested more than $19 billion to help provinces and territories restart their economies and ensure increased testing and contact tracing, increased personal protective equipment, and support for our most vulnerable in long-term care. To rebuild from job losses and strengthen our economy, we will launch a campaign to create more than 1 million jobs. We will extend the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy to next summer, rebuild an EI system that works for all Canadians, and introduce further support for industries that have been hit the hardest, including hospitality and travel and tourism. Etobicoke North families should not have to choose between their health and their job. Madam Speaker, the third part of our plan is to build back better, to create a stronger, more resilient Canada. The last 6 months have been hard for our families and have shown fundamental gaps in our society as well as societies around the world. We must do everything possible to address these gaps. That means we will keep strengthening the middle class and help people working hard to join it. We will continue to invest in our communities, public infrastructure, and importantly, affordable housing. Our government brought in Canada's first national housing strategy, and most recently, the Rapid Housing Initiative will build or purchase 3,000 affordable homes across Canada. We will also invest in healthcare and address gaps in our social systems. High-quality, affordable childcare is not a luxury. It is a necessity. That's why we will build a Canada-wide childcare system that meets the needs of all Canadians. And for our seniors, we have committed to increasing the old age security benefit at 75 years of age and boosting the CPP survivors benefit. And we will also set new national standards for long-term care so that seniors get the best support possible. We will also build long-term competitiveness through clean growth while fighting climate change. Through COVID-19, we are reminded of just how important our natural world is and that we are not apart from nature, but rather a part of it. We live in a finite world with no planet B. We owe it to our children and grandchildren to protect our environment. Madam Speaker, the fourth part of our plan is to stand up for who we are as Canadians and defend our values. We will continue to walk our shared path of reconciliation, and we will continue to welcome newcomers and support family reunification. We embrace our 2 official languages, and we celebrate our communities and countries' diversity. But we know that there is more work to do to achieve gender equality and to address systemic racism. We know that anti-Black racism is real. We know that systemic racism is real. Unconscious bias is real, and they do happen here in Canada. Our community will always stand against racism, and our government will always stand with you. We will always work to build a better, more equitable country for all. Madam Speaker, to our Etobicoke North families, know that you matter to me, that my office and I will always be there for you, and know that we have worked tirelessly for you throughout the pandemic. Madam Speaker, we must also learn what we always learn following a pandemic, namely that science and public health matter, not just when we are in a crisis. We must share lessons, update and test pandemic plans, and ensure we are doing everything possible to protect the most vulnerable. And finally, we are one small planet with one human family. Disease knows no borders, and through the pandemic and beyond, we are truly in this together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Commentaires, questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Met.
The long list of what this empty shell of throne speech that the members from the government side been talking about, there's in the whole thing, and talking about also unity, which is quite surprising that they're talking about unity. Alberta was mentioned only once in the whole throne speech. Where's the unity? The Western alienation is at the highest level we've ever seen. We're underground, we know what's going on. The government living in 30,000 feet above level to look down and to tell us that they're aiming unity and a throne speech. So where's the unity when in Alberta only was mentioned once and only once in this whole throne speech?
For Etobicoke North.
I'd like to thank my honorable colleague for his important question. Madam Speaker, we've been clear from the very beginning that we are all in this together. As the Deputy Prime Minister has worked very hard and the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs has worked with the premiers of the provinces and territories, we have provided $19 billion to the provinces and territories so we can safely restart the economy. The throne speech tackles the major crisis we are seized with in our communities, in our country, and globally, namely COVID-19, the economic crisis, climate change, and the throne speech also tackles how to build back better and ensure that everyone is included.
L'honorable député d'Abitibi-Bay James.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is like a cassette we're hearing. They're playing it over and over. When they talk about action, but what are they proposing to put an end to tax evasion, to the use of tax havens by large corporations, for example? What are they doing to pay 3%, invest in arts and media, having 40% French content? When we talk about activities and Indigenous affairs, it's important to have a 5-year plan for Quebec. What about that? Providing safe drinking water, a supply of safe drinking water for Indigenous peoples in Canada. Then there's mention of UNDRIP. I'll leave it at that, Madam Speaker.
Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to my honourable colleague for her important questions. There is no relationship that is more important to us than that with Indigenous peoples, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. The throne speech is very much focused on the crises that we are facing in our communities, country, and the world, which is COVID-19, the economic crisis as a result of COVID-19, and climate change and building back better. I will take this time to say we are in wave 2. It's important to remember that there is a time lag in the data. So the numbers we are currently seeing are from 10 to 14 days ago. On Friday, we were at 2,000 cases. Asymptomatic spread is a threat. This is a virus that hospitalizes people. It still kills people. It is challenging to treat. It is disrupting.
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I think we all respect her deeply in this place for her research expertise, for her expertise on epidemics and pandemics. I just want to ask her a question about that other epidemic, the opioid epidemic that in British Columbia has killed 5 times more people this year than COVID, and over the last few years, over 1,000 people each year. And I just want to ask her what she thinks about these hundreds and thousands of people being poisoned by fentanyl, whether they would be benefit from a safe supply, from decriminalization, so we could bring them in to get them well. This is a medical problem and not a criminal problem. I just wanted to ask her what she thought of that.
Answer from the member for Etobicoke North, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I too would like to thank my honourable colleague, and I would like to thank him for his decades of research and expertise. The question he asks is so important. We must tackle we have a pandemic of COVID-19, and we are also facing the opioid crisis. We must work together. This doesn't take one simple fix. It's a very complex problem. Our government has taken numerous actions, and we must work together to do more.
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to start by saying I'll be splitting my time with the fabulous MP from Vancouver East. And today we're debating the reply to the speech from the throne. a throne speech the government said was necessary because the pandemic had transformed our economy and our way of life in 6 short months. And whether a 5-week prorogation, a complete shutdown of Parliament, was necessary to write this speech is another question entirely, and to which the answer is almost surely no. But COVID has indeed impacted every riding across the country, and I'd like to spend most of my time on the experiences in my riding. South Okanagan West Kootenay, as everyone here knows, is one of the most beautiful ridings in the country. Mountain forests, sparkling lakes with sandy beaches, mighty rivers, bountiful orchards, and the best wine in Canada. It's a wonderful place to live and a great place to visit, and it's no wonder that tourism is one of the major drivers of the economy. When COVID-19 hit in March, tourism was hit immediately. People stopped traveling. Within weeks, Air Canada stopped flying into Penticton and Castlegar. Pacific Coastal stopped flying into Trail. WestJet cut back most of their flights. And while a few of these flights have returned, my constituents remain very concerned about the continuation of air service into regional airports, and a recent announcement from NAVCAN about possibly closing towers across the country brings extra concern. As travel stopped, motels and hotels emptied, restaurants closed, and up until June, things looked very bleak for tourism in the South Okanagan and West Kootenay. But after travel guidelines were relaxed in June, tourism was surprisingly busy. Many restaurants did well. Hotels and motels along the beaches in the South Okanagan were packed. Private campgrounds, public campgrounds, rough campgrounds back in the woods were filled beyond capacity. Boat and RV dealers were busy. Bike dealers sold stock as fast as they could get it. Now, every year I ride my bicycle around the riding in the last week of August, and before I left this year, I dropped into one of the local bike shops to get a spare tire, just in case something untoward happened along the trails. The dealer said he'd lend me one, but made me promise I'd bring it back if I didn't use it. He was happy I already had extra tubes because he said he hadn't had any normal tubes in months. People wanted to get out and enjoy the South Okanagan and West Kootenay. They came from all over BC and Alberta and the rest of Canada. I cycled over 400 kilometers of trails and roads while going around the riding, and those trails were very busy. One of the common complaints I heard in the Slocan Valley was that there were so many tourists, they were taking up all the secret campgrounds that used to be used only by locals. Now, I don't see this changing significantly after the pandemic subsides. People have really discovered the joys of getting out into the woods and hiking mountain trails, boating on the lakes of Canada. It's clear we need to invest more in trail and other outdoor infrastructure to provide proper camping, hiking, and biking experiences for the future. I want to also mention the performing arts, a sector that does so much to make our lives worth living, and COVID has brought that sector to its knees. Any facility based on a live audience and live performance has been hit hard all spring and summer, whether it's the big South Okanagan Event Centre in Penticton, the small but mighty Dream Cafe, the Venables Theatre in Oliver, Gold Fever Follies in Rossland, the Bailey Theatre and Trail, or any event held in any of the community halls across my riding. These theatres and the workers, musicians, and actors that work in them have seen their professional lives come to a halt. Most of these workers are gig workers, living precariously from job to job. They, like millions of other Canadian workers, generally don't qualify for EI. They would have been literally out on the street with no supports if the NDP hadn't pressed for broader benefits that resulted in the creation of CERB. I spoke with a coalition of performing arts workers from BC last week, and while they were very grateful for those supports, they were concerned about what lies ahead and how we will rebuild our social safety nets that COVID has exposed as entirely inadequate. The agriculture sector was hit by delays and difficulties getting foreign workers in to work in the orchards and vineyards. And I want to thank the hard work of the BC Fruit Growers Association, the BC government, the Regional District of Okanagan-Smilkameen for coming up with protocols and funding supports so that at least some of these workers could quarantine and work in conditions that were safe for them as well as safe for the broader community. The forestry sector was already hurting from low prices and illegal tariffs when COVID hit. There were some shifts cut back in some mills, but fortunately lumber prices rebounded through the summer. And I want to give a big shout out to Kolesnikov Lumber. In the middle of the pandemic, they finished building a new mass timber facility in South Slocan that is now producing engineered wood products for projects in Victoria, Vancouver, and Toronto. And along with Structurelam in Penticton, I now have 2 of the top mass timber facilities in North America in my riding, and they are part of a trend that is changing how we build large buildings that are safe, beautiful, and good for the environment. I want to talk now about some of the health impacts of COVID. I have to say that my riding was relatively untouched by the virus, thanks in large parts to the steady guidance of Dr. Bonnie Henry and the BC government, and will hopefully remain so. But we all saw the horrific news from long-term care facilities across the country, especially in Ontario and Quebec. I've been concerned about long-term care centres for years. Even before COVID, it was clear that funding and staffing at these sites was often completely inadequate. We need to bring long-term care centres into our national healthcare system with national standards and adequate funding. We need to pay care workers and all the other workers at the front line of COVID fair wages so that they will know that we value them for the heroes that they truly are. I was shocked to find out when I first talked to care workers pre-COVID that many of them who had worked for over 20 years at the same facility were now making less money than when they'd first been hired. And once COVID is behind us, we must once again focus on the real crisis facing the world, and that is global warming. We must focus on renewable energy, electrification, and energy efficiency. And for the past 5 years, I've pressed the Liberal government to seriously invest in building retrofits. They passed that responsibility on to the provinces in the Pan-Canadian framework and on to the municipalities in the last budget. They need to take direct action now so that all Canadians can access funds to make their homes and businesses more energy efficient, and that workers can find good jobs across this country. And if the infrastructure minister is looking for shovel-ready projects that need federal investments, there's an irrigation canal in Oliver that has been seeking that support for the last 4 years. And I'm happy to see that irrigation has finally been added to the list of qualifying projects for the latest program. So, Madam Speaker, the NDP has been completely focused for the past 6 months on finding solutions that will make life better for Canadians. We pointed out that the initial COVID benefits would have left many workers and businesses fall through the cracks, and we presented positive solutions to improve those benefits. When the government said they were going to reduce CERB by $400 in the new CRB, we forced them to keep the payments the same so that Canadians who still have no jobs to go back to can continue to live in dignity. We forced the government to put forward a meaningful paid sick leave program so that workers won't go to work with COVID. And we'll continue that focus as we face the second wave of COVID and as we build for a better Canada. So does the speech from the throne give us confidence in that future? Well, it's the actions that flow from this speech that will count. The speech mentions pharmacare, something that the Liberals promised back in 1997. It mentions childcare, something the Liberals have been promising since 2005. It mentions pay equity, something the NDP forced the Liberals to act on in 2015. They're still talking about it. We look forward to real action. The NDP has been and always will be a party that strives for a fairer, greener, and more prosperous Canada for all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacotte.
Madam Speaker, and I just want to say how much I appreciated the speech from the honourable member across the way. I too share his concern about seniors in long-term care facilities, and this was of a particular concern in my home province of Quebec. And so I would like to know from the honourable member what he would suggest. How can we, as a federal government, work with the provinces and territories in improving long-term care for our seniors?
Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for that important question. It's something I think that's very obviously one of the things that COVID has exposed that has been a problem all along. As I said in my speech, we've all heard in previous years about issues around long-term care. I've heard from friends, I've heard from workers. So we have to do something. And what the NDP is proposing is that we bring long-term care. It's something that keeps our elders, our seniors healthy in their final years into the Canada Health Act. And so that we can provide money to the provinces, and this, as she mentions, would involve negotiations with the provinces, but we could provide federal funding in return for national standards that would make sure that we have proper staffing levels and proper staffing funding for their salaries. It's very difficult in many places to find people willing to work in long-term care centres because the pay is so low.
The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the question to the member from South Okanagan West Kootenay. A couple of years back, the Liberal government decided it was just fine for seniors' care homes in British Columbia to be sold off to a Chinese company, eventually taken over by the Chinese government, and the care in those facilities certainly became an issue. Our Conservative members pointed out the problem to this. We opposed the purchase of these long-term care homes by the Chinese communist regime that the Liberal government seemed to just support. Even the Prime Minister has an admiration for the way things are handled in China. I'd like to know why the members from the NDP weren't as vocal about this, and why do they continue to prop up this Liberal government that seems to be hell-bent on supporting this communist regime? Thank you.
For South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, let's just start by saying we're not propping up this government. We're dragging it, kicking and screaming to do the right thing for Canadians. And in regards to Ang Bang and the seniors care centres in British Columbia, one of the main ones that were part of that sale was from Summerland. It was a care facility I knew very well. When I was running in a provincial election, I went to talk to families who had loved ones in there who had died through various levels of lack of attention by the staff. And that's when I was first exposed to how the problems that lay within long-term care facilities. This was years before it was sold. And so those problems are inherent in the whole system of how we run our long-term care facilities. And that's why we need to change that completely.
Questions et commentaires? Je vais me tromper encore, je suis sûr, l'honorable.
The member for? It's not Berthier-Masquinongé. It's Drummond, the member for Drummond, I'm sorry. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. I was a little amused, actually, at a certain point when he talked about the gains his party has made in the last months. Rather, my colleague said that his party supported some programs and that they were improved. He also said he was happy with the measures put in place. Now, either the reality is different in his part of the country versus the reality in Quebec, or he never spoke to Quebec artists, because Quebec artists are not at all reassured with how the government is managing their situation in the pandemic. I put this question to the government earlier, didn't really get an answer. Supports for artists and culture and that entire sector are inadequate. Yet it's a sector that brings in $53 billion of revenues. So I'd like to ask my colleague, would he agree, given that realities are different at other ends of this country, clearly, should the government not send the money to the provinces and to Quebec so they could manage their own cultural sectors?
West Kootenay, very quickly, please.
Well, again, I don't know where to begin with that one because I was going to answer the first question, and now I have another one. I think the performing arts are, as I said in my speech, are often forgotten, often neglected. I think this government has neglected them as well. I think we have to support them. The performing artists in British Columbia, I met with them last week. They presented like a 5-point plan on what the federal government can do using federal powers to support them. And those are the kind of things that we need to bring forward, whether they're from Quebec or British Columbia.
Resuming debate, I'm sorry, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm delighted to join in the debate in reply to the throne speech. When I heard the government deliver the throne speech, or when I heard the throne speech, I thought to myself, what has the government been doing since they prorogued the House? Surely is more than just to recite commitments on a variety of different topics and to their standard, which is always, per the Liberals' approach, is to make commitments on a variety of issues and then never deliver it. And sure enough, as I listened to the throne speech, it is the repeat of that pattern yet again. And I take, for example, I was looking to hear from the government to address the issue and the crisis to which many of the small businesses are faced with. I know that I'm not the only person in my riding who have businesses who are struggling with this. They were looking for the government, for example, to say something that their commercial rent subsidy program is not working, that in fact they would ensure and allow for small businesses to apply for the commercial rent subsidy. They didn't hear that. It wasn't in the throne speech, even though I have to say, actually, the government should have acted whether or not it is in the throne speech. The community, the small business community, have waited and waited and waited. It's been more than 6 months, and still there is no action with respect to that. So many of the businesses in my riding had to close because that help was not forthcoming. Even just this week, I had constituents phoning me, contacting me, emailing me, saying, help, help, please help. We need the federal government to come to the table and to allow us to apply for the commercial rent subsidy, because the landlords will not do it. The landlords will not do it, and they're being penalized for that. And they're suffering. And if we don't support the small business community to survive this, all of us would be impacted. And the recovery for the economy would be that much longer and that much slower, Madam Speaker. And that needs to change. The other issue that I was looking to hear, and I was hoping to hear, was that the government would do something, in fact, to address a critical issue in my riding in Vancouver East, an issue that has been brought to the attention, but the scale of which applies to other communities as well. The PNE in my riding is a 110-year-old institution. They have been left out of pandemic help from the federal government, and as a result of that, this 110-year-old institution may not survive the pandemic. They are a fair in our community that has provided for thousands of jobs to young people. The phone speech talked about the value of young people needing to support them. Well, how about ensuring that the PNE survives this pandemic? Because they hire thousands of young people every summer for employment. And throughout the course of the year, they have some 4,200 workers engaged with the PNE. If we don't take action to save the PNE, we will lose this historic institution, the economic driver that it is in our community, the supports for young people, and the enjoyment of so many families across the Lower Mainland and beyond. This is something that I was looking for the federal government to do something for institutions like that, and yet they failed again. Similarly, for Vancouver's Chinatown, we have a beautiful Chinatown in Vancouver, one to which the federal government acknowledged the value and the history of Vancouver's Chinatown by declaring them as a national historic site. But yet, there was no help for Chinatown, even though the federal government saw fit to provide support to Granville Island, to which I don't blame them, and they should. The federal government should help Granville Island. But I was calling on the ministers, a variety of different ministers, to support Chinatown and to ensure that they can survive the pandemic. But no help came to Chinatown. They too were left trying to battle the issue on their own. And yet, this is a national treasure to which the federal government, by their own admission, had acknowledged and recognized Chinatown as a national historic site. Why would the federal government not provide the much needed help that's required for the survival of Chinatown? Other sectors that are desperate for help from the federal government, gig workers. My colleague just before me was talking about that with the gig workers, with the performance arts industry. They were the first to shut down with the pandemic, and they fear that they would be the last to reopen. And they need help from the federal government, not only to survive the pandemic, but to move beyond it. The government can, in fact, take real action to ensure that the industry is supported to get through so that they can get through the pandemic and to thrive into the future. The federal government in the throne speech talked about housing, and I was listening really hard to the message there. There's a lot of vague language, a lot of promises that they have yet to deliver. Take a look at the National Housing Strategy, to which the Prime Minister announced and declared with much fanfare back in 2017 that adequate housing is a basic human right. But yet, we just have to look around the community to the people who are homeless today, to which people are desperate to get into safe, secure, affordable housing, especially in the face of a pandemic. We talked about the prescription to safety and to flatten the curve as being required to social distance, to wash your hands, and all of those measures. But yet so many people cannot access those measures because they do not have a home to go to. I have the largest encampment in Vancouver East, in my riding, in the entire country. People in the Strathcona encampment are absolutely desperate for the federal government to come in to help them, both the people who are in the encampment as well as the residents in the neighborhood. The province of British Columbia has reached out to the federal government on a number of occasions. I myself, with the mayor of Vancouver, with the MLA Melanie Mark, before the election was called, had written to the minister calling for the minister to step up and to be a partner and to join in with the partnership with the city, with the community, with the nonprofits to address this crisis. And to this day, there has been no help from the federal government to address this crisis. And we are in a crisis at Strathcona here on all levels, on a safety level, both from a health and a security point of view. The winter months are coming. The rain is coming. The wet, cold weather is coming. How could it be that we would allow for people to live in a camp at this time in the middle of a pandemic, Madam Speaker? The federal government has said that they would bring in a pandemic response to address the housing crisis. Just prior to the throne speech, they made an announcement of 3,000 units for rapid housing. Let me just put this in context, Madam Speaker. In Vancouver alone, based on the last homelessness count, we have more than 2,000 people who are homeless today. 3,000 units is not going to cut it. It is entirely deficient to address the housing crisis across the country. And my riding is not the only riding with an encampment, with a homeless encampment. This is throughout the entire country. The government needs to do more than just say that adequate housing is a basic human right. They need to act and deliver. They need to flow the money. They need to create programs that are accessible. They need to ensure that they can address this housing crisis in an effective way instead of just words, Madam Speaker. So the throne speech...
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's always, encouraging in the sense that when people are focused, MPs on both sides of the House are focused on the issue at hand, that being the pandemic, Madam Speaker, and coming up with ideas and thoughts. I appreciate the fact that the NDP will be supporting the throne speech and the many fine initiatives that are found within it. I think that is a very strong positive. It shows that even at times we might disagree with things that are taking place, that at a time of need for Canadians that we can come together. And my question to the member is that we've introduced legislation and brought forward the C4 ultimately and had it passed, which reinforced the importance of the CERB program being brought into EI and the wage subsidy program. And I'm wondering if she would like to provide some thoughts on that particular piece of legislation as how it complements the throne speech.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Bill C4 was a piece of legislation the government introduced, and it was flawed. And it was the NDP who went to the table and worked hard to get the government to make the necessary changes to ensure that the amount of dollars for CERB is not cut at $400 per week per the Liberals had wanted to proceed with, but rather to honor the required amount, which is $2,000 a month at $500 a week. We push forward to ensure that people can get sick leave with respect to that. But even then, C4 is not a perfect piece of legislation. Much work needs to be done. The government could have easily made those programs permanent if they wished to, but they chose not to. That's what the NDP did. But with respect to the throne speech, Madam Speaker, it does...
comments, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Lady Smith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her speech and for her advocacy on these issues. I'm really concerned about affordable housing as well, and I'm also really concerned about the effect that the pandemic is having on small business. But my question is about disability. And we've seen that three months into the pandemic, there was finally this one-time payment promised to people on disability. And 4 months now they've been waiting. And apparently it's going to come, the checks are going to be sent out at the end of this month. We learned that in March, 50,000 veterans, there's a backlog of disability applications, 50,000 veterans. It's going to take 3 years for those applications to go through. And then the disability tax credit promoters restriction regulations have not yet been implemented 6 years after the Enabling Act was passed. This means that people who are applying for disability are vulnerable to vultures. And I had somebody in my riding with a brain injury who paid $1,000 and was sent to collection. And my question is to the Honourable Member, are you hearing the same kind of things from your constituents? People with disabilities they're sick of waiting, they're sick of being left behind.
Member for Vancouver East.
Well, for the Liberals, Madam Speaker, for the seniors who are in need, for the members of the community with disabilities, the government is always taken an afterthought approach to them. And the NDP had to push hard, even for that one-time payment to come through. And even then, the government is slow walking in that delivery. But yet they don't hesitate for friends and insiders, as we've seen in the WE scandal. We've seen that also. The government is slow walking the wealth tax, as an example. In fact, I don't even know if they will actually bring in such a thing. So, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yeah, I want to thank the member from Vancouver East for her comments. We sat on opposite sides in the BC legislature, so it's good to see her here. I concur with her about the crises that is being faced in British Columbia. I know in her riding, Vancouver East, also in my riding, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. With the drug addiction, with the opioid crisis, we have 5 times more people that have died this year from opioids rather as compared to COVID-19. So it's very serious, not to undermine what the numbers with COVID-19. So my question is this to the member. What does she feel and the NDP feel as far as placing more emphasis, the Liberal government putting more emphasis on recovery and treatment rather than alongside of safe injection site?
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, we have 2 other health emergencies, the housing crisis as well as the opioid crisis. And the truth of the matter is we need a full continuum of services. We need safe supply. We need harm reduction sites. We need harm reduction initiatives as well. We need mental health support. We need recovery. We need all of it. And then at the base of that, we also need affordable housing. So the federal government has refused to act on this in a comprehensive way. No one ever suggested harm reduction is the silver bullet and decriminalizing is the silver bullet. We need all of those.
Prise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business, Export Promotion and International Trade.
Merci. Thank you. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Richmond Hill. Madam Speaker, it's an honor for me to rise in this House for the first time during this new parliamentary session in order to address you regarding our government's throne speech. First, I'd like to address my remarks to people in our communities in Outremont, Côte-des-Neiges, and Mile End. In particular, I want to speak to parents who, just as I am, are concerned. We see measures changing every day, and I know that it's difficult to stay on top of things.
And the uncertainty that you're facing. The fear of waking up to the latest news, the latest numbers, the latest closures. The anxiety of waking up to your child with a runny nose. The explanations you give to your little ones about why and what's next. The concern that you have for your own aging parents and their health and well-being. I understand this, and our government understands this. And last week at around 3 a.m. in the morning, my colleagues and I voted on legislation in order to address these very concerns. The caregiving benefit, which opened early this morning, provides income support for parents who need to stay home with a child because maybe their class is closed temporarily, or maybe their school is completely closed. Maybe they need to stay home and take care of a parent with COVID-19 or a loved one, and they should never have to choose between bringing home a paycheck and being there for their family.
These benefits are absolutely necessary because we need to be there for each other. Despite the challenges, the worrisome increase in cases that we see in Outremont, we are still very lucky in our community, lucky to have so many community organizations on the ground who help vulnerable people. And all of us, I think, for example, of Outremont en Famille and all of the team that is working so hard, not just for families, but for our seniors. I'm also thinking of the Outremont Youth Center, which is there supporting our young people, and of course, the people working for the Welcome Collective.
Montreal families with refugee families that are arriving here for the first time.
And every day, I think of André, Bernard, and the entire team at the Multicaf Community Cafeteria, where I'm pleased to volunteer.
Of Lou at the Mile End Mission, who works with such a small team of volunteers in order to bring healthy, nutritious food to families in need in the Mile End. And of course, Sid Stevens at Sun Youth, a veritable institution in Montreal, bringing urgent care to those in need. Je pense également comme
I also think as Parliamentary Secretary of our entrepreneurs, those working on Bernard Laurier, Avenue du Parc, Saint Laurent, Saint Denis Boulevards, are entrepreneurs throughout Quebec in red zones at the moment. I know that the uncertainty you are feeling is very difficult to deal with. I don't know when this pandemic will be over, but I can guarantee that our government will be there with you as long as it is needed. We are there for businesses who have brick-and-mortar presences. For example, the Jérôme Bay Hair Salon, which is so well known in Côte-des-Neiges, and Duc de Lorraine Bakery, for which the emergency wage subsidy was indispensable. It is thanks to your feedback as entrepreneurs that we were able to extend the wage subsidy until next summer. This program has already provided for the paychecks of 3.6 million people throughout the country and 850,000 Quebec workers. We will also extend the emergency business account. It is an interest-free loan that has helped over 760,000 small and medium businesses in Canada. Thanks to a broadened criteria for this loan, Aude and her boutique, État de Style, which is a unique institution on the Duluth Avenue, have been able to obtain this very precious support.
As we did before, Madam Speaker, we will have the backs of hardworking Canadian entrepreneurs in this second wave of the pandemic. We've extended the wage subsidy, we're expanding the CEBA loan program, we've topped up the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund, and the federal government will be paying for 2 weeks of sick leave that employees may need. As we've seen, this pandemic has worsened pre-existing inequalities in this country. There are people that have, for way too long, been excluded from our social safety net. Many of them have been part of the 9 million Canadians for whom the CERB was invaluable. The CERB is ending, Madam Speaker, but our commitment for a broader and more comprehensive safety net is steadfast. The expanded EI is there for workers who cannot find a job at the moment. Our new Canada Recovery Benefit is there for our gig economy workers and our independent workers. You'll be able to apply for this $500 a week, $2,000 a month benefit. In Canada, the wealthiest 1% owns almost 25% of our total national wealth. 25%, Madam Speaker. The bottom 1% owns almost none of it. And this gap is widening. Our government is acting on this data and is fighting this growing wealth inequality. This includes by identifying additional ways to tax extreme wealth inequality, addressing corporate tax avoidance by digital giants, and more. And the rising income disparity is not dissociated from the social inequality that has been capturing the hearts and the minds of Canadians and of people right around the world. Following the death of George Floyd, we saw people take to the streets and demand reform, and we have heard their cries, Madam Speaker. In the speech from the throne, we have committed to address the systemic inequalities in all phases of the criminal justice system, enhance civilian oversight of our law enforcement agencies, modernize training for police, especially surrounding the use of force, move toward community-led policing, and collect better disaggregated data. In this context, I would like to give a shout out to the work of Tiffany Callender and her team at the Côte-des-Neiges Black Community Association, who bring the demands for justice and equality to every level of government every single day. And this includes their incredible work on the Black Entrepreneurship Program, a first in Canada, a program that needed to be created due to the barriers that Black entrepreneurs continue to face. And I hope that we do not need this program in the future. Equality of opportunity and income parity is also top of mind for me as a woman, Madam Speaker, because still in 2020, women are at a disadvantage in the workplace.
When I spoke to people from the Le Chaînon shelter in my riding, I saw how much demand was growing for women's shelters. Why? Because telling women who are victims of domestic violence to isolate at home just isn't workable. That is exactly why we've announced additional funding to support women and children who are trying to get out of domestic violence during this pandemic.
Our government also recommitted to reconciliation with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We will introduce legislation to implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples by the end of this year, and this was confirmed once again by our Justice Minister in the last several weeks. But only a few short days ago, footage from a hospital in my home province in Quebec shocked the soul of the country. In this fight against injustice, I don't like to speak of victims. For me, Joyce was a warrior. There are warriors everywhere, Madam Speaker, warriors fighting for a better Canada, for a more just Canada, and they do not fight in vain.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. En conséquence, la question est la suivante.
The question is the following, that the House now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadian billionaires hold nearly 4,500 times the wealth of the average Canadian family. By 10 a.m. on January 2nd this year, top CEOs in Canada made as much money as the average Canadian worker will earn in the entire year. And unlike those average workers who pay their taxes and contribute to all of the infrastructure and services we depend on, Canada's wealthiest citizens are not paying their fair share. What is wrong with this picture? Why are some people hoarding obscene amounts of wealth while so many are struggling to make ends meet in this country? During the COVID-19 lockdown this past spring, Canadians across the country stood on their balconies and doorsteps and banged pots and pans to show their appreciation for frontline workers. Healthcare workers and first responders worked through the lockdown, separated from their families and risking their own health and safety for our communities. We also banged pots and pans for the essential service workers who were keeping grocery stores open and shelves stocked during a difficult and frightening time. Most of these service workers earn a modest income at best, and many earn minimum wage. They had to travel to and from work during the pandemic, often on public transit, and then serve the public all day long with the stress of the pandemic hanging over their heads. After seniors in long-term care facilities, it was low-wage workers who live in crowded housing and rely on public transit to get to their service jobs who were most affected by COVID-19. While these essential workers in our service economy continued to work, and while millions of Canadians lost their jobs and felt the economic stress of the pandemic, the rich got much richer. According to Forbes' annual billionaires list, Canada's 20 richest billionaires increased their wealth by $37 billion during the first 6 months of this pandemic. Think about that. 20 Canadian billionaires increased their wealth by $37 billion during the most economically catastrophic 6 months in Canadian history. 2 of those billionaires own Canada's largest grocery store chains. Galen Weston's fortune grew by $1.6 billion, and Jimmy Patterson increased his wealth by $1.7 billion. During the pandemic, many low-wage workers, including workers in the grocery stores owned by Mr. Weston and Mr. Patterson, received a short-lived $2 an hour top-up as danger pay. When that $2 an hour wage increase was terminated by those grocery chains, the stock value of those companies shot up, and Mr. Weston and Mr. Patterson reaped the benefits. Tax dollars pay for the public infrastructure and services that these billionaires rely on. Their companies use our roads, bridges, water and sewer systems. They benefit from an educated workforce paid for by tax dollars. The public transit system that carries their workers to and from the job is built and subsidized by tax dollars. And they benefit from our public health care system because they don't have to pay for private health insurance for their workers. When successive Liberal and Conservative governments have cut taxes, it has predominantly benefited the ultra-wealthy. It's time to reverse that trend and introduce a wealth tax. Keep taxes reasonable for working people, but increase taxes on the ultra-wealthy and institute inheritance tax on the transfer of large fortunes. If we had greater income equality in this country, we could easily afford the social safety net that Canadians deserve. Universal pharmacare, universal dental care, universal child care, free post-secondary tuition, and a guaranteed livable income so we could eliminate poverty. Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve better.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
He was on the dot.
Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to take part in this evening's debate, and thank you to my colleague from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, for raising the question which ultimately touches on the subject of fairness within the Canadian economy. Madam Speaker, I'll agree notionally, certainly, and I expect most members of the House of Commons would as well, that it should be a priority for the Government of Canada to support our nation's most vulnerable. And if it means that we have to ask the wealthiest members of our society to pay their fair share, then that should be a consequence we should readily accept for the benefits that will accrue to our society by supporting our nation's most vulnerable. I'll note in particular in the recent speech from the throne on the subject of taxing extreme wealth, Madam Speaker, that the government has committed now to limiting the stock option deduction for some of the wealthiest members of Canadian society, and has decided to move forward on the issue of avoidance of taxes by digital giants. But this is not a party we've arrived to recently, Madam Speaker. You'll recall, having been in the previous parliament, that the very first thing our government did when we were elected to office in 2015 was raise taxes on the wealthiest 1% of Canadian income earners so we could provide an income tax cut to 9 million middle-class families. We moved forward with a plan with respect to the Canada Child Benefit, so we stopped sending childcare checks to millionaires and put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families. Madam Speaker, this is a theme that has really been a golden thread throughout the various policies we've adopted over the past 5 years. But the inequities that exist within the economy have been made more readily apparent by the ongoing pandemic. That's why we made the decision at the onset of this public health emergency that we would be there for Canadians. The Canada Emergency Response Benefit has supported nearly 9 million vulnerable Canadians in their time of need. The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy has supported millions more in maintaining a connection to their employer so they can keep their job on the back end of this pandemic. There are countless examples of policies that have used Canadian taxpayers' dollars to support our nation's most vulnerable during a time of unprecedented uncertainty. Going forward, Madam Speaker, we need to recognize that the best thing we can do to support our economy and indeed prevent the need for this extraordinary amount of revenue to support the programs on the back end is to launch a world-class public health response so we can limit the cost of the coronavirus to our society. That's why we've made major investments in personal protective equipment for frontline staff. That's why we're investing in research and development of vaccines. That's why we've ordered 7.9 million rapid testing kits as soon as Health Canada has approved them. And that's why we're continuing to support the provinces in the delivery and administration of healthcare during this pandemic. Madam Speaker, we don't need to simply just double down on a public health strategy. We also need to be investing in measures that are going to prevent households and businesses from bearing the enormous costs of this pandemic. By moving forward with some of the policies I've mentioned, whether it's the CERB, whether it's the wage subsidy, whether it's the emergency business account, we're going to be able to make an investment up front that will prevent us from suffering the worst consequences of inaction, which would lead to millions upon millions of additional dollars that we do not need to spend if we make smart investments now. On a forward-looking basis, Madam Speaker, there will come a time when we need to examine how we are going to finance many of the policies that we've put in place now or that we plan to going forward. By targeting policies that will promote growth and support Canada's most vulnerable, we will be able to save the system billions of dollars. We will be able to support Canada's most vulnerable. And if it means that we have to ask the wealthiest to pay a little bit more, then so be it.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a society, we can no longer afford the growing inequality in Canada. Extreme wealth inequality has been proven to have a corrosive effect on our society as well as on democracy. Inequality harms our economy, damages health and well-being, decreases disposable income, and entices middle-class individuals to incur debts that they cannot pay. Extreme inequality also plays a factor in increased crime. We need to crack down on wealthy tax cheats. We must stop the tax avoidance schemes that allow people and corporations to offshore their wealth and avoid paying taxes in Canada. We need an inheritance tax on massive fortunes, and we need a wealth tax. The Northern European countries tax the wealthy and ensure that their citizens are taken care of from cradle to grave. Madam Speaker, we should do the same in Canada. We can do better.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I agree entirely with the honourable member insofar as his argument suggests that wealth inequality is a priority that the government must tackle and that we should continue to focus our efforts on supporting the vulnerable. Throughout this pandemic, it has become readily apparent that the inequalities that have long plagued Canada's economy continue to exist today and need serious investment by the government. That's why when we saw the emergency rear its head and create a cost for society, we decided the government was in a better position to bear those costs than households and businesses. Vulnerable Canadians can rest assured we will be there in their time of need to reduce income inequality, support them with their most basic needs in our communities, and if it requires us to ask the wealthy to contribute a little bit more, we will not be afraid to make that demand. Thank you sincerely.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, for recognizing me, and I'm pleased to have this opportunity to follow up on a question that I asked last week to the Minister of Transport concerning Transport Canada's rescission of the order that allowed BC Ferries to keep passengers on the lower car decks. Now, I want to start off by just saying that it is not debatable that minimizing public contact is the best way of preventing the unnecessary spread of COVID-19. This is an accepted fact amongst public health officials and indeed our own federal government. And I want to recognize also, Madam Speaker, the leadership that has been shown by the BC NDP government. Premier John Horgan, Health Minister Adrian Dix, and of course, Dr. Bonnie Henry, the Chief Medical Officer for the province of BC. Those three have been instrumental in shepherding BC through the crisis. And what we are now seeing, however, is an expected uptick of cases as that second wave is starting to hit our province. And that's why the recent decision by Transport Canada doesn't seem to make any sense. Now, the Minister last Thursday stated that he had legitimate concerns over marine safety. And I agree. There is always the potential when you're on a large ferry of fire. We've seen ships sink in the past, and these are legitimate concerns. But if you look, Madam Speaker, at BC Ferries' safety record over the last number of years, there have been no recorded incidents of fires, and there was only one major incident reported. And I think we can recognize that BC Ferries has an excellent safety record, and I think a large part of that is due to the amazing crew who form part of the BC Ferry and Marine Workers Union. So I really want to thank their efforts in keeping passengers' safety and the professionalism with which they do their job each and every day. So, Madam Speaker, I think what's important to highlight here in this adjournment proceedings debate is the track record that BC Ferries has, the professionalism of its crew in keeping passengers' safety, but contrasting that with the expected second wave that is about to hit our province, and also under the knowledge that maintaining physical distancing is important in stopping the spread of COVID-19. Now, I'm a proud Vancouver Islander, and everyone else who lives on Vancouver Island and in amongst the Gulf Islands understands how important and vital BC Ferries is as a transportation link. And it's an accepted fact, Madam Speaker, that if you have one of our larger ferries at full capacity, it is simply impossible to maintain that kind of physical distancing to stop the spread of COVID-19 up on the passenger decks, which is why when Transport Canada allowed people to stay on the lower car decks, I think that was an important measure that in large part helped stop the spread of COVID-19, especially on our ferries. And so, I don't think there's any way that the Minister of Transport can tell passengers who have been on BC ferries that this kind of physical distancing can be maintained when their own government accepts the science behind physical distancing, and that we want to keep the minimum number of people from going above decks. So all I ask from the Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Transport is that I hope he reconsiders this decision in light of the expected second wave, and that Transport Canada did see that this policy was good enough for the previous number of months. To have them rescind that order right on the doorstep of an expected second wave is a real head-scratcher. And so I implore that he listens to the asks of the BC government, and that Transport Canada give BC Ferries this freedom to do so again. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question and bringing forward this important issue and concerns I'm sure he's hearing from his constituents. But I know he understands that passenger safety is one of Transport Canada's highest priorities. The Minister is taking advice from the maritime experts at Transport Canada to provide the best safety for those who are sailing. It's not to question the safety record of BC Ferries. Transport Canada is aware of the marine safety risk, and protection of passenger and worker safety on any mode of transportation is at the core of our mandate. Staying on enclosed decks is very dangerous and banned both internationally and here in Canada following high-profile accidents. The effects of a fire, explosion, or collision could be catastrophic. These decks are designed to contain smoke, heat, and fire. In the event of an accident, passengers on this deck would be at great risk of serious injury or fatality. While these incidents may be rare, the consequences are severe. In response to the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic, in March, the Government of Canada temporarily relaxed enforcement of regulations requiring passengers to leave their vehicles on enclosed car decks. Since March, we've learned a lot about COVID-19 and how to protect ourselves. Operators have implemented practices recommended by public health officials, including physical distancing, enhanced cleaning and health practices, and requiring masks. By taking these precautions, it has been demonstrated that the risk of COVID-19 transmission can be mitigated on ferries. Consequently, that's why, as of September 30th, ferry passengers no longer have the flexibility to remain in their vehicles on enclosed decks during the voyage. Although records from last summer show that less than 10% of ferry passengers took advantage of this temporary flexibility, Transport Canada recognizes the concerns raised by residents and officials in British Columbia. Throughout September, Transport Canada officials have worked very closely with BC Ferries and recently British Columbia health officials to prepare reactivation of this safety prohibition. Passengers are still allowed on open vehicle deck, and with additional measures now in place, the designated passenger areas, there is sufficient space to accommodate these additional passengers while respecting public health guidelines. Our government recognizes the vital link that BC Ferries play. Through our collaborative work with BC Ferries and provincial officials, we're ensuring that even in the face of COVID-19, that link will remain secure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's response, but I'm trying to contrast that with the fact that Transport Canada saw fit to allow this exemption over the last 6 months. Those dangers on board a ferry with fire, possible flooding, those were always there. But we are in a unique public health emergency, and we would not be requesting this exemption unless we were facing something significant. Now, all of the experts agree that the second wave of COVID-19 coming this fall could be worse than what we saw in March or April. and yet we will not have the ability on BC ferries to maintain that physical distancing. This is not only about the passengers, Madam Speaker, it's also about the people whose livelihoods depend on the ferries and have to be on there every day. So I ask again for the Parliamentary Secretary to consider those safety measures and ask him to reconsider Transport Canada's decision so we can keep people safe.
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, and the honourable member, I'd like to point out if the BC ferries and their crew do exceptional work in terms of safety, they're doing exceptional work in terms of safety related to COVID-19. To limit the spread of COVID, the government has banned large cruise ships from Canadian waters, pleasure crafts in the Arctic waters, and took measures to temporarily relax enforcement of regulations requiring passengers to leave vehicles and their decks. But now, like other countries in the world that depend on ferries, it's time to transition back to normal operations and accepted safety practices. Together, incorporating well-accepted physical distancing, cleaning and mask-wearing practices into existing maritime requirements will ensure the safety of the Canadian public, and that's at the core of this decision to ensure the safety of passengers in the event of a catastrophic incident. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure donc ajournée.
Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.